Well, good morning to each and every one of you. Catfish Tyler here to cast that hook when the price is right. Set the hook, baby. Oh, hold on. There we go. Cast it when the price is right. Set it. Hold on, let's turn this volume down. We got a loop-de-loop. Loop. There we go. Well, how's everybody doing today? Everybody feeling all right? Gary Inwards, first in the tank. Good morning. In at Wood Knuckles Cove. Good morning. Yes, the Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove. Let's do it. Liking LIDR again today. Okay. LIDR. In. Okay. Good deal. Scott, 2412S. Saw you last night on Tanner's stream last night talking about the new crypto. We'll talk about that. Saw you there. Apparently, we got some breaking news about SoFi being invited into a group of, well, the crypto community, recognized as the leaders of the crypto world. And so that's very good news. And I'll be showing you some more about that in just a little bit. That'll be one of the first things we talk about. There's also some news in the political world. We'll get into a little bit of that. And we got a little bit going on everywhere right now. Tanner mentioned Stock Goat in his stream last night. And one thing he mentioned that I wasn't aware of is that Steve, who's on his channel, is a writer for Seeking Alpha. And I did not know that. It's going to take a while for my voice to get warmed up, folks. And you know what I did? I went off and left my coffee upstairs. Yep, it's not present. And the show cannot go on without coffee. Simple as that. So, hold on. Let me play you a little bit of my music while I'm gone. Hopefully you'll enjoy this one short song I'm going to do for you here. And, but I'll be back here in just a minute, folks. I will be back. And I hope that you enjoy this song. And it's called Down by the Riverside. Except I don't know why it's not playing. Play.
Down by the riverside, cold beer in my hand, the perfect place to run and hide. Yeah, I'm a broken man. I think back to that rainy day when I first met you here. Chase all the clouds away and made the sun appear down by the riverside that day. Chase by the riverside, down by the riverside. My beer is now half through. I take a sip and wonder why I ever fell in love with you. You taught me from the very start your heart could not be won. But I was falling so in love and having so much fun down by the riverside. Made my whole life change. Down by the riverside that day, you stole my heart away. It's true, I fell in love with you that day. Down by the riverside, my beer is nearly gone. Just like the river flowing by, yes, it's time you move along. I wish that I could find somewhere you would stay with me. But if you do come back one day, then this is where I'll be. Down by the riverside, me and you. It was like a dream come true. Down by the riverside, you and me. It was a perfect place to be. Down by the riverside that day, I'd say it stole my heart away.
All right.
Down by the riverside.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to the tune of Tyler Self. If you go to your streaming software for music, I'm right there, and you can come over and listen to my songs while you trade with me. And I'll make a little money that way while we're trading. So good morning to everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Now I have my coffee. Thank you for joining me today. We're now over 20,500 subscribers. A big occasion. We've got a lot of news for you today. I'm going to be getting into about SoFi. And I want you to know, everybody on this channel, that I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just someone who is here to try to help people understand when and why the markets make moves and kind of what's really going on. It's so confusing. The market can be so topsy-turvy. I'd say it's what's the word I'm looking for? It is topsy-turvy, but there's more about it. It's emotional. The market is emotional, and it's the best word I think would be, put quite simply, it's immediate. And what I mean by that is the market can shift in in a millisecond on news. And it's all about news. Really, it is. It's all about news. You know, news that we're going to get tariffs and we're going to pay more for all our goods. Oh, the market collapses. And news about war breaking out somewhere. And the market is ultra reactive. And this is the main thing you need to understand about it. It can be very, very topsy-turvy and very, very unpredictable. And once you grasp that and understand that completely, then you'll realize that, yes, it is high risk. And so how can you mitigate your risk? Well, I'll show you my method of trading today. I think my method of day trading is minimal risk. Try to limit your exposure and try to keep most of your assets in cash for times when people freak out and oversell. You know, the savvy investors, they sure don't buy in when the RSI is riding along in the middle. They wait until that RSI and stochastic is down in the just completely oversold department. And that's where we are. We catfish. We buy on the very bottom each day. And we're using the manipulation of the market, which we all know exists, to our advantage. That's what we do here. So to anybody that's here on the channel here didn't know this, shorts have been leaving like crazy. And I was watching Kyle also last night, and he put up some great information. And so I'm going to give you basically 2 days worth of news right now before the market opens up. And don't worry, SoFi is going to be sitting pretty come earnings day. And I have this way of determining that. I showed everybody, and if you'll give me a minute here, let me move the camera forward and we'll flip this screen around. And by the way, if you didn't know this, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy who's been trading for about 25 years. I've been, first I didn't day trade at all. I just traded like everybody else. But then I realized I was missing a lot of opportunity to make a lot more money, and pay a lot more in taxes. And speaking of that, folks, we've been making some good gains lately. So make sure you set aside 33% for your taxes. Don't go running out there and buying yourself a fancy car, property, or land, whatever, renovate your house without first setting aside 33%. Put it over into a SoFi high rate interest bearing achieving account and just let it ride all year. All right? It'll be a high yield savings account for you, and you'll be promoting SoFi at the same time. And I want you to know that the reason that I'm suspect that we might see a very nice rise on earnings day is because of this. And what it shows is going back 2 years ago in October, after the earnings day, SoFi fell 45%. And it did that in 8 days. On the next earnings, after that went up just 15% on earnings day, then it fell 45% in 5 days. So let's go back to November of 2023, I'm sorry, November 2023. It came out on earnings day, it went up 20%, and then within 8 days, it was down 31%. So here's the pattern. Up on earnings 20, down 31% in 8 days. Up on earnings the next time, 15%. Down within 5 days, 42%. Up on earnings, 30% this earnings. Down 28 days later, or 26 days, 48% down. Up on earnings day, 13%. And then down 22 days later, 45%. Up on earnings, 12%. down 4%, and then over the next 5 days till August 5th, down 12%. So a total of, I guess right there, 16%. Now here's where things turned around. This is where things turned around. In October of 2024, we dropped 16%, but 2 days later, it was all regained. So that's where the first turnaround was. Then the next earnings call, January 27th, we dropped 9%, and after 22 days, another 27%. So that wasn't good. And then this last earnings call, the very last earnings call, SoFi was on, by the way, April 22nd. Earnings was on the 29th. And on April 22nd, folks, the price of SoFi was $10.81. 1 week before earnings, on the last earnings call, the price was $10.81. And on earnings day, the price jumped up to $14.51. Do you understand what a huge, that is $4.10 up, folks, or something like that. 68% spike. So do you think that might be possibly why some entity just bought $60 million worth of SoFi yesterday? And by the way, in case you didn't know this, that purchase was made on the instant the news came out about Google and their earnings. That buy of $60 million worth of stock was of SoFi stock that was purchased was on the moment that the earnings came out from Google. So folks, here's my question for everyone. If the track record of this stock is not to hold a gain after earnings day and fall 31%, fall 45%, fall 48%, fall 45%, fall 16%, fall 16%, fall 27%, and then on this earnings, someone's buying 60 million before earnings. Now, it could be that they're buying that because they looked back at the history too and saw what happened on the last earnings call. I don't know. Maybe they looked back and said, man, SoFi really tore it up right before earnings. I mean, people really started coming in. We might not want to miss. Let's get in earlier. Okay. And I think that $60 million worth that was purchased was and that's a big deal, folks. That's big money. Somebody is betting a very large wager that we're going to see, or they already got the call. All right. They already got the call. They got the leak. It might've been a leak. Now, I don't know. I'm not professing anything. I'm not one of those kind of people that's a conspiracy theorist or anything like that. But I'm telling you, folks, that's very irregular activity for SoFi, for someone to come in. And at this point, we don't know who it was. I don't believe. No one. They haven't disclosed it as of yet. But some large player making a purchase of 60 million is a lot, folks. Very interesting dark pool activity as of late too. We've got massive amounts of dark pool purchases being made, folks. There are just some huge. And you know what? This is one thing that my friend Cal over at Trending Stocks has mentioned. You know, back in the day, just a year and a half, 2 years ago, if we would have seen buys like these in the dark pool, it was something to just go bonkers over. It was just like, wow, SoFi just got $1 million in the dark pool. Blah, blah, everybody was they'd use it for headlines on the YouTube videos. That SoFi, now it's an everyday occurrence. And some of these days, the line is so long of $100,000 purchases beyond it. You could just scroll. Folks, it's a different SoFi now. And I've been telling everybody. the most important thing for anybody that's new to this channel right now to understand is that you need to look at SoFi's long-term chart right now. And I'll make sure you guys can understand this when I show it to you. And then we'll move right along. I've got a lot of news for you today. There's a lot going on, a lot. There's a whole bunch going on, okay? So just let me show you this chart for all the new folks here, and then we'll move along. And I will pull up the chat, pull up my stream over here so I can see what you guys are saying. A lot of chat going on over here. All right, nope, there's really not much being said over here on there, I see. Okay, so first of all, let's refresh this chart. Make sure it's up to date, current. And here we go. Turn off this light. So folks, yesterday I had another 7,000 view this channel. And so every once in a while, I'm going to keep showing this chart over and over. Because this is a 5-year chart right here, folks. And during the old days, when SoFi was just getting going, SoFi had very little interest in volume. As you see down here, there was no candlesticks. It was literally no accumulation of shares in the fledgling days. Okay? And the most important thing for you to understand about this chart is this is going back to 2021. This is a 5-year chart. If you look down at the bottom, I'll zoom in a little bit more so you can see a little bit better. And I want you to see that while this price was from here through there, and you might want to look at how long that took to happen. That was January the 12th, and then right here, that was January the 18th. Folks, in 1 week, wham. Now, look here. What was the date here? It was the 15th. Now, the 15th, look how fast it fell. Where was it here? How many days was it right there when it fell there? 7 days, 1 week, people. 1 week through here, 1 week through here. And ladies and gentlemen, the most key important thing is there was no volume then. So there has to be very few shares that were accumulated in this price range. And you can see how low the volume here is. It moved up. And I'm sure this was 1 week. You know, what was the date right here? That was 5/31. What was the date here? 2 weeks. 2 weeks this time. But look at the volume, folks. There's no volume here. So what I'm trying to get at here, the most important thing for you to understand is that in SoFi's trading history, there's only a handful of shares that would be held here. And I can assure you, none of those are held by retail buyers, folks. This retail buyers don't own a price at 22 and watch it go to $4. That's not you and me, or anybody in their right mind would lose that much money. The only ones that would be holding any shares still in this range would be institutions, period. But here's my point. There was no volume as it moved through these price ranges. It was just rapidly moving from here all the way up to $24, $23, folks. Now, the reason that I'm showing you this, and just make sure you understand, there's the price, $23.55. $23.55. And look how far it fell, how fast it fell to this price right here. Below where we are now, $20.50. All right? So what I'm trying to show you, folks, that's the most important thing to see today, is we are at a stage right now that is identical to where we were right here, okay? And I'm going to zoom in so you can see it. All right? This, what you see right down here, right here, this is the same thing right there that we now have happening right here. Okay? It's just, this was a very short duration of a breather and what they call consolidation. And this has been a slightly longer consolidation point right here, just a little bit longer. But look, it's consolidating. See how it's flattened out, folks? It's not falling. It's consolidating. It's consolidating now. Look closely. This stock is not dropping, folks. It's consolidating. And here's the most important thing for you to understand is from this pitch point right here, look where the 5-day moving average was when it hit that point. Look where it was. And now look where it is still holding this price. Look where the 5-day moving average is. Right here, when it was started right here, look where the 10-day moving average was right there. Look where the 10-day moving average is now. Do you understand? This is a momentum, folks. This is a wave, and this is capitulating, and it's a launch pad just like we saw here, but they even had more power to knock it down here. Here, they don't have the power to flatten it down until it bounces off. This thing's building a pad, people. It's going to launch. And someone knows it. That's why they just bought $60 million worth. Someone knows it. Someone might even be watching this channel that lives in Saudi Arabia or Qatar. You know, people tip me from Saudi Arabia, folks. They're listening to me over there. They're making money on what I'm doing here. And they're tipping me. All right, let me just try to read everybody's things. We want to look at some stocks that might be runners today besides SoFi. So one of those that was called out today already is, where did I write it down? Just hold on a second here, folks. Oh, here it is. LIDR. In at Wood Knuckles Cove is calling out LIDR. And so HCTI, okay? HCTI. Now, if it's on fire, we might want to wait till tomorrow morning to buy it when it gets kind of sprayed with the hose. All right? That's what we do here. You know that, Brunette or Die. HCTI. Okay. Not what I have. HCTI. Thank you very much, Brunette. All right. Let me look up here. Katie Wentworth. Hey there. Man, how are we doing with our TNXP? Have you sold your TNXP? Have you sold any of it and took some profit and maybe move it over onto another runner? Tell me how you're doing. All right, the Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove. Good morning, everyone. LIDR is on the move. That is called out by Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove. Scott, 2412S. Brunette or Die, good morning. Yep. Yes, LIDR runs up today. It's still below my DCA. BC69 Rich, good morning. Alligator Alcatraz, Crocky in the tank. Crookie in the tank. Crookie. Good, Mike Goddard. Good. Let's mess the shorties up. Yeah. SoFi's ready to launch. It sure is. Kimberly Pinamacias. Hello, Kimberly. I know you've been a long time member and supporter of this channel. Thank you for all of your many contributions over the longest time. Thank you. And for your membership and everything. Bobby Batson. This will be another exciting day. It sure is. Don Bordelon. Yes. Good morning, everyone in the tank. Yes. Dewey P. Yes. Good morning. Richard DeFriz. CELH. Looking good. All right. CELH. Richard. Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Love you, buddy. You're awesome. Thanks, Scott. Good morning. Thanks, Scott, 2412S. Wendy told, hey, Wendy, let me ask you something. Good. First of all, good morning. But second, is your last name, I'm going to guess here, Twong? I'm a sort of a linguist, and I like the languages of other countries, and usually there's certain rules. There's sort of kind of rules that are a little bit common. So I know your name could either be Wendy Tong, but I'm guessing it's Twong. Let me see. Tell me. All right, Nevid. It don't matter. Wendy Twong. Good morning. I'm going to say that. Good morning, Gary Edwards and Wood Knuckles Cove. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, Tom. Good morning. Wow, we got the Tom. We got the triple T. Got the triple T in the tank this morning, everybody. Dan Paul. It's going to be a fun today, Friday fiesta. Yes, fiesta. Oh, we might play that one later. La SoFi. La SoFi. You know you must buy the stocks on the fly. Oh. You know she's going to fly, babe. You know today going to go arriba. Arriba. Porque said it. Arriba. Yeah, baby. Oh. Yo no voy más dinero. No voy más dinero. Well, yeah, folks, I sing and I have music all over the internet. You can find my channel right here. I got 65 songs on here on the internet, and I have another 60 more on YouTube. So I have 120 originals. I welcome you to come to your music provider and click on my music and play it. Tyler Self. This is me. That's me right there, ladies and gentlemen, performing on stage when I was 23 years old and had hair down to my shoulders. Well, the bottom picture is. Anyways, that's me. And I got 40 years of music you can listen to. You'll hear my life's history. A lot of it's made up, though. Not all of it's true. Not all of it is true. Some of it's fiction. All right. But anyway, come on over and listen. You'll like my music. I promise. They love me in the Philippines. I'm a star in the Philippines. One day I'm going to go over there and perform to a mass crowd of hundreds of thousands of Filipinos. They're going to be throwing garmentry at me and stuff, and my wife will be hitting me with a stick from behind. Don't you pick those panties up. Oh my goodness. Sorry, folks. Sometimes I get sidetracked. I'm here for entertainment purposes, folks. The primary purpose of this channel is to entertain people. If they make any money, it really is just sheer dumb luck, okay? You all know I'm kidding, of course. Some of you made a hell of a lot of money on this channel over the last 2 years, buying SoFi with me at freaking $6 and $7 and $8 and $9 and $10 and oh yeah, you accumulators. It's like gold, folks. It's just like gold. It just keeps going up and up and up in value. SoFi, it's just like gold. All right, let me see. Hold on here. I got mixed up here. Richard, let me write down all these other ones that people have told me. I got to write them down. Hold on. So we got Richard DeFres saying CELH. I got it, Richard. All right, let me move on. Oh shoot. SoFi is ready to launch. Scott, let me say here. It don't matter. Say good morning, Tom. Dan Paul. It's going to be a great Friday. Yes, we need Catfish. I think today we can't continue to day trade with UAVS. We might switch to day trade to BGL. All right. BGL or CTOR. Okay. All right, Wendy. Thank you. I think you're good. I think you're right, Wendy. Maybe we need to get out of UAVS and move over to something making a run. All right, we'll look at those two. For sure. I'll take a look at them. I promise you, we will. All right, let's go. Dan Paul, my guess is that was Tom Golisano. That Paychecks partnership probably involved a nod and a wink. Timothy Adams, good morning. Welcome to the tank. So that 60 million you think was Tom Golisano. That Paychex partnership probably involved a nod and a wink. Oh, whoa. You might be right. Hey, listen, we'll all find out soon. It'll be disclosed. It has to be disclosed. YouTube agent, does this have to do with the online bank SoFi? Yes, it is. That's what we talk about on this channel. And we day trade the stock. We know when it's going to go up. We know it's going to go down. And we hit the lows every day, go in, and then we go up about. Recently, off of every day's low, we've seen about a 60-cent rise every day. All we got to do is find the low, my friend, and then it rises from there. And I have all kinds of data to prove it. And I show it to people every day. So I'll show it to you right now since you asked if you're still here. And I guess before I do, let me make sure you are still here. So let me just scroll on down here, make sure I get everyone addressed who's here in the tank, because I always like to do that. Yep. Yes. Okay. It's similar to the Robinhood stock. Yes, in a way. But I'm going to show you some inside information about it. Sort of. It's not inside information. It's just what I show. I show people every day on this channel. So they'll buy the stock because I want them to buy it, because I want them to get rich. Jason, insiders too. Yes. HCTI on the move. All right. HCTI. I've got that from Brunette or Die. And I now have a double on that on, yep. Oh, you already, okay. I got it. Yep. I hear a lot of predictions at $28 after earnings. Yep. Turbo Alex. It could easily go there. It's already been there once before. 28.26 is the all-time high, just so you all know. $28.26, regardless of what they try to tell you if you Google search it. Let me ask Alexa if she knows. Alexa, what was the highest price ever for SoFi stock?
SoFi Technologies hit its highest closing price since IPO on February 1st, 2021, trading at $25.78.
Alexa, terminate. So, ladies and gentlemen, you see what they just told you? They just told you the closing price. They did not tell you the highest price. I asked for the highest price, but they want to tell you the closing price that day. They don't want you to know that it actually went to $28.26 on that day for the high. They're hiding it, folks, like they hide everything about this company. Everything that they try to keep this company down has always been, including the day one with David Chiaverini, just a friggin' scam, people. Everything that they've tried to keep SoFi down has been lies, false information, FUD, misdirection, 0-star rated analysts, which are swarming all over it like shit on a flies on shit. 0-star rated analysts, for some reason, are magnetized to SoFi. I don't know why they're so in love with wanting to do ratings on it, these piss-ass dumbasses. And I've been here ever since they've been telling you when the price was 10 that it was only worth 6 to buy more. And when it was at 12 and they said it was worth 4, I said you should buy more. And then when it went to 14 and they said, Chiaverini said it was worth $4.50, I said you should buy more. Because every one of these analysts, every single time, they're all just undercutting it. They're trying to undercut it with these silly little, and they have no real, based on any kind of true analytics or facts or fundamentals. They're just paid shills, people. 0-star rated paid shills. And how they got the authority to throw around numbers and have any bearing on the price whatsoever is beyond really my true sense of understanding. But whatever, regardless of what they've always done, the price on every downgrade in the history of this stock, the price has always gone higher, folks. I'm just here to let you know this. On every single downgrade of this stock that's ever occurred, the price has always gone higher. And the higher it goes, the more downgrades that get out there. That's the nature of it, folks. But fortunately, on this channel, you got me showing you charts like this, right? Oh, and I just got rid of the chart. I just got rid of the chart by mistake. I clicked up there to bring it into view, and I just got rid of it. So that kind of stunk. History. There it is. Oh, I had it right there. There we go. I got the chart again. So here's my point one more time for those of you that are just joining me now. The reason you want to buy this stock, SoFi, in a nutshell, is because a very long time ago, 4 years ago, there was no interest in the stock, but it was running between this price right here and here. There was no volume on it. And I just showed everybody from this price when it ran above this line right up here, and get off the screen, please. From this line right here to here, that happened in 1 week, and it did it with no volume. And when the price went from here down to here, it did it in 1 week, and it did it with no volume. When the price went from here up to here, it did it in 2 weeks, and it did it on no volume. This is the main crux of what I'm trying to get across to everybody. There was never any resistance from here to here. There was never any resistance from here to here, from here to here, from here to here, and from here to here. And my belief is there's going to be very little resistance from this area because there was no volume here. No shares were ever bought here in this area. Who's going to be selling them all here now? Who's going to be selling them all now? There was never any volume before when it went from there to there in a week, from there to there in a week, from here to here in 2 weeks, from here to here. There was never accumulation. Look where we are now in price. Look where the stock price is. Look at the volume, people, please. Look at the friggin' volume. How in the hell is this price going to stay in here with this kind of volume on it? Look, folks, look right here. Look right here at the distance between these lines you're looking at, just so you understand. The turquoise line is a 5-day moving average. This is a 10-day moving average. So look at this. On this run up, look at the distance between the two. They're staying lateral, side by side. And right here, look at the distance as it started to get higher right there. See that? But look how far this was away from the 10-day. On this last run up, look how far this was from the 10-day. Look where the 5-day was from the orange 10-day. See the distance? Now look over here. Look at this run up. Look at the distance between the frickin' 5 and 10-day, people. Please look at the distance between the 5 and the 10-day. Jeez, oh Pete. This can't even compare to this kind of current escalation, folks. And again, how can it stop from here up to that price I showed you where it was resistance way back when in 2021, when there's nobody that owns it here? There's nobody that owns it comparatively, folks. This is the most important thing I can show you about SoFi. It's building a platform right now, folks. At a point where it's never, ever, ever had resistance before in the history of this stock. Over 5 years' time, it's never, ever, ever had resistance through this area. And look at the volume, folks. It's practically non-existent volume then. How in the world can it stay in this price range, folks? How can it stay in this price range with that little volume that ever held it in the past? I don't see it possible. I don't see it possible. And I'm the only one that keeps shouting from the mountaintop that this is about to explode beyond people's beliefs. But I know what it looks like when you see accumulation, and that's freaking it right there. Not to mention the little scam they tried 3 days ago with that deep attack right at the market open on no news. That was when Shorty went long. You could hear the ding-dong song right then. And the market just opened, folks. Let's see him try another occurrence, the attack right out of the gate. And folks, let me tell you something. If this thing only falls 8 cents right now and doesn't drop anymore, you want to buy right now, okay? Right now. 8 cents is a very common amount for them to drop it down before it just explodes to the upside. Folks, I'm telling you right now, listen to what I'm saying. If this thing does not below 8 cents below, you need to buy it right now. At least buy the first buy, a small entry. All right, please. I'm telling you, I'm asking you, if it does not fall more than 8 cents, I want you to make a purchase. All right, I want you to go in now. Please buy a little bit right now, folks. If it doesn't go below 8 cents, folks, I want you to pick some up. And I know what I'm talking about, folks. I'm not kidding you here. Jeez. Trade. Okay, hold off now. Just hold off. But I want you to really, folks, if this thing starts to move back up right now here and doesn't stay down 8 cents, I'm going to be in. I'm going in. I already know 2142 has been the low resistance number. I told you that yesterday. When it got to 20, when it was at 2042, I was telling you people buy this thing. 2 days ago, it was at 2042, and I said, man, folks, get some of this. And now I see them trying to work it down to 2142. I don't really understand. Yeah, all right, folks. I'm gonna go buy my first shares right now. And at first, I want to get over there and sell my UAVS. I might be down a little bit. Oh, I'm only down $55 on it now. So I'll just go ahead and dump that. Well, actually, it's rising. So I'll wait. I'll start selling it here. I've got 373. I'm going to start selling that now. Thank you for telling me about it. It just hit the high of the day. So I'm going to sell right there. Folks, I'm on UAVS. This is UAVS stock. And I'm definitely going to sell here. And I'm selling here right now. These are numbers I sell at, 93. I just got 291. I'm going to sell here at 293. I'm going to try and sell 297, 298, 299, $3. I'm going to try and sell 301, 303, 304. Selling more at market because I know to get out at 293, folks. 293. Selling at market right here. Just sold 290. I've got 273 shares left. Here we go, right on up. Very nice. Gonna get out right there at 293. Oh, yeah, we got it running, folks. It's at 297 now. Here we go. Watch these orders start selling here. I've got 253 left. I'm going to sell here. I'm selling here. I'm up 689, it says. Up 685 today on it somehow. Says I'm up 688. And I'm selling these orders. I'm selling all these orders right now. Going to go out market here. Nice. There we go. Now she drops back down. 6 cents down, folks. She's 6 cents down. I'm going to buy it 6 cents down. Meanwhile, I would suggest you buy SoFi at 2142, folks. Yes, they ran it down to 2042 the other day. It's 10 cents down, folks. This is not going to be some massive market open attack, $1.30 down like Wednesday was or whatever it was, Tuesday. This is not going to be anything like that, folks. This is nothing like that, in my opinion. Now, on that day, though, they did pull a little head fake on that day. They did pull a little head fake and gave a little feeling like it was going to turn and go back up, and then they double daggered it. So we'll see what they try today, because that's what they did on that day on 3 or 4 days ago. They double daggered it that day. Well, folks, I just sold most of my shares there that I was holding of this stock. And I'm trying to sell it here at market because it's stagnant here, waiting on another leg up. Now she's making another move up. But I do want to move this money over, so I'm going to start selling here. I just sold right there. Yep, I'm going to get out right here. I'm going to get all out of it here. I just sold 296, 296. I'm going to sell here. Just sold 297. I'm going to sell right now. I sold 298. And I am virtually out now. I've got 73 shares left. Well, I've took all my profits now. I'm going to just walk away from this. I'm out. $689 is showing up here on my profit today. I'm not really sure what's going on up here, but it's pretty weird. And now I'm going to sell the last here. Says I'm up 689.53. All right. Nice. Now we're going to get back over here to trade. And I want to get in on some SoFi here. Oh, wait a minute. Let's look at these other ones you told me to look at. She said BGL, everyone. BGL. And we're going to look at everybody's stocks here. We're going to look at all your call-outs this morning. Well, BGL is at the high of the day right now, so I don't buy on highs. And it's at 88. I would never buy there. Hey, listen, Wendy, if you bought this, sell please at 1888. Sell some at 1888 if you bought it lower. This is a number on my sell sheet for sure. If you bought it lower, Wendy, please sell it there at 1888. That's one of the numbers I would sell it, and look for a pullback to 1866 or 1877 from there. Now, the next numbers I would sell is 1893 and 94, and then move them up to 1897, 98, 99. You just saw me do that on that other stock. You just saw me do it on UAVS. You'd be doing the same thing that I just did on UAVS. I'm telling you, man, they'll a lot of times stop it at the 88, and sometimes it'll go over a little on momentum. Momentum will carry it up to the 1890, but then don't be surprised to see this go back down to 1877, or a minimum chance to get it at 1881. You might be able to get that. Anyway, I'm just saying, I could be wrong. It could keep going up. It could keep going right on up. But, man, 1888, I wouldn't buy that number unless it dropped to that number. I'm telling you that right now. Sorry, it's just bad timing for me. If it was at any other number, I'd be there. CTOR. Let's go look at CTOR. I just won't buy going up to 1888. If it breaks over 1895, then I would, but not otherwise. See him pull it back? Look at that thing fall. Look at it fall. 1880 right there. I just said you could buy it back at 1881. I just said you could buy it at, see? And you might even get 1866 or 1877. I know what I'm talking about, Wendy. All right, well, let's move on over to the other one she just said. CTOR. Look at it. It's at 1863 now. See? All right, people, you just saw me call that out, and that's what happens. I know what they're going to do. And CTOR now at 218, 220. CTOR is at an all-time high. Now, listen, folks, I'm going to start in. I've got a little bit of money here to spend on this, so I'm going to come in 214 because I think they'll try to drop it back to 213. But I see it breaking away here. I think it's the perfect time to get some of this. Nice call there, Wendy, on this one. I like this one. I like the look of it. Let's look at the chart on this one. This is CTOR, folks. CTOR, called out by Wendy. Now, I want to see what else other people are calling out here. Oh, wow, this is weird. Where's all the... I hear orders filling, folks. I got some orders filling right now. I just bought CTOR, I guess, on the pullback. This is my stream right here. All right. I did sold, like you said. I'm waiting for BGL to go down to buy back. Ah, good, good, good. Thank you very much, Catfish. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Doc Airline, OSCR. I got that written down. Someone else called that out too. And I saw that too. I saw an article about it. About it. OSCR. Doc Airline. Thank you. All right. Yep. We'll get on that. Anyway, let's see what. Let me look at this a little bit closer on this chart of CTOR. I want to look at the longer term chart on this. Oh yeah, CTROR. Look at that massive accumulation. Whoa! Look at him run it down here, and then from the 14th, the 15th, 16th, 17th. To the 21st, the 22nd, 23rd, and now coming in over the 200. Volume spiked right there. Let's highlight this 1 month chart better. Whoa, very nice. Oh my goodness. Holy cow, folks, that's a croc. That's a crocodile, folks. You can see it. That's a crocodile. There's his freaking body. There's his head and eyes. There's his long snout. There's the big lump on the end, folks. And he's opening his mouth right now. Folks, that's a crocodile. That actually is a short-eating porpoise. You can see it. Short-eating porpoise as well. Oh, Winnie, I like that one. Good. Yeah, man.
They need to know exactly where the drain field is because their stakes are like this long.
Yeah, the drain field is in front of the bird bath, about 10 feet out in front of the bird bath, straight in front of the bird. Just keep it away from the bird bath.
The edge.
The back of the bird bath, the front edge of the bird bath that's facing us from the porch. When you're looking, the front edge of the bird bath is where it starts, and it comes out about 10 feet. So just stay anywhere near that bird bath. Don't put it anywhere near there. Within 10 feet radius of that bird bath, they need to stay away because it's probably even 12 feet away. But they won't put it anywhere anyway because it's under the tree pretty much.
Yeah, but that's where the stakes are going to go.
Yeah, they don't need to. No, don't put them around that tree. That's where the septic tank is. Nowhere around that tree. Not even 12 feet within that tree. We need to stay 12 feet away from that tree. Hey guys, listen, let me run up here. We got a wedding going on here, a bridal shower. Let me run up here and I'll play a little bit more of my music while I'm gone, and I'll be right back. But yeah, I really need to go up there and make sure that I just show them where this thing is. Hold on, it's that important. All right. Now, we'll get back in here on the action. Thank you for waiting. Well, one thing about this stock CTOR, it's trading, folks, in a very, very tight range, 198 to 220. See, now we've seen that before, but usually it's 188 to 220. But this one's even tighter. Now, I've only bought 80 shares so far, but I want to come in now here down at the bottom of this. And by the way, if I fill at this number anyway, then I'm probably going to sell it all because that means it's falling, all right? Falling below a wall of resistance, which I don't want it to do, but I want to buy at the bottom of that wall. That's what I want to do, buy at the bottom of that wall. Okay, so let's go up here. And we'll see if we can get at the bottom of the wall. Looking over at SoFi right now. Oh, well, there's your attack. And folks, I'm going to tell you right now, you should pay attention here. And people often ask me, where should we be buying today? Where should we buy the price? What should we pay today? Where's the low going to be today, Tyler? Well, I'm going to show you right now. Yesterday's low was 21.37, folks. They're going to try for 21.36, I promise you. But you know why I know they're not going to get there? I'll tell you why I know they're not going to get there. Well, let me see. Maybe they already did get there. Did they get 21.36 today for the low? Just now? What was it? 21.33, 21.23. So, yeah, that's 13 cents below yesterday's low. 13 cents under yesterday's low. Right? No. Yeah. And it's 18 cents down. How many of you people think SoFi is being sold now, down 0.81% by anyone real? Nobody in their right mind is going to sell SoFi right now, knowing that someone bought 60 million shares 2 days ago. Only idiots would be selling here, folks. I'm telling you right now, any move, a pullback on this stock, you should buy it. I've been telling people for the last week, at this stage of the game, any move downward, you should buy the pullback. Any move downward. Especially on days when it's down 2 or 3%. We've seen that for sure. That just turns out to be an immediate turnaround. No, ladies and gentlemen, what happened here was 5 days ago, within the last 5 days, ladies and gentlemen, what happened was right here, and this is the definition of a nutsack, and it was accumulated like crazy. And folks, listen, when you've got a stock that's up here and it has a 2-year chart that looks like this, hold on, it has a 5-year chart that looks like this. When you've got this kind of situation on your hands, you have to understand, holy cow, over here, the 5-day was only this far away from the 10 on this run up right here. The 5-day was only this far away from the 10-day. And now look over here how far the 5 is away from the 10-day. Just look at the distance between the 5 and the 10-day now. It's astronomical, folks. This thing's a tidal wave. And when you see that happening, then you do something desperate like this right here. That's what you do. You coordinate an orchestrated sell-off. Even if you've got a call, look at the volume here that was the day before. See how low it was? This is an orchestrated sell-off. And ladies and gentlemen, right here is when the clock struck midnight. Now, the time was 9:50 a.m., but I'm here to tell you that's when shorty time just ran out. And somebody knew it was time to get out. Just like the person that bought, or entity that bought $60 million worth of SoFi day before yesterday in the after hours, and they bought those shares at the very moment Google announced its beat on earnings. When Google announced its beat on earnings is when that happened, folks. Just so you're aware of it. Now, let's go look at some other stocks. We got LICR. The inn at Wood Knuckles Cove said LICR. I don't see that stock. No. I do not see an LICR. Am I misreading this? LIDR. I'm sorry. LIDR. Can't read my own writing. Whoa. Oh, no. I would not buy this right now. This is tomorrow, man. Tomorrow morning. No freaking way. I mean, Monday morning. Monday morning. Monday. Not today. Not Catfish. And nobody else, please. No. We buy on the lows here, but that's a good call out for a manipulative run out Monday morning. The volume on it, 72 million. Let me write that down. Volume, 72 million. And what was the high on it? 394. 333 to 394. 333 to 394. Folks, look at that. It's a freaking 66 cents difference, basically. 66 cents. Hey, Alexa, what is 3.94 minus 3.33?
3.94 minus 3.33 is 0.61.
Ha! Close.
I'm not quite sure.
Alexa, terminate. Folks, be very careful on this stock if you decide to get any of that. I see it's making a little bit of a rebound there, but man, it already hit this resistance once, twice, 3 times, and couldn't break it. So I don't see. If it does, listen, you guys let me know if this thing hits over 402. Or if it breaks over $4, let me know. But until then, I don't want to really get involved in it. All right, let's go on forward here to back to my looking at my sheet. Man, I got to get another light in here. HCTI. This was called out by Brunette or Die. Oh, no. No. I'll just scratch that out. Whoop. Doink. I don't buy pinkies. All right, but let's go on to the next one. CELH. Let me tell you why. Because if that company wants to get its price over $1 a share, it could do a 1 for 200 split to get its price over $1 and get on the NASDAQ. So, no. Okay, CELH looks rather stagnant. Let's look over the 1-month chart. It's up 2%. Oh, no. That's not the kind I'm looking for, Richard, unfortunately. We look for big gainers, runners that go up 80%, 100. BGL, Wendy, we should already call that out. Let's go look again at BGL. And, man, I'm glad I hope you sold that thing at 1888. You guys see where that thing is now after I told her right as soon as I looked at it, get out now? All right, Wendy. Good for you. Good for you, Wendy. Just give me a moment here, folks. Jason says, new egg is popping. Jason Perry. Jason Snook says, I called HCTI yesterday at 04. Yeah, but I don't buy pennies, pinkies. I just don't. Wendy, too late, Catfish. What do you mean? What do you mean by too late? Hold on, guys. Golly, I've missed a lot of comments here this morning from people. I'm sorry. So going up to Turbo Alex, I hear a lot of predictions of 28 and after earnings. Yep, they could do it. Let me get off BGL and hey, look at that. It's gone back up. CTOR. And now I got 140 shares. Nice. Yay! And now does she break away? Let's try the 214. I'm up $8 whole, Wendy. No, now I'm up only 240. But this thing is not moving. It's not moving, Wendy, unfortunately. But I haven't lost any money. I've only got 140 shares. I've made, this thing is gapping. The bid on it is 210 and the ask is 214. Now the bid is 210 and the ask is 217. I'm going to try and sell at 217, 218, 219. It's just not moving. It isn't moving. The bid is 214. The ask is 217. Oh, there she goes. She's taking off. I'm out right here. I'm out at 220. I already saw the range. They like to take it from 220. I just sold 221. I'm up $12, Wendy. That's enough to buy a nice, cheap bottle of wine. Look at it breaking out, folks. Next chapter, Philippines. Hello. Let me try and get up here and address everyone. There's so many people. I've got 60 shares left, Wendy. I'm dumping them right now. I'm getting out over 222. I see the bid is 220. The ask is 222. Well, let's just sell the rest of these up here if we can. It's not a lot of money anyway, but let's see if they'll run it on up. I got 60 more shares left now. Let's see if they'll run it on up. I can sell and make a little pocket change. But folks, I already know, man, you should sell up here, right here, at 220, 220, 224. Man, they're going to run this back down to 188 again, probably. I just sold 223. Thank you, Wendy. Nice call, Wendy. This thing's probably going to go to $4 a share by the afternoon. I'm selling 224, but I don't know. I think it's time to cut loose of it. Just be glad I made $12 for clicking a mouse today. So let's see if the rest of them sell. If they don't, it doesn't matter any. I've only got 40 shares. I got $80 in this thing, so I'm out of here. Let's go venture into another. I'll go invest this back into SoFi now or something else that's running. SoFi just reached the low, 21.21. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to close here around 21.88 today. Most likely, we're going to close around 21.88 today, folks. I'm going to buy some right here. Now, you might notice that I am now here buying at the number that on that other stock I was selling at, the 23 cent. Do you see that? I'm right now, since I just on that other stock sold, right? I got my sell orders in here on that other one, 21, 22, 23. Now I'm going to buy when they drop it to that. Does that make sense? And look, there's nobody that sold any shares at that price before. Oh, yeah, I'm buying here for sure. This is SoFi. And I just filled at 21.26 as well. So I got a 21.24, I think, 21.26. Now it's 21.28. She's running, folks. She's not going to stay down here. I just sold CTOR at 227. Well, thank you, Wendy. The last 40 shares, I sold at 227. And look, that's the number we're at here, 27. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Nice. And we got 1 million shares now, which have been bought. The most shares today so far on SoFi have been bought at 21.54, 1.297 million shares. The next most shares bought is at 21.47, 1.162 million shares. The next most shares bought is 21.30, and that's why I just bought it, 21.24, folks. That's why I just bought it, 21.24. And I'm going to fill here if I can below this big wall here, below the slab. And I just got a 21.28, 2 cents under the foundation. Nice. I'm filling now 4 cents higher than I just did 3 minutes ago. And I just filled at 21.28 again. Nice. Thank you, Shorts. Thanks for running it down. Now, you might be wondering, why do I think that this price is now going to go all the way from 21.21? Why do I think it's going to go all the way up to 21.88? Well, let me show you why I think it will. Because on this right here, folks, I keep track of the daily prices of SoFi. I've been doing it a long time. And just so you know, back on January 29th of 2021, this crazy stock opened at 23, went to 26.97, closed at 21. The low was 21 from 26. The swing from that 21 to 26 was $5.17. And by the end of the day, it had recovered $3.34 on 36 million shares. Now, that's the largest ever. Look at the next day. A couple days later, February the 1st. See this? Opened at 25.85, went up to 28.26. And that is the true highest high ever. Listen what happens when I try to ask Alexa, the highest price ever for SoFi.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what was the highest price ever for SoFi stock?
SoFi Technologies hit its highest closing price since IPO on February 1st, 2021, trading at $25.78.
Alexa, that's not the question I asked you.
Thanks for letting me know.
Asked Alexa, I want to know the highest price ever that SoFi stock sold for.
From tipranks.com. SoFi Technologies Incorporated lowest stock price was $6.01 and its highest was $21.86 in the past 12 months.
Oh my God. Alexa, in the all-time history of SoFi trading stocks, how much was the highest price ever?
From tradingview.com. SoFi reached its all-time high on February 1st, 2021 with the price of $28.26, and its all-time low was $4.24 and was reached on December 7th, 2022.
Alexa, stop. So, ladies and gentlemen, you do know now that it is that. If you Google search it, it'll tell you this number, 2578. They try to tell you the closing price. They try to hide it from you on Google, folks. So anyway, I'm just showing you this. And look, on the day that it had that big swing, it recovered $3 and it recovered just 64. So the swing was $3.12 and it only recovered 64. But look on this day, when it swung 376, it recovered 328 by the end of the day. And here, when it swung 470 before, what? I mean, folks, now I'm going to take you in to August and September. Take a look at the opening prices, the high, the low, the closing prices. Look at the gap between the high and the low each day. 11 months ago, 16 cents, 17, 30. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. And also take note that on every day that the swings were the highest, like this swing right there, look how much it recovered by the end of the day. Look here on that high swing day. Look how much it recovered because it's manipulated, folks. Low volume, easy manipulation. So then the volume starts to pick up and the volume gets more and more. And then the swings get bigger and bigger. Volume gets more and more. Now the swings are 33 cents, 35, 40. Then look down here. The volume picks up into October and November. And then you start seeing bigger swings. But take note, on the 45-cent high to low swing, it recovered 43. On a 22-cent swing, it recovered 22. On a 41-cent swing, it recovered 37. You see that? On a 38-cent swing, by the end of the day, it recovered 34. Now the volume and the date is in going into December and January. Price has now gone from $6 just 2 months before. Now we're up here. Look at the difference between the high and the lows. See that? Look at this. Look at the gap between the high and the lows now. Not 17 cents or 16 cents or 22 cents. Look at the volume. It's not 22 million, 27 million like back in August, 11 months ago. It's massive volume surging. And now you've got $1 swing high to low on just 52 million shares. When back here, 52 million shares a month and a half before would only get you a 38-cent swing. And 57 million only got 42 cents. 58 million only got 33 cents. But down here, all of a sudden, SoFi's getting volatile, people. 52 million shares, $1, 54 million, 98 cents. And this is when day trading gets involved. This is what you want to do. You want to buy 100 shares and see it move $1.24 and come back off the low. Look at these days. 95-cent swing high to low recovered 77 by the end of the day. Folks, you just got to buy it on the low. Here, you buy it on the low, recovers 50 cents by the end of the day. Here, you buy it on the low, it recovers 58 cents. And they don't want me showing you this, folks. They don't want you to know this, but I'm here to show you. And I hope you'll consider subscribing with this kind of information I'm showing you. Now, also, now we're starting to get up into the $14 range. This is April and May of 2025. And look here, it starts to kind of get a little more consolidated where the swings are not so radical anymore. They get it less, and then these are the returns, though. Swing it 41 cents, recover 36. Drop it 50, recover 37. Now we're coming up here. We're moving up into June and July. June and July, we're starting to see swings again. $1.33. $1.13 from high to low. $1.23 from high to low, $1.08 from high to low, $1.11, $1.02. Here it swung $1.02 from high to low, and that recovered 91 cents by the end of the day on 67 million. Down here, $1.39 swing from high to low. Here, a 78-cent swing from high to low. It recovered 67. Folks, this is just market manipulation, man. They're killing it. They're killing it. They're making so much money off gullible people. Recently, these are the most recent numbers, 94-cent swing, and they didn't let it recover that day. Why? Because the next day, the price went up and up and up. Folks, every time that they try to keep it from recovering a lot, the price spikes. Look here. They tried to keep it here from recovering. It only recovered 20 cents right there. It recovered $1 there. It recovered 72, 64. But on this day, it only recovered 20 cents. What happened to the price the next day? It went from 15s up to 16s and then 17s and then 18s and 19s and 20s. So the days that it recovers most, it continues to climb. But folks, the days that it doesn't recover, like here, they didn't let it recover. They used 66 million not to let it recover. But the next day, the price was 16s and 17s, 18s, 19s, and 20s. Down here, I'll show you another one. They tried to suppress the recovery here. And what did the price do? It went from 20 to 21, 21, 21, $22, 20, 22.74. So folks, these days when they try to suppress the recoveries are triggers. There's another one that just happened. They tried to suppress the recovery on this day. Just recently. This was on 7/21. They tried to suppress the recovery. They didn't let it recover off the bottom like it always does on these other days, see? And recently, it's been recovering. Day before yesterday, the swing was 128, and it got all of it back. Here it was 79 cents high to low. It got 58 back. Here it was 64 cents high to low. Got 21 back. Now, I need to probably update this. This is 7/24 data. So let me make sure that I have that correct. Hold on. And I want to get rid of that for a second. Pull this back up. And then we're going to go to historical data. So on the 24th, and let me refresh the screen. Look at the volume. It says 45,691, 842. And it went up to 45,932. So there were about 300 shares traded in after hours last night. 300,000 traded in after hours. So yesterday's open 21.75. Let me put this information in here. Make sure I have it right. July 24th. Folks, I had yesterday an open of 21.71 that I put in yesterday. What's going on there? Are they changing the numbers, folks? I had an open that I put in yesterday of 21.71. You know what? I'm going to go watch my video tonight I'm going to watch my video and see when I put that number in, if that was what it was at the end of the day, 2171. Anyway, so I guess obviously I'm looking at this data now for SoFi's data, and it's saying July 24th. Oh, it says 2121. Yeah, it says 2175 open. And I've got a 2171 open. And it says 2201 for the high, which I have, and the low 2137, which I have, and close 2151, which I don't have. I need to change that. 2151. I guessed this number early in the afternoon that it might close around there. And so what did it recover? Only a 14% recovery off the low yesterday. Oh boy. Only a 14-cent recovery off the low, when the previous day we had 46 cents, $1.20, 58. And then again on this 7-cent recovery, the price just went up. It went right on up to $22 from 21.03. We're seeing a repeat of what they did 3 days ago. I wonder if there's a. Well, now I got to change this number though. They're saying 2175 on the 24th. I don't know, man. I don't know why I would have put in the wrong number for the open. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm usually better at that, better at my data than that. All right, so what was today's open? God, I don't know if I can even believe what they're going to tell me about today's open now. I'm looking at the S&P 500. It is rising. I'm looking at the Dow. It has just gone from red to green. The NASDAQ is rising. The Russell is the only market that is dropping. The Russell is the only one. So we're just on the shoulders of that, folks. It's just riding, piggybacking. There's nothing going on here. The Russell is down 0.24%. And so today's the 25th, the day's range. The open was 2152 open. 2152. And I sent out notifications to everyone last night that SoFi was at 2175 in after hours. Last night, 2175, I sent notices to all you Cat Tank members. So I only saw very few respond to that. And very few responded to that. So I think you Tank members, you're missing out on these notifications about stocks, and it could cost you money. So make sure you double click the notification bell, folks. All right, so what was the high so far today? 2158. 2158. And the low, 2121. And at this stage of the game, folks, we only have a 37-cent swing. Ladies and gentlemen, I can absolutely guarantee you, and I don't usually make any guarantees, but this isn't going to be the only swing today. This is not going to be it. I don't believe it. I just don't believe that at all. Look at this. We got a 139 swing, a 94-cent swing, 129.79, and it's going to swing 37 cents today. Are you joking me? I don't believe that at all. Nope. I'm sorry. I'm not falling for it. Nope. I just don't. I'm just sharing that information with you guys. I don't believe that this is not the bottom and this is a big head fake for another big on drastic drop, or it's done and this thing's going to now run up massively after they accumulate at these prices right now. This is just accumulation, and then the rest of the day, the volume's going to come back in. This is all just the borrowed shares being sold right now, folks. Every day, I don't know if you know it, but there have been days that half of the stock's volume has been borrowed shares, shorted shares being sold. Almost half of the stock's daily volume. I'm not kidding. I learned that from Cal over at Trending Stocks, that they're actually shorting so many shares that virtually almost half, there have been days when half of the trading volume of the day was shorted shares. I mean, you might wonder, how in the world can we ever shake them loose? Well, we already have been shaking them loose, and yesterday, that's why I put this thumbnail up. That's why I put the thumbnail up that shorts are abandoning ship. So let me share a little bit more with you about shorts abandoning ship. I want you to know that, and let me just get off of this screen because we don't need to see them accumulate the stock. I'm going to show you this, and I hope you learn something from this. That you will hit the like button, and also that you'll consider subscribing to my channel. And here's what I want to show you. There was a major undisclosed shocker yesterday that there's only yesterday, as of yesterday, the shorts are only shorting 133.33 million shares. All right? Now, let me make sure you guys can all see this because sometimes, yep, you can see it. Now, here's what I want you to be aware of. Previously, in July, in July earlier, there was 152 million shares being shorted. So at this stage of the game, over the last month, shorts have returned just shy of 20 million shares. Wow. Folks, they're abandoning ship. That is a massive number of shares by shorts. And by the way, yesterday they returned about 3 million shares yesterday. Options, there were 25 million in calls and 5.5 million in puts, 43% bearish. You know what? We've been seeing bearish all the way from 17 to 18 to 19 to 20 to $21 a share. Bulls are thinking we're going to hit 22 to 22.50, and resistance is probably going to be at the 22.50. Bears are hoping and praying for a below 21 price. In case you didn't know about this, on open interest, there are 16,000 open interest at 21.50. There are 21,000 contracts at $22, 38,000 at $22.50, and 19,000 at $23. This BGL has fallen from where I said to sell it an hour ago. I told Wendy to get out of this stock at $18.88 a share. Dang. Wendy, congratulations. Wendy, congratulations. That's right, folks. 1 hour ago, Wendy came on and told us about BGL stock. I went over and looked at it. I saw the price was at $18.88. And I said, Wendy, sell this right now. I said, Wendy, please sell this stock right this minute. 1888 is a number they always attack it down from. I said, Wendy, if the price had fallen down from the 20s to 1888, I would be telling you to buy it there. But that number is where you need to sell. And was I right? Yeah, I was right. Someone says New Egg is on the Big Fish. Very good movie. What? Kat, you sure the main character from the movie Big Fish? Check it out. Okay, I will, Dan Paul. Big Fish. Let me write that down. Dan, Big Fish movie. All right. Reed says, Tyler, how's the Numble Top Presage? Any updates? I don't know what you mean by that. Justin Werfel, hello. SoFi is going to 27 Tuesday. No SoFi sell orders below 2208. I have around 2,000 not on my stash. Gotcha, C. Richard. Reed, holy cocaine is hitting this guy hard. Thanks, Reed. Good morning, Kat, and chat room. Bismarck, good morning. Net 5, morning, high. And low predictions for today. Well, in my opinion, SoFi's already hit the low at 21.21, and it's going to go up now to 88, 21.88 by the end of the day. And I could be wrong. But based on the daily swings of this stock over the last week and a half, I have a feeling it's not just going to swing the 30 cents that it swung so far. All right, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yeah, see, yes, Wendy, yes. Jeb Presley, hello, yes. Loop Bloke, another 10% for SoFi today. Yes, how's Numble Top Presage? I don't know what that means. New Egg down yesterday, but on pre, keep an eye on it for an exit. All right, I hear a lot of predictions at 28 after earnings. I do HCTI, okay, insiders too. Okay, I've read all this, so now I can go down. Good morning, everyone. Someone just says NVIDIA. JM says NVIDIA partner. Luke Bloke says NTRS under buyout pressure by GS or BNY of many others. Luke Bloke, NTRS under buyout pressure by GS or BNY or many others. Okay, NTRS. Thank you for letting me know. Justin Werfel, hello, sad face. Omar Farouk. Hey, Kat, should we hold until earnings day or is it going to tank like before? I'm trying to buy here on SoFi, and I think it's going to make a move up from here. Listen, folks, the low of the price today was 21.21. It's going to go to 21.88 by the end of the day. That's what I think. I think it's going to swing 60 cents minimum. 21.21 plus 66 is 21.86, I believe. So that's where it's going. All right. Newbie, welcome. Let's go. Yes, Dan Paul. RSI is washing out. Next chapter, Philippines, washing out. Good morning, Kat and Tank. Pay respect. Hit the like. There you go, Alancita. What's SoFi? Blocky crypto. Low support, he means. First time see. Wow. Melvin Davenport. Nice. The Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove. Hello. HTOO is halted. HTOO. Where'd my pen go? HTOO halted. Gummit, man. I got to turn on my, there it is. HTOO. And that's the end. Thank you for all the hearts. Blokey Crypto, never sell red. That's not necessarily true because if you've got another stock that's running crazy to the upside and you can jump on that train and take it up for 100% profit, I would recommend you do that rather than sit in the slow lane and watch everybody go by you. Does 22 for SoFi seem far reach for today? No, I already told you. 2188. Doc Airline, OSCR. I got that written down already. Yep. Yep, thank you. Yep, she's selling it right now, she said. All right. I told her to sell that, and she said, yes, I am selling it right now. So, all right, Wendy. So you did get out. And look at SoFi, folks. She's out of here. She's on her way, folks. She's rocketing up. Wendy sold it. Victor, MMA. Victor Marmaleo. MMA. Thank you, Victor. I sold like you said. I'm waiting for BGL to go down to buy back. Thank you very much, Catfish. You're welcome. Marcel Brower, folks. Yes, next chapter, Philippines. SoFi looking great out the gate. Time to head back up. They're going for 166 down. That's right, Dan. 166 down. See, he's watching. He's got a watchful eye. And now it's only down 0.56. It's already recovered one, and it's going to recover all of it. Here she goes, folks. Congratulations. And by the way, I already told you to buy some at 21, 41, and 42 this morning. I said you could get in at good price at 21.42. I like it 10 cents down. And if they don't drive it any further down, and then I told you, folks, I told you this morning, I expected them to only maybe get it down 8 cents. But once it broke below 8, I told you to hold off on buying it. And hopefully you did hold off. Because once it broke below 8, it sure took off on down, didn't it? Right? And I told you then this morning, very early this morning, I said, oh, she's gone, folks. She is gone. Adios. And look at those shares I just got buying on SoFi there. Take a look at these buys that I just made on SoFi right there. I want to show you these buys I just had. Look where I just bought SoFi. I just bought SoFi at 21.23, 21, and these are 21.26, 21.28. I bought it 21.27, 21.28, 21.28. Nice. Look at this. I was buying SoFi down here just a little bit ago. And these are sell orders on the one I sold and then used the money. I bought 21. I bought 20. Let's see here. Hold on a second. 21.23, 21.26, 21.28. I bought 21.27. Bought 21.28. Bought 21.28. And look where she is now. Look where she is now. Nice. Beautiful, guys and gals. SoFi low, 21.23. It says here 21.21 on Yahoo, right down at the bottom there. 21.21. Anyway, look for the 21.42 price to be a place they tried to hitch it up and hold it and get a lot of it. Just like 2042 was a hitch point 2 days ago. 2042. And remember, I told all of you people that was going to sit there for a little while and accumulate at 2042 because it's one of their favorite numbers, the 42 number. So now here they are. Broke up over it to 44. They take it back down to 42 to just sit and get what they can there from dumb people that'll sell it to them. Even though the price was just down a lot more to 21.21. Now the new low, 21.42. Nice. I'll take a 21% gain, a 21 cent gain for a new low this afternoon, midday right now. I'll take that. Yes, I will. Now let's get back over here and scroll down here. Wendy, I did sold like you said. I'm waiting. Yep, good, good, good. Next chapter feeling, yeah, looking more than likely we will hit 21. Hope I'm wrong, though. Waiting, some people say, Francisco Lee says, waiting at SoFi, $21 to buy at 21. Yeah, well, that's not going to happen, my friend. You better buy it here at 21.42 or 21.33. Put your orders. You're going to have to raise your level of expectation because that isn't going to most likely happen. I can't make any guarantees of that, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Now, let me show you why I think that. And by the way, CTOR still rising here. Looks like. So here I'm looking at SoFi, and baby, that's, if you've never seen a porpoise before, that's a short-eating porpoise for sure. Man, oh man. That's a short-eating porpoise for sure. This is the 20-day chart I'm showing you. This is the 20-day chart. Let's look at the 1 day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, when I see something like this, I'm inspired. I'm inspired by this. And so it makes me think about something. So I'm going to break it out. Where, oh, where did my favorite pick go? Well, I don't know where it is, but I'll use another one until I find my favorite one. Oh, my friends know we're low buyers. Low buyers, and then the price goes higher. Gotta buy SoFi, buy it on the rise. This is what you got with me. SoFi, yo, we buy it when it's lower. Yo, high, whoa, then she's a real goer. We buy it on the low, that's what we all know. Then we watch it go, oh yeah. We buy it on the dip, then we smell it rip. Buy it on the dip, then we smell it rip. SoFi, yeah, tanks where we all meet. Yeah, SoFi, bro, the shorts just can't compete. SoFi, yo, she's burning up the gas, yeah. SoFi, holy cow, she's climbing fast. Buy it on the dip, and then you smell a dip. Buy it on the dip with me. Buy it on the dip, and then we watch it dip. Buy it on the dip with me. SoFi, you should buy. Don't ignore Catfish tie. is about to freaking fly. You will all see everybody's telling lies about SoFi. I think you should pick some up. I think you should fill your cup. Fill your cup. All right. SoFi, fill the cup. Fill it up. Oh, I just found my big pick, my big broken pick. If you guys would like to contribute to my pick fund, I would appreciate it. And anyone who adds any money into the pick fund today will obviously be in the pick drawing at 4 o'clock this afternoon. When the closing bell rings, all of these individuals are going to be in the drawing. And you can get your name in there if you simply come over to this that I'm going to show you right now and donate. And this is going to be my members list. Caps lock off. There we go. Boom. There it is. So if you want to get in on this drawing for any of this cool Catfish merchandise we're going to be giving away, please send your contribution through Cash App to right there. And please put in the memo area for money owed. And you'll also be helping with our wedding fund. So I'll be playing my guitar at the wedding bridal shower tomorrow. And I will be putting that up at the bridal shower for tomorrow, my guitar and stuff to play for everyone. And you can be part of the wedding shower fund as well. So if you want to help with our wedding shower that we're throwing tomorrow and send a little our way, you can send through Venmo right there, Cash App right there. And if you want to listen to my music, all on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, search for artist Tyler Self. If you want to send PayPal money, send it right there, tylerself@yahoo.com. Now, I think someone asked me the other day whether or not I took PayPal, and I put that up, and I never went and checked my PayPal. So I should go look there and see if I got donation from him, because I want to make sure he gets on the list for the drawing today. So we're going to have to do that. I'm not going to do it, obviously, with you all right here with me now, but at any rate, that's it right there. Now, this thing is about to take off, folks. You can clearly see it. Look at that thing. It's got the mouth opening now. This is SoFi's chart. And I'm showing you right now the 1 day, 1 minute. And folks, you can see the buyers now. The buyers are coming in right now on this candlestick. We have 116,000, 212,000 on this candlestick. And right here, we've got 118,000. And folks, the buyers are not going to stop coming in. And you can absolutely see this turquoise 5-day line moving off the 10-day. You can see it rising. It's gapping up. And this is a short-eating crocodile. That is the Crocky by Crocky. And he's not happy with shorts and what they've been trying to do with his stock. And he's getting mean. He's getting very furious, folks. I'm telling you right now. And I've got Steve Irwin, who decided to pop into my head right here. And I've decided folks, it's completely not of my own control. I don't know where he comes from, but he pops right in. Next thing you know, I'm thinking shrimp on the barbie. So here he is, folks, Steve Irwin, to warn all of you blokes out there that if you're short in this here stock, it's got a crocky head coming after you right now. And you know what, folks? If you're short in this thing, maybe you're going down there to the water's edge, and you're on the water's edge, and he's right there. You see, he's below the surface here, shorty. You got a crocky by crocky. He's below the surface, and there you are, standing right up here where I got this thing here now. You're standing there, and he's just looking at you from below the algae. You can't even see his body down there, but he's watching you there. He's watching you, shorty, and he's coming after you. Yeah, he's coming after you. I call Steve Irwin is here to tell you today that if you're not careful, you're going to find yourself just like me with a freaking crocky spine up through your heart. And I'm telling you, this thing here is more dangerous than the stingray. And you know what? That bloody stingray take me right out. So you should be watching. Oh my God, he sees you moving. He's still watching you. And listen, I'm telling you right now, you don't have a prayer. You can't outrun a crocky. This doggone thing can outrun a horse for 30 feet, and I know because I used to feed them by hand myself. That's right. If you want to go find me, you see me feeding crocodiles and alligators from Gatorland Zoo. And I used to stick my hand right out there with a chicken in it and have them bite it right off in front of thousands of tourists every day. That's right, Catfish Tyler used to feed alligators and crocodiles for a living. And if you don't believe me, go over to watch on the Wheel of Fortune. When I was on the Wheel of Fortune, Pat Sajak asking me about how I was feeding alligators and crockies. And he says, but you still got all your fingers, don't you? And I said, I sure do, Pat Sajak. Thank you for asking. Then he asked me where my wanger was later on in the show. If you don't believe me, go watch it. Put in Wheel of Fortune on your Google search and put Tyler, Amy, and Joy. And near the end of the show, you're going to hear old Pat ask me where my wanger was. I don't know why. I had to tell him. I deflected him, see. I said, hey, Pat. I leaned around in front of him and said, I don't think we want to go there, Pat, on national television in front of millions of viewers. He was asking me where I'm telling you, you go and watch. He asked me where my panache was. He said I did something with a lot of panache, and after that, he asked me where it was, where I was tucking away me panache. Crazy. I was almost blown away by it. And you can go listen to him and ask me there on the show if you don't believe me. When you put in that Google search, look for a video that's put up there by a company called Daily Motion. Daily Motion did the video for the whole show, and if you watch it, I kicked some ass on that show, and I took away $38,000 coming the end of the show. But I walked away with that money, and I started my music career with that, and I've got all my music online now, thank you to Wheel of Fortune, Pat Sajak, and I owe it to you, Vanna White. Vanna White seen me coming after I won all that money after and sticking my hands out to grab her because I was going to hug her up close and give her a big old squeeze of that booty. She threw out that hand and kept me at a distance, folks. She said, no, Catfish, you're not touching the merchandise. You can shake the merchandise's hand, but you can't touch it. It's look, but don't touch. And I'm telling you the bloody truth right now. Brady Thompson, what's up, Catfish? My Blue Jays got your Tigers last night. I bet the Tigers give them the better game tonight. I know. Well, every once in a while, the Tigers have to give the competition a little bit of, they don't want them to be all dejected and feel down and disheartened. They have to, listen, if they beat every single team they play, who would want to play them anymore? I told my son that because he was very big, larger than anyone else in his class by far. And I told him, listen, son, you got to understand something. You can't keep beating every time. Sometimes you must let your friends win. Don't let them know you're letting them win, of course, but you have to let them win. Because if you don't let them win, hey, after a while, they just don't want to play with you anymore, because you always win. And it's just because he was so much bigger physically than all the other kids that were in his class. When you sit there and look at him on the football field down there he looked like a pine tree sticking up around a bunch of little cypresses or whatever, He looked like he looked like one of those redwoods, amongst a forest of pine. He was that much bigger, and he's big now too. Folks, my wife just brought me one of these. Whoa! Look at that. Oh! Whoa! Thank you, beautiful. Folks, for just a minute here, I'm going to play you some of my music so you don't have to listen to me talking. Play you some of my music so you don't... Well, not talking, but eating. So I'm going to play you some music to mute my channel Got to mute it first. All right, now here we go.
Got another kid coming, fifth one now in 6 years. And I wish I could tell you how happy I am, but there's something peculiar I can't understand. Yeah, I must confess it's a little disturbing. How could I have missed what I've been observing? Look at our kids and it's become clear to see, not a single dang one of them looks like me at all. No, not one of my children look like me at all. Yeah, I walk right by them when they're there in the mall. It's weird they can be there right in front of my eyes and look like total strangers I just can't recognize. And my friends, they've all paired and show me and said I should take time and pay better attention. They tell me my wife might be fooling around. That's why all my kids look like guys here in town. Now I'm watching my son as he's playing ball. He does look a bit like our mailman named Paul. I look in the eyes of the one born last summer, and much to my surprise, looks like Peter the plumber. Oh no, that's a real bummer, Peter the plumber. And now I'm looking around, and here's what I found. Yeah, my kids do look like other guys here in town. So I'm starting to wonder when I'm not home if my wife isn't there by herself all alone. But when my baby's born today, please don't say, oh my, he sure looks like Richard, our pizza guy. I'll be proud and I'll shout if I finally see that when that baby pops out, it looks something like me, looks a little like me. Oh, that'll sure be sweet if it looks something like me. But we'll have to wait and see. Better hoping it will be just a little like me, a little like me. But we'll just wait and see.
Oh, yeah. WSFI Radio, broadcasting 1.2 gigawatts of power, ladies and gentlemen. Folks, I'm sorry, that's not my music.
Well, I climbed out of bed with a pound in my head.
But this is my
I guess
music.
I drank way too much, and now here I am clutching the toilet again. But I must have had fun, and I know it sounds funny, but I can't find my pants. I remember the party last night with my friends, but that's pretty much where my memory ends. I guess I may have drank a little too much, and I know it sounds crazy, but I somehow lost touch with my pants. And I don't know where they went. Did I fall in the pool? Did I nearly drown? Did I decide to get my pants and lost and found? What the heck did I do? My jeans are blue. I wish I could remember, but I haven't a clue. Well, I know it sounds strange and a little deranged, but I can't find my pants. Well, I asked my friends, none could reply. They said I had a one last night when I said goodbye. They said I had too much to drink and I couldn't drive. I guess I should be happy that I made home alive. Yeah, I'm asking you, please, if you happen to see a pair of old
All right, folks. All right, folks, I'm going to take just a little bit longer break. I want to go fill up my coffee here. I see the market manipulators trying to force some people out here on SoFi, but I see big buys starting to pull in on it. I see the effort to drive it below down the 45 and 50-day moving average right here, but I see the volume coming in once they brought it in just below it. And I expect it to bounce very nicely here with good volume, but you guys just give me a minute, and I will be right back here, folks. I'm going to make sure you guys are able to see the screen and that you can see everything. Yes, you can. And let me get, just like I said, give me about 5 minutes. I will be right back, and then we'll continue trading, all right? And we're going to see SoFi, by the time I get back, be bouncing right back up over this 45 and 50-day moving average, because every attempt so far to get it below that is met with complete failure. Complete failure. Let's just see what happens. I'm going to play a little more of my music. Hopefully they don't go to commercial while I'm going upstairs to get me some more coffee, but hope you like this song here, and this is called Thank You, Lord. Written by me, Tyler Self, and I'm playing guitar and singing the vocals, and my friend Jamie Laritz does all the other work with guitars and all the other background. He is with Dog Ears Studios if you want your original songs to sound anything like this.
Time from the Michigan Lottery is back with a twist, and players are so excited they're making up new words to describe it.
It's triplerific.
All this month, when you buy a Club Keno ticket with the new +3, you can find a doubler or tripler message.
Triplerize me.
If you do and you win, then all your Club Keno prizes will be doubled or tripled.
I'm gonna get triplerified.
And +3 gives you 3 more Club Keno numbers to match and win.
That's triplerosity.
That's Club Keno Tripler Time.
With the new +3.
Only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
I knew right from the start that you would break my heart, you would tear my world apart. And so I stayed away. You wore your blue jeans tight, had them ripped just right to whet my appetite. And you just love to play. You play your hearts and boys, you think are just toys. They fall in love with you, and here's what you do. You simply write a note, and here's what you wrote. Tear them right worlds apart. You keep your note on your bed, and then they read what it said. It really messed up their heads when they read goodbye, so long, farewell, and we'll see you later. Goodbye, so long, farewell, see you later. Goodbye, so long, farewell. For me, I stayed away, and when you looked my way, looked the other way. I would not give away that I was hot for you. All those other dudes, right out of the blue, I got pursued by you. Held your body close, thought I might overdose. You whispered in my ear, I think you disappeared. I didn't have a clue what you were gonna do, what you would put me through. But knew I wanted you. Yeah, I was blown away. There are no words to say the way you made me feel. Your body soft and smooth. You showed me all your moves. I really dug your groove. It all just seemed unreal. I never guessed that I would be your type of guy. Still, I don't know why you make me try. But I'm so glad you did. I'm glad I disappeared. I'm glad I stayed. And I wish you were out of sight. But in my head, I knew that you were things just like you know to do. So in the morning, I jumped up and made some coffee and poured it up. I found a pad and pen and wrote. I wrote to you a little note. I left that note there by your bed, and you can guess just what it said. Goodbye. See you later,
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for waiting for me to get on back in here. You're listening to a song that is on Spotify. It's called Mary's Tears by me, Tyler Self. And I hope you enjoyed it. And I have many, 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 many other songs on there. So if you don't have anything to do and you got some free time, tune in to my music channel and please subscribe while you're there. And if you stream the songs, it helps me make a little bit of money, tiny, tiny, tiny fractions of pennies. All right, so let's get over here and see what they've done. Well, look at them just accumulating now. Oh, look at the buyers coming in on SoFi right here now. I think it's done, folks. 11:13. 11:13, folks. More buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers. Folks, I'm telling you, this thing is turning right now. This thing's going to turn right now. Watch this turquoise come up over this 10. So I got some data to share with you guys. We'll do this during this accumulation phase. Let me share this data with you today that I have. And it's not all me, folks. It's not all me that is doing this. It's other channel members on YouTube. So let me give credit where credit is due. And I want you to know, make sure this is the one I want. Yes, it is. I want you to know that data from yesterday, the initial jobless claims, was a forecast on initial jobless claims. Forecast was 2.25. And I want you to know that it came in much better than that at actual 2.17. So lower on the jobless claims than was forecast and expected. All right. Manufacturing and services came in at 55.2 and the forecast was 52.9. So they crushed it here in the services and we crushed it in the jobless claims. And over here, though, in manufacturing, the data from manufacturing shows the Richmond data negative and the forecast that actually was 49.5 and the forecast is 5.27. So manufacturing data came in on the lower side. They were expecting 52.7, 49.5. And I also want you to know, yesterday, AI stocks and tech plays all are going to benefit from a bill signed by Trump on the AI platforms. Yesterday also, shorts returned a whole boatload of shares yesterday. And I want you to know how I know this, because now there's 133.33 million held short. And during the previous week, it was 152 million shares. So over the last week, the shorts have returned 20 million. And yesterday, the shorts returned another 3 million shares. Folks, the shorts are indeed abandoning ship, like my title says. They've returned 22 million shares over the last 2 weeks. Shorts know what's going to happen, just like the buyer that just bought $60 million worth of shares day before yesterday on the Google News. On the Google beat, the moment that announcement was made, someone stepped in and bought $60 million worth of SoFi shares. 60.9 million, I believe it was. The options market, there were 25 calls, 25 million in calls. There was 5.5 million. Bulls are expecting a price of 22 to 22.50. Right now, the open interest is 16,000 shares at 21.50, 16,000 contracts at 21.50. There are 21,000 at $22. There are 38,000 at 22.50 and 19,000 at 23, folks. The price right now is 21.24. So the only ones that we have here right now on open interest is every single one of these are out of the money with the price at 21.22 because we've got 16,000 at 21.50. So there will be an attempt, and I don't know whether they'll care about just for 16,000 to keep it at 21.50, but there's going to be an attempt to keep it at $22 where there's 21,000, and 22.50 there's going to be an attempt where there's 38,000. Now, I want you to know, SoFi earnings is going to be a big mover, though. Now, yesterday, there was somewhat mixed action in the market. The dark pool, though, saw some big buys, tons of big buys in the dark pool yesterday, tons of them. 1.6 million, 1.06 million. As Cal of Trending Stocks, who visited us yesterday, said, when that happened, folks, this used to happen a year and a half, 2 years ago. People would flip out that there'd be over 1 million shares. That they would be the big news. It would be the headlines. But now it's a regular day occurrence, and there's millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of shares every day. The key support on SoFi for the low is 20.77. The resistance is 21.66, as we witnessed yesterday, where I told you guys to sell. High news. Folks, I want you to know something. I got some news for you. We've got some big potential news. But before I show you this news, I'd like to ask you all here at 11:18 and 48 seconds, hit the like button. 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button before I show you this right now all together. And let's get some emotion on the screen, if you don't mind. I'd appreciate if you guys would show some love for about 30 seconds or so. And let's get a big emotional boost to the channel, because a lot of people need to see what I'm about to show you. So there's a heart on for you and a heart on for me. A heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on for me and a heart on for you. Yes, a heart on is beautiful for all of us to view. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That really helps the channel more than you would realize. And the more people that we get over here, the more and more and more are going to learn this valuable information I'm about to share with you now. So let's move forward now into the fast lane. Get ready, folks. I want you to see that this is a bank, Azoria, demands federal transparency. Azoria believes the Federal Reserve is violating federal transparency law, and we are asking a federal judge to immediately block next week's Federal Reserve meeting from happening behind closed doors. Azoria, look them up, folks. They're a large player. Next, Azoria is deeply concerned that the FOMC, that's the Fed monetary, under Chairman Jerome Powell, is maintaining high interest rates to undermine President Donald J. Trump and his economic agenda. Now, folks, I'm not either right or left. As a matter of fact, on the 2 elections ago, I wrote a song, and you can find it on YouTube, that says, I'm voting for the candidate that I hate the least. So, but this is all something you all should be aware of and know about, and so I'm sharing it with you. I want you to know that yesterday, Trump tweeted this, getting ready to head over to the Fed to look at their now $3.1 billion plus construction project. Also present will be Fed Chairman Jerome Powell, Senator Tim Scott, Senator Tom Tillis, OMB Director Russ Voigt, and Chairman of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, Bill Pulte, my appointees to the National Capital Planning Commission, James Blair, Will Scharf, and various other construction professionals. And they want to get to the bottom of this. And it was one of the most embarrassing media events that's been filmed in a long time. And if you want to see how it went down, go watch a video put up yesterday by a YouTuber called JR Talks. JR Talks. All right. Next. This was SoFi's price in after hours last night. And I sent a notification to everyone that SoFi was up green for the day because they ran it down 5 cents during the day and it was up 6 cents. But then last night I sent, this is more information I want to share with you. This is Tanner. And I want you to take a picture if you want to. This is right here. There are 4 guys on their channel. And I think this guy's name, Tanner's down at the bottom. And there's Kyle with Stock Goat. And these are everyone's opinions of where we're going to be on earnings. And Tanner was trying to defend himself because he's the lowest on the totem pole. But we've also got Kyle and the other 2. I forgot their names. Steve. And then there was one other one there. I can't remember what his name is. But at any rate. So this is what if you want to take a picture, this is what their estimates are for their predictions for the income and then the number of member predictions. If you want to, for any reason, are interested in knowing this, what their predictions are, then there you go. You can take pictures of that if you want to. Now, also, their quarterly estimate consensus EPS is 6 cents. And the conservative revenue estimates are 804.36. Consensus revenue estimates. So all of these guys that are on the channel over there, and including Stock Goat, think SoFi is going to way beat. And the lowest is what was it? At 832 million, I think. Let me see. 834 million. And that's Tanner, folks. All right. By the way, I saw you over there, 421S. Scott Ford. Saw you there. Then later, SoFi was up 10 cents last night in after hours. And I told you that was going to happen too. And then, by the way, take it out. Take a look in here. Folks, I want you to know that there's some other big news that happened involving SoFi getting introduced into the crypto POSA coalition of members. And folks, SoFi just got invited in and entered into, and you have to meet certain criteria to get into this group of people that are influencing and controlling Bitcoin and what's going on with Bitcoin right now. And folks, you got some big names that we are now going to have our name thrown around with, like Kraken, PayPal, Block, Circle, OpenSea. Man, SoFi's right in here with all these big fish now, folks. And in case you don't know about this just happened. And it looks like one of my pictures is not here. I had a picture of the headline of this news. And now I do not see the picture of the headline of the news that Tanner put up yesterday. That's weird. It said SoFi has been become a new member. And listen, folks, it says here, and I'm going to read you this. Hold on, folks. Let me turn this down, silly ass thing. Here it is. It says, SoFi's membership marks a meaningful expansion of the council's reach into the broader financial services sector. As an innovative leader in fintech and banking, offering their members a one-stop shop for digital financial services, SoFi's decision to join CCI highlights the growing integration of digital assets into modern financial services and reflects the maturing policy environment that CCI has helped shape. I am proud to welcome SoFi to CCI. SoFi's membership signals growing confidence in digital assets and the direction of policy and highlights the importance of bridging innovation with institutional standards, said Kim, who just got voted to be the CEO of this group, CCI. We have great respect for SoFi's team and their vision and look forward to partnering with them on the road ahead. The Crypto Council for Innovation is the premier global alliance for advancing innovation. It believes in leading with a global view, advocating for inclusive regulation, and developing evidence-based insights to support government and business leaders. It has teams in Washington, D.C., New York, Denver, San Francisco, London, Brussels, and Hong Kong. Folks, this is big for SoFi to be a part of this group. It's great news. Again, these are the biggest players in crypto, and SoFi is in among them now. You want to be in this. You want to be in this circle of friends, if you know what I mean. Coinbase is even there. Coinbase. I mean, folks, SoFi. Yes, that's what we need to see SoFi do. We need to see them grabbing more headlines. Catfish, our 401k and investments are by 60,000 since January, even after the readjustments to the market in February or March. Nice. Awesome. Cat sees through the Peridium. Yeah. Two-party BSB system. Yep. So these are the benefits of being a member of this CCI. You can shape industry policy positions in collaboration with members through CCI working groups and coalitions. Policy briefings on global legislative developments, plus summaries of hearings and policy memos. Strategic consults for your firm from CCI, subject matter experts on specific policy developments and challenges, direct engagement with policymakers around the world through Hill visits, roundtables, and workshops to influence policy priorities in the DOJ, Brussels, London, and across key U.S. states. You share also stories of crypto, and action and positive change with CCI's network of government, business, and NGO. So, folks, this is another excellent move on the part of SoFi. This chart right here shows SoFi dilution when it comes to two specific events in the first event. Just give me a second here to find this. This is issuance of outstanding shares by SoFi. And I want you to see that right here, this is the purchase and acquisition of Technesis. Galileo had already been acquired before SoFi went public. But this right here shows this increase in outlay of shares, and this is called, and by many, and it is, share dilution. They acquired this company, Technesis, through stock. I learned this from Tanner yesterday. So when they did this right here, they increased the amount of shares outstanding by quite a bit for Technesis, which they actually wrote off on an earnings call, I think Q3 2024. And it hurt their earnings really bad. It really hurt their earnings report that quarter. Really hurt it. But the ironic thing was, on that quarter when that happened, the price went all the way up to $11.70 mysteriously before it was run down to $6.41 from $11.70 to $6.41. But then here, and by the way, these shares outstanding, a lot of these are them paying their employees. They pay through stock, okay? And this is another thing that can hurt a little bit, because these people, employees, every time they want a new car, they sell some shares and it gets in the news and everybody gets scared. And then they want to get another new house, a second home in the Hamptons. And then they get that second home in the Hamptons and they sell some more. And then, but all these shares, this is mostly just, in my opinion, most of this right here, shares being handed out to their workers, employees. This right here is the cap call cover on the convertible share notes. This issuance of shares, this is the cap call that was done when they did the convertible notes. And then more recently, we've seen them increasing, it looks like, their outlay of shares to their employees as an incentive to keep establishing and reaching certain goals that they have. That they all get paid, incentivized. Everyone in the company that works for SoFi is part of this program. And they get shares issued out every once in a while they're working there. And they all are part of this, folks. And so you see a little bit of an increase here because of this new incentivization to get SoFi to $25 a share. And it's been working. It's been working. We're at, we just tapped 2270s, right? 2288. It's working, folks. The plan is working. And now we're going to go forward. I didn't need, that's Google information. Now here, I took a picture of this. SoFi's a new plus. They've announced a new SoFi Plus offer has come out. A new SoFi Plus offer has come out. And I'm really not sure what all it involves, but as you can see here, Tanner got this because they're targeting him. They know he's been looking at a possibility for a private parent student loan. So they targeted him with a SoFi Plus membership to get a 0.0125% rate discount on a new private parent student loan. See, they can target him. That's what this is all about. That's what Galileo and Technesis all helps them, the company, target specific so that they get a high return rate on the people that they send this out to, folks. Okay? This is what SoFi's doing. Their computers tell them what you want, and then they just send out what you want. This is the guy here, Tanner. Okay, I had to take this picture because the next time that he puts up a fraidy cat face, I'm going to have this to show you. And there's a better picture of him there. Isn't that nice? Now, let me try and get to my library here. Now, here's another thing I want to show you. Please take a look at this guy here. His name is Invest with Henry. He has slews of videos about SoFi, and he has been a big SoFi supporter. And I think he has 80,000 subscribers or something. I don't know. He gets a lot of views. I know just this video 2 days ago that he put up had 21,000 views on it. So I think this guy's giving good information. I just wanted to share with you. Invest with Henry. SoFi, huge mistake. I think the mistake would be if you missed out on this earnings call, pre-earnings call run-up that's going to happen this afternoon. And it's going to come out of nowhere. No one is a sleeping giant right now, folks. SoFi's just a sleeping giant right now this afternoon. A friggin' sleeping giant. And you're going to see it start to wake up with a little fee, fi, fo, fum action here at lunchtime today. I think just after lunch at 12:08, we're going to see a move up. All right? I think at 12:08, we're going to see a move up, folks. Now, I could be wrong. Oh, but I don't think so. Here they are trying to hold a 21.41.42 price again. 21.42 trying to hold it. Now 21.25. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, I want to make sure you understand, and I'll reiterate this. Nobody has a sell stop loss at 1% down. Nobody has a stop loss sell order in at 1.14% down. I can promise you that. I've been trading for 20-something years, folks, and I know for a fact that not a single soul I've ever met would have a sell order at 21.26 down 1%. I just don't believe that, folks. I'm sorry. That's a tough one for me. That's a tough pill for me to take. Yeah, I don't think so, Shorty. I think that's all you got. That's all you can muster today. You've sold probably 25 million shares, shorts. And now you've got a low today of 21.20. Well, my goodness gracious. What was SoFi's low? Let me move this chart over here. Hold on a second. Historical data. Well, I'll just click this one and then click on historical data. So let's go see where SoFi's low was yesterday. SoFi's low yesterday was 121, and today 6 whole cents lower. 6 cents, folks. A lower low by 6 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I hope that you'll make sure and look at this. On the lows, 103, low 105, low 121, low 124, low 121, low 115, 6 cents lower, but still 14 cents higher than 5 days ago, 12 cents higher than 4 days ago. We're talking 12 cents higher than 3 days ago, the low. Look at the difference in the high. Guess what? The difference in the high, folks, is 6 cents. 6 cents lower. See that? You think they're playing a little 6-cent game today? Shorty's got a little 6-cent game going on. Let's make the high 6 cents lower on the high, and then let's make the low 6 cents lower on the low today. That'll be really the 6-6. See that? Nice. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, this is BITF, folks. BITF, but at least you see the game they're playing with BITF right now. You see the game they're playing with BITF. I thought that was my SoFi chart. I got to get over to SoFi here. Or SoFi data. Man, I clicked on SoFi historical data. Why did it pull that up? All right, let's go down here again. We're going to go down to SoFi, historical data. Goodness gracious. Here I am talking these numbers that weren't even relative. Historical data, please. Thank you. All right, there we go. Now we're on the right page. So, SoFi's high yesterday was 22.01. SoFi's high today, 21.58. Hey, Alexa, what is 22.01 minus 21.58?
22.01 minus 21.58 is 0.43.
43-cent drop on the high. Okay. Alexa, stop. Alexa, and see a 17-cent drop on the low. A 17-cent drop on the low. But what you want to pay attention to, folks, right here is this 17-cent drop on the low. This low right here of 17 cents lower, that low of 21.20 is friggin' way higher than 1982. Okay? 4 days ago, people. So you're aware of that. The bulls are in complete control of this stock, folks. The bulls are in complete control right now. All this little 1% down today. 1%. Are you serious? Someone's going to sell down 1.2%? No. I don't believe so. For those of you that are new to this channel, about 4 or 5 times a day, I show everybody this chart. This is SoFi's 5-year chart. Look over here. And what I want you to notice about this is back here in 2021, and I'm going to zoom in on this so you can see it better. And I'm going to make sure you're seeing it. And yes, I do see that you're seeing it now. I can just see what I just did. So I'm going to go back now to SoFi in 2021. And ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, there was no volume on this stock. And the price in 1 week, look right down there, the date was on the 11th, and the price was at this line, $20.57. It was on the 11th at $20.57, understand? And then by this date right here, that was on the 25th, 2 weeks for the price to hit $28. Folks, it went through this area in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And it did that because there was no volume on it. And when you have little volume, and folks, So then when it fell down, look at the date when it fell. The date there was 2/8, February the 8th. And look how fast it fell back to this price. It was in 2 weeks again, folks. February 8th to the 22nd, 2 weeks to fall that far. So in 2 weeks, it went from here up to there and from here back down to there. Folks, these are massive, massive gaps, and there wasn't any volume at the time. And then it went from here back up to here, and it did that on virtually no volume, and it did it again in 2 weeks. There was the low right there on May the 10th, and it hit this price right there. Well, it was 1 month, folks. And again, though, I want you to know my point of reference is from there. It went from right here, where we are now. It went from that price on the 24th, and it went all the way up to this price right here. And it did that in how many days? In 2 weeks, folks. 2 weeks. And my point here again that I'm trying to make with you is that there was never any accumulation of any shares from here to here, or from here to here, or here to here, or here to here, or here to here. The volume was minuscule. Now, look where SoFi's price is now. Our price is where this red hash mark is right now. See that? That's where our price is. You want to know why it's sitting there and why they pulled it from here to that price when they pulled it down? I'll show you why. Because this line is the 10-day moving average right there, that turquoise line. That's the 10-day moving average a long time ago. What? Right there, and then right there, the 10-day turquoise moving average. That's why we're at where we are now. But folks, look what's happened here. I'm going to zoom in to a little bit more of a little bit more. And here's what I want you to see, folks. This is a spike. That's a spike. The unsustainable spike. But I want you to look at this on the 3-month chart right now. Does that look like a spike on the 3-month chart? And ladies and gentlemen, down here, this white line that you see, that's the 45-day moving average. This is the 50-day moving average. Look at the gap increasing between the 45. Look at it separating here from the 50-day right now. Look at the separation. Jeez, oh Pete. And here they got a short-eating porpoise right here they're trying to create. It's the herk and jerk, and then they herk and jerk, and then they herk and jerk, and then they jerk it off the screen. And this sucker's going green, if you see what I mean. There's a double ta-ta right there, my friends. There's a nice little pair of double D's. There they are, the little tatas. Take all you can. You understand. Here's a little bit of a rundown for 4 days. Try to shake the tree, and they build it up and build it, and the 45's leaving the 50. The 200 is getting higher up, and the angle increases, and the angle increases, and the angle, and everything. This is a friggin' tsunami, folks. I'm telling you, on the 5-year chart, let me explain this. Right here, where you're looking at right here, this is the ocean floor. And right here, there was a tremor, an earthquake, 2 tectonic plates. This is the ocean floor. And there's a tectonic plate over here. And on the other side, there's another tectonic plate. And there was where they shifted. And it went like this. Whoop, whoop. Okay? It went like this. Whoop, whoop. And when it went like this, whoop, whoop, all this water started moving, all right? But it's on the deepest ocean floor here. And here it starts to approach the continental shelf. And then here's the Marianas Trench. And then all of a sudden, SoFi comes up here and it hits the first continental shelf. And then there's that little sandbar in between area where it drops in that channel. And then it comes up to the true continental shelf here. And this has got a wave of energy. And you can see the volume has now increased from really nothing. And this is when the first tremor was, the tremor. And then the next, and it got really, the plates are just grinding against each other here. But now, folks, she's settled out, and look at this wave that's coming in. There's all this energy. Look at the volume building, and the wave is just amassing. It's become a friggin' tsunami, folks. It's a friggin' tsunami. And look right here. They tried to build a little sand dam. This is where they put up those little sandbags. See, they see the water rising, and they run out real fast, and they start throwing down sandbags, these little 5-pound, 10-pound sandbags, and they're trying to hold back this tsunami, folks, a tsunami coming. That's what's happening right now, folks. This massive wall of energy and wave, it's momentum, it's the 5-day jumping away from the 10, the 200 spiking upwards here, the 200-day moving average. And I keep showing people every day, there's no reason to stop. It's going to stop here. It's not going to stop here, folks. It never, ever has. It never, ever has in the history of it. It's never stopped. This is just a boarding station right here on the 10-day moving average line twice. Right here, just all aboard. All aboard. Get on this motherfucking train. Although they would be completely justified in doing so, I serve the emperor. I live to serve the emperor. Oh my gosh. And I try to make as little money as possible so the benevolent big brother doesn't murder me. Well, folks, this is overwhelming volume. This is just overwhelming volume. This has been growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. And you're going to tell me now that when this price wouldn't stop from here up to there, with this tiny little volume, it wouldn't stop from here up to there. With this tiny little volume, it wouldn't stop from here up to there. And someone's going to try to tell me now it's going to stop here with all this freaking volume. Folks, no freaking way. No way, folks. That isn't going to happen. This right here, when they came up here, they tried this game and it shot up. Just like here, folks. Right here, when it came up here, they tried this game and it shot up. Just like right here, folks. This is all they can do to it now is chip away at it and then it goes higher. Chip away and goes higher. Folks, I want to say it one more time. Look over here when all this volume was buying into the stock in October because they struck the deal with a Blue Owl and a Fortress. See, Fortress came in right here in October. Fortress made them an offer of $2 billion, and they had a triple crossover of the 200-day moving average. Right there's where it took place because here's where Fortress gave them the money, and then over here is where they got another $5 billion from Blue Owl. So let me show you what happened when the news broke out that Fortress signed the deal here in October, end of October, and what happened again when they got the deal that went through with Blue Owl. Let me show you what happened, okay? So what happened was, hold on. Get over here. SoFi, institutional data. I don't want that. I want index. So what happened was, ladies and gentlemen, and I got all this data from FinTel, is you could see that way back in October, before the news that came across about the deal with Fortress giving them $2 billion, before and prior to that news, institutions had been getting out getting out index funds. These are every one of these are index funds, all index funds, folks. They're not ETFs. They're not day traders. They go in usually for long term, 10 years, 20-year commitments, index funds. They're nothing like ETFs. They're totally different ilk. So what happened was when the news came out about the Fortress deal, everybody that was leaving prior to that started buying back in. Look at them coming in here. This is when this is when Fortress deal was announced, and then here's when the deal was announced with Blue Owl. And when that $5 billion came to SoFi from Blue Owl, look at the institutions started buying 60%, 50%, 48%. This is the percentage value increase. Folks, look at these people piling in right here. Look at all of them. Charles Schwab, Fidelity, BlackRock, Fidelity, all index funds, every one of them. Look at them piling in the percentages. And then it was later that they signed the deal on the $5 billion, and they got another $2 billion offer from the first entity, Fortress. And then look what happened then. Look at all these institutions. The first one, Knights of Columbus, jumps in. And then look at all these other institutions increasing their portfolio values after they found out that now SoFi's gotten $2 billion from Frontier. They've gotten $5 billion from Blue Owl. They got a new $2 billion commitment from, they can see where this is going. And folks, index funds, man, did they start buying. And the price was $10, $11, and $12 a share here, folks. And index funds started accumulating and accumulating and accumulating like crazy. This SoFi stock, like it was going out of style, folks. And they knew it would go to $20. That's why they went in so heavy when it was in the 11s and 12s, folks. And this, see what the difference is with this Fortress and Blue Owl money. It mitigates SoFi's risk, people. It lowers SoFi's risk. It brings down their risk level immensely. And that's why all of these index funds started right then going, daggum, this is huge. Folks, I'm telling you, this deal that they got with Fortress and then Blue Owl and then Fortress and others will probably come to the table. That it's big for them, man. It's called Other People's Money. You've probably seen the movie. Folks, you shouldn't overlook this information about all these index funds that bought in October, November, and December. And let me promise you, not a single one of them is touching their SoFi stock today, selling 1% down. I guarantee it. They've already made 80 and 90% returns, and they know that it's going to continue to burn these shorts. They can see the shorts leaving. I just told you they were shorting 152 million shares not 2 weeks ago, and now they're shorting 133 million. Before earnings, folks, they're getting the hell out. They're abandoning ship. They're throwing in the towel. They're getting off. This is a sinking ship for them to short these positions, and they're getting out even though being paid to short the stock. Now they've even stopped paying them to short the stock. They even threw that, they can't get anybody. There's millions of shares available to short. All they do is borrow some every morning to sell to get the price down. Then they got to buy them back all day. Every day, folks, that's what they've done all week long. All week long. I'm telling you like it is, folks. This stock is now going to run this rest of this afternoon, and you can already see what's happening right now. She's out of here. She's not going to look back. She's not going to look back, folks. She's gone. They're just going to freaking all afternoon. They're going to herk and jerk. They're going to herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk, jerk, 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 herk, jerk. All afternoon, folks. And you'd be wise to notice this price where the price was just then. It was at 21.27, and they took it down to 21.21. 6 cents down, folks. 6 cents down. And then from 21.21, what did they take it up to? 21.27, 6 cents up. And then it comes on up past that to what? 21.28. Oh, I bet they pulled it down to 21.23 after that, didn't they? 6 cents down to 21.23. No, 21.27. Uh-oh. And now it comes up to here, just hits 21.30. And did they pull it back 6 cents to 21.23? Shit, no, it's down a penny, 21.29. Oh, man, this thing's just going to go right on up all afternoon, folks. They can't pull down 6 cents anymore. They're trying to fight for 1 penny down at a time now. It's pitiful. And they don't want you to notice it either. They don't want you to take notice of that, but I show you. They also, I want you to know, they also didn't want me to show you all those index funds that just bought SoFi. They'd rather you not know. They'd rather you remain naive. But that's one of the things I'm here to. I disclose a lot of information every day. And now I'm going to get back to my sheet here. Yesterday, SoFi's stochastic, fortunately, dropped back into the oversold status. And we like that. When the price is down 1% and it's oversold. Folks, there used to be Fridays when SoFi would be down 7 cents 2 years ago. It would be down 13%. Not cents, it would be down 7% on Fridays. Last year, a year and a half ago, there would be weeks that I would make great money Monday, great money Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Fridays, I would lose it all of it. 7% down on Friday, 13% down on Friday. Profit takers or whatever, options players making it drop. But it used to drop a lot on Fridays, folks, not 1% a year and a half ago. This is piddlywinks right here, what they're doing now, piddlywinks. They used to have real authority, and they could really knock it down on Fridays. But this is a different stock. It's a different time, and I'm showing you that. For some of you may or may not know, SoFi's history of trading after earnings has been hideous. And I've been keeping track of each one of their earnings calls and how much it would drop afterwards. On October 31st, after earnings and going up 20% on the day of earnings, it dropped 31% in 8 days. On the next earnings call, it went up 15% on earnings day. Then in 5 days, it dropped 42%. On the next earnings call, July 27th through the 31st, the call was on the 31st, it went up 30% on earnings day, and in 26 days, it was down 45%. On December 20th through the 27th, SoFi's price was $9.23. December 27th, it had gone all the way up to 13 on earnings day, went up 13.7%, and 22 days later, it was down 45%. So on this first one I told you, it dropped 31% in 8 days. The next one, it dropped 42% in 5. The next earnings, it dropped 48% in 26 days. The next earnings, it dropped 45% in 22 days. But then something changed. It only dropped 26% on the next earnings call. And it actually went up 34% on earnings day. That was in April and August. Now, October comes, the price hits that 1131 and then dropped 16%. And 2 days later, it made back the 16%. So we've seen drops of 31, 42, 48, 45, then only 26. Then we see a drop of 16, and 2 days later, it was back 16% up. There was no drop. That was in October, folks. And then November came and they got the deal from Fortress. And they got the deal in January from Blue Owl. And on the next earnings call, the price in 22 days still dropped 27%. So this has been going on, a history of not being able to hold its gains through earnings. But on the last earnings call, when they made the announcement on April the 4th that they were going to release earnings on April 29th, it was attacked down 35% that day. And then during the next month, and it wasn't even the next month, they kept it down there all the way up until 1 week prior. And the price of the stock on the last earnings call, 1 week before earnings, was $10.81. And by the day of earnings, it was $14.51. In 1 week, the price went from $10.81 to $14.51. Folks, that's $4.10 it went up in the last week. And here they're just holding it. They're just holding it back here. I'm kind of wondering, But one thing the thing that I wonder about the most is knowing that SoFi tends to fall after earnings 45%, 48%, 45, 49, 36, 20, 26. Knowing that history of this stock, why did somebody just buy $60 million worth? Why, on the moment that the news broke, day before yesterday, the news broke that Google earnings beat the street, and that very moment is when those shares were bought, $60 million worth. I want to know. That seems pretty odd to me, with it not holding its gains. It's got a history of losing on after earnings, and someone's going to come in and buy $60 million worth right here 4 days before the earnings. You know what I have a sense of? I think we got a little Mortimer action going on. I think we got a little trading places. I think we got a little briefcase with a little bit of orange juice futures. I could be wrong, but I'm very suspect of every earnings call over the last 2 years with a 40% drop, 40, 35, 40, 30, 40, and now all of a sudden someone's buying $60 million worth 4 days before earnings. Catfish has this, you've got my senses working here. I'm telling you, folks, I smell something. I smell something rotting. I smell something rotten. Rotten on the bottom. And I'm going to go eat it up. Because if somebody else is buying $60 million worth 4 days before earnings, when we've seen consecutive drops of 33%, 45%, 48%, I mean, that's a pretty risky investment, folks, don't you think? Unless you got a little bird, Tweety weird here on the wire. Maybe, listen, folks, you remember something. I started showing you, I went back to the SoFi technical charts, and I went back here and I did this. I said, let me go back and see what happened on the last earnings call. Well, folks, I did that about a week ago. And I discovered what they did. I brought it out to light and I said, folks, before the last earnings call, folks, they ran this thing down. Here was the day that they announced. Here's the day they announced that they were going to do earnings on April 29th. And they drove the price down from $12.50 a share to $8.60 after we told everyone that we were going to release earnings on April 29th. And then after it fell 30% to that figure, it slowly trickled up. But then, folks, look 1 week before earnings on the 22nd, the price was $10.81. And look where it was on earnings day. 1 week, folks, before, this is the 22nd. This is 7 days of trading before the earnings. It went from 1081 all the way up in 1 week to earnings day, hitting $14.51. Jay Patel, thank you for that gift. So, folks, in 1 week before the last earnings call, in the last week before, the price went up $4.10. Did someone see me show that data and then decide to buy $60 million worth right there 2 days ago? Because they went, God dang, man, he's right. That thing went up $4. That thing went up in the last 3 days before earnings from 11 to 12 to 13 to 14. Did they look at what I was showing them and say, wow, it could do that again? Let's go ahead and buy $60 million worth on Catfish's data here of what happened before the last earnings call. Hey, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Say, Jay Patel, thank you very much. Thank you for the floating heart. Thank you, Jay Patel. Oh, man, that's nice. Well, folks, I tell you, I think she's getting ready to cut loose before earnings still. I think this afternoon even, we might see this last little 1% down to wash everyone out. And then she starts running from now all the way up to the earnings bell rings pre-market. Of course, SoFi always releases earnings before the market opens so they can watch the price run up. You guys know that Anthony Noto, the CEO of this company, is holding millions and millions and millions of shares of this company. Let me show you this. Anthony Noto, SoFi stock shares in holding. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Noto, the CEO of SoFi Technologies, owns a significant stake in the company. As of July 2025, he is estimated to hold 8,121,844 shares. Alexa, what is 21.27 times 8,121,844?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
All right, Alexa, what is 8,121,844 times 21.28?
I don't have an answer for that.
Let's try this, Alexa.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Oh, you'll be able to help me, all right. I'm going to give it to you easy. Alexa, what is 8 million times 21.27?
8 million times 21.27 is 170.16 million.
Alexa, terminate. Folks, do you think, and this is the person who's never, ever, ever sold a single share of his stock. Never, ever, ever. He's holding almost 1% of the total outstanding shares of SoFi, folks. Oh, by the way, all of you women who are on the channel, I want you to see something here too. Anthony Noto's wife, Kristen, I believe is her name. I don't know if it's with an I or not. There it is. His wife, Kristen Noto, bought 33,259 shares. Yeah, his wife's a believer. August 2021. Man, the price was high then, folks. Oh my gosh, but the overall average purchase price of all her buys is $6.54. Oh my gosh. Alexa, what is 21.20 minus 8.6? Oh, I'm sorry. Alexa, stop. 21.26. Alexa, what is 38,000? Oh, no, Alexa, stop. Alexa, what is 33,259 times 21.26?
33,259 times 21.26 is 707,086.34.
707,000. Alexa, terminate. It says here that when she bought $217,000. 217,000 by Kristen Noto. Good job, Kristen. She knew. Hey, Playush Bhatka, I saw you last night on Tanner's channel. I saw you there. I also saw Steve 1242S or whatever. Eric M at Catfish. I haven't sold any shares of SoFi either. We believe it's going to get up to 35 by the end of the year. Mark, just lucky. Yep. You don't have to terminate, Alexa. Yeah, I do. She doesn't listen unless I say that. I told her to other things and she won't listen. She must be told to terminate. Folks, there's nobody selling. Listen. Right now, shorts are averaging borrowing 25 million shares a day. And the volume right now is 21,696,000. And right now, the volume that is being shorted each day, borrowing, is about 25 million shares. So the reason the price is down here is because they sold 12 million and then they sold 2 million, that's 14. And then they sold 5 million, that's 19. And then they sold another million, that's 20 million they've sold. They've got 5 million left to get them through lunchtime. And then they got to start buying 25 million shares back and return them at the end of the day. So just see if I'm right or not. You just watch and you see. Shorty's got almost out of their little borrowed shares now, and they're going to have to return them by the end of the day. Watch and see. Playush Bhatka, Tesla's 50 shares at 302 yesterday. Nice. Sold 322. Nice. $20 gain. I'm using that profit in SoFi. Yeah. Let's go, baby. Casey, Alexa, you have been terminated. Hasta la vista, baby. Creation. All right, good. I'm holding 53 shares of SoFi. You should be. What do they most likely buy during that day? I don't know what you mean by that question, Mark. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Now, listen, folks. I want to ask you to do me a favor. The time right now is 12:20. At 12:20 and 48 seconds, will all of you who haven't hit the like button do it together at the same time? And folks, let's start hitting the emotions. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right now. We've got, I'm seeing 70 something likes, and it sure would be cool if we could get at least over 100 here. So please do that, and let's see some emotion right now in the tank, if you don't mind. Throw out a few smileys and poppers and hearts and Let's get some emotion here. Let's get even more people over. Dylan Christ, have you looked at Open? Oh, yeah, we've got our eyes on Open. LIDR in at Wood Knuckles Cove is still calling it out. LIDR is on the run. In at Wood Knuckles Cove said, I put yesterday. Catfish, not sure will go down this afternoon. Party time, yeah. All right, Capera, welcome to the tank. Capera. Thank you for all that emotion. Thanks for the hearts. Thanks for the hearts, everybody. That really, really helps the channel get more people over here to learn about what I'm showing everyone today. And this index fund accumulation is worth seeing. Everyone needs to see these index funds accumulating SoFi. And they also need to understand that not a single index fund would be selling right here at all. So thank you very, very much. Yes, I do, in fact, have Open as one of the stocks over here that I have my eyes on. Yes, indeed. And I am going to be showing you that I have my eyes on it right here. I have my eyes on it, OPEN. And it is one of the stocks that we took a look at this morning, and it's up 1.86% right now and rising very nicely, 246. Looks like it might be headed for a nice launch into the afternoon. This is an unusual time during lunch to see it going. And you know what I'm going to do, folks? I'm going to move some money right now. So I'm going to come over here to SoFi, even though I know it's going to run up. And I've got 171, so I'm going to buy some Open right now, OPEN. And I'm going to buy this stock right now because I can see it's crossing over the 200 right now, folks. This is the chart right now on Open. This is the chart on Open right now. Take a look at that. And look at that. The 5 days leaving the 10 and the 45 and 50 just crossed the 200 day. So I'm going to buy some Open right here now. They're going to maybe try to crash it back down a little, but I'm going to come in on this. And I'm going to be buying some Open right now, OPEN. And I'm going to come in now at the middle of this wall. It's at the top of the wall, which is even better, folks. So I'm going to be buying here 10 shares at a time. No, I'll buy 20. 20 at a time. I'm coming in now, buying now, crossing over the 200 day. And I just bought at 246 a share. And I'm going to come in again here now. And folks, this is a great place, just like where I was buying yesterday, that other stock. You saw me fill up at the top of this big, big barrier. And I told you why I was buying there, because I expected there's no way it can fall below all these other investors who've already bought it below here. So this is where I'm coming in right now. This is where I'm coming in right now, folks, at 246 a share. And I'm also going to see if they try to run it down. So I'm going to try to buy 242. And I'm not going to get any more Open right now. Hold on. Let me move over here. Hold on. Yeah. Look at it rise. And by the way, look here. Look at all this accumulation of shares at this price now. I told you it was building a wall here, building a shoulder. I told you it was building a launch pad. I told you it was building a launch pad. 3,000,009, 3,000,001, 3,000,007, 3,000,008, 3,000,009. And then down here, just a few cents lower, you've got just 445,000. And down here, you've only got 8,700 at 21.19. Folks, if this is going to be the low today, 21.19, we're going to go up 60 cents to 21.80 by the close, possibly. So I'm buying right here, folks. Yeah, I should be selling. I don't know. I really want to, but it looks to me like this thing's getting ready to launch. Launch off that. Look at all that accumulation right there. And there's more that accumulated up here, thinking 21.40 through 41.2 was going to be the limit. But there it is. There's the bottom now. Very rock solid bottom formed at 21.30. Rock solid bottom at 21.30, folks. I wonder why they decided to go for that number, 21.30. What was yesterday's low? 2137 was yesterday's low. Yesterday's low, 2137. And this stupid thing won't even show me. It won't even show me today's date. Even though I just refreshed the screen, I got to come down here and change this myself to end date the 26th. This silly thing. God. They're not going to show me the data for yesterday and today to compare. I'm telling you, folks, this thing is gone. SoFi is out of here, folks. This is open, folks. OPEN. OPEN. Oh my God, what is going on with this? They've got July 15th as the ending date. I've got up here July the 16th, and down here they've got July the 15th. What is wrong with you, Yahoo? And they still won't show me the 16th data. God. Unbelievable. Can you show me the 16th, please, Yahoo? Well, my gosh, they just don't even want you to see it. They still got 2015 up here. What in the freaking world is happening there? Well, I'm telling you one thing. This is open and it's taking off, folks, right now. Open, open, open. This is OPEN, folks. OPEN. You bunch of dumbasses. Jesus. God. Oh my God, this is just insane, folks. I wonder if I do it here, if they're going to give me now the date, today's date. July 25th. Yay, we have it. And the data that I'm going to put in here on my buy low sheet or a high low sheet today is right here. And we got an open of 2152. We have a high of 2158. We've got a low of 2119. We're going to update this now. And what that equates to is a swing of 39 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be aware of something. We're not going to have a swing on SoFi of 39 cents today, okay? I don't see that at all happening. We're not going to see a swing of only 39 cents today, folks. And the reason that I believe that is because over the last week of trading, the swing on SoFi's price from the high to the low has been $1, $2, $1.11, $1.08, $1.39, 94 cents, $1.28. And you're going to tell me that today the price is only going to swing 39 cents today? Does anyone think that? Does anyone think that with the price swings of 82, 78, $1.39, 94, $1.28, 79, and 64, that it's only going to swing 39 cents today? Does anyone think that? What do you think is the likelihood of that happening today? That's what I'd like to ask you. What do you think the chances are of that happening today for SoFi? Well, I got news for you. It isn't going to happen, folks. And she's taking off right friggin' now. It's not going to happen, folks. She's going to go ballistic this afternoon. And she started right now. 115 want to buy, 50 want to sell. 21.34, huh? You going to convince me? Are anybody going to be convinced that people are selling SoFi right now when it is down? How much of a percent up there does it say? How much is it down right now? 0.77%. You think someone's selling this stock today? Down 0.88? 0.88, folks. A little while ago, they were trying for 1.66 down. They were trying to accumulate it down 1.66. And now they're trying to accumulate it at 0.88 down. Oh, no, folks. You get all you want there at 0.88. You get them there. Let's go look at the chart right now. Folks, that's a short eating porpoise if I ever saw one. God dang, man. Look at the freaking, look down here where the 45 was. This is the blue back yellow belly, folks. Look at the blue back yellow belly leaving the 50-day moving average. Look at it leaving it, leaving it, leaving it, leaving it, leaving it. Look at the 45 and 50 just cross over the 200 right there. Folks, this is a triple upside crossover. It's a triple upside crossover. It's a triple upside crossover, folks. If I could get it on the freaking screen for you to see it. There it is right there. It's a friggin' triple upside crossover of the 200-day moving average that just occurred and began at 10:24 and it ended at 11:17. It took 1 hour for this thing to shove up over the 200. And folks, it's just going to bounce off the 10, then up, then bounce off the 10, then up, bounce off the 10, then up, bounce off the 10 and up. As the 45 gapes away from the 50, and look at the angle of the 200-day just changed pitch right there. Folks, look at this angle of the 200-day just changed pitch right there. Jeez. Folks, something happened right here at 11:30. 11:30. Wow, look at the buyers coming in at 11:30, folks. Look at this. Look at that candlestick, folks. That's 493,000 shares. This is 823,000 shares right there. 823,000 shares just bought right there, folks. There's the number right there. You can see it. 823,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see what happened. Look what happened here on SoFi. Just look right here for a second. Look what happened starting right there. Oh my gosh, folks, I called it out. I said it too. I said, folks, it's 11:13. It's 11:13. Oh my gosh. At 11:13, folks, we saw the candlestick before that was only 148,000 shares at 11:12. Now, let me show you what happened at 11:13. The next volume candlestick was right here. Just watch, folks. 148,000 shares at 11:12. Now, 11:13, 762,000 shares. Now, 11:14, 11:14, 887,000 shares. 11:15, 840,000 shares, folks. This is what you're looking at. All these candlesticks. You see that? Look at this buy right here. All that buy. And by the way, that was a sell. They tried to sell on that candlestick. See how they smashed it down flat? But look how many were on that candlestick. 987,000 shares that minute. Then we get over here, and during this minute right here, you got 666,000 coincidentally. The next one, 714. The next minute, 720. The next minute, 823,000. That's where we're over here, folks. That's where we're over here. And I told you, watch them try to smash this down to the 45, but it's going to bounce right off this. Right off this. And here's where you buy. This is where you buy with the RSI tanking right here. RSI's getting reset right now. RSI's getting reset right now. RSI, same as here. Look at the volume that came over here right there when they got the RSI to here, this point. Look at the buyers that came in right here when they got it to right there. Look at the buyers that came in here when it was here. And beware and be conscious of this. Look at the size of these buys coming in, and look at the size of what they try to bring it down with. Look at the size of the candlesticks that they try to bring it down with. These are far larger buys than these sells of half the amount to try to attack it down. See, it's just a weak, low volume attack. Massive buying through here with the price up here. And the price was 21.44. The price was 21.44 up here when all that buying was going on. And these candlesticks, folks, that one right there at 21.44 was 1 million shares. That one there was 943,000. That one there was 973,000. Okay? And at a price that was way up here when they were buying at that number. That's right. It was 244. I'm looking at open here. It was 244. This is open. And I told you, open, they might attack it down right here. They might try to take it down to this 50-day. I just said that. They might try to pinch it down to the 50. I just told you that when I saw what they were doing. I said, folks, watch this. They'll bring it down to here now, and it'll bounce off the 45. And there she goes. Watch it bounce off there. You should be buying this right now. I'm going to buy it right now. Open. I've got 60 shares of it. And look at it, folks. It's at the very top of this massive fortress of buys below it. It's at the very top of this massive number of shares down below here. Look at that. Look at all the shares that have accumulated right here on this platform right here. To launch from, folks, this is just pure and simple accumulation. To launch from. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at the chart. Oh, my gosh, just look at that chart. Look at how hard they just attacked it right there. Man, this thing was getting ready to explode. And then look at that attack. But look at the size of the volume in the buy-ins, folks, here during the buying. Look at how high the buying is. Look at these little attacks here. See the red when they make it fall? Look how small those are. Then you just had more buyers come in. Then they try to attack with little tiny amounts. Then more buyers come pouring in and it rises higher. Then they try over here to attack with little tiny amounts. See the little tiny shares they're attacking with? See how small they are? just to get it down to the 200 right there where they can get some more buys in with dinky little sells to take it down there so they can get some more buys on the 200 now. All right, let's go over to SoFi. Oh, man, breaking over the 200, and look at that. They did the same thing to it. See that? It's exactly the same, folks. It's the same behavior. It's the same behavior, and it's the same thing. Massive, huge candlesticks buying it up, and then small, little, tiny amounts comparatively to make it fall to right there. Just tiny little tidbitty shares there. Titty bitty. Big buys to push it up to the 200, but then these inky little dinky sells here to try momentum it down. And look at that. There's no candlestick volume on that. Even there, that candlestick volume right now is, well, I got to get to the chart to see it. Ah, there she is. Look at the surging in volume coming in as this thing went up and up and up and up. Look at that surging volume there, up and up and up. Then look at this massive attack in a streak in just one dump of shares, to try to hold it back. See it? One big dump right there. That big dump of shares right there to try to hold it back. And that volume on that was 277,000 shares they dumped right there. And it looks like more than that to me. So let me make sure I get in on this a little, zoom in a little bit more. I want to look at this more in detail. There we go. Folks, they've now reset the RSI for us right here on SoFi. The RSI's been reset. The RSI's been reset at the maximum point of attack volume. The RSI's been reset at the maximum point of attack strength. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can clearly see they're just trying to hold it here with fractional share buys available through SoFi. That volume on that candlestick is 16,000 shares. That volume is 15,000. That volume is 11,000. See them making it smaller and smaller and smaller? See it? Just smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller just to get it to move down to this line right there. And then here comes the buyers in. Boom, they're coming in now. Here come the buyers right there. There they are. Market manipulation 101, folks. Look at the buyers coming in. By the way, look up here. Shorts, let me give you some advice. If I were you, this is what you should be doing. Okay? Right now is the time for you to do this. Okay? I'm not kidding. This would be the sound your shoes are making right now, shorty. All right? You better get out because there's another sound you're going to be hearing, which is already coming from below. And that sound is this sound right here. And that sound is the sound of a short eating porpoise. Got it? So you need to quickly make your way out now. The time is 12:45. You need to get out of the stock right now. Don't mess around and lose a lot of money this afternoon because, folks, I'm going to tell you again, Shorty, this swing, this price swing that you're seeing here today that I've been showing everyone, this is not going to be the price swing today. The price is not only going to swing freaking 39 cents today, shorts. It's been swinging $1.39 and it recovered 46 by the end of the day. It swung $1.28 and recovered $1.20. It swung 79 and it recovered 58. And on the days when you try to keep it from recovering, like this day, the price just goes up and up and up afterwards. From 20 to 21 to $22. You can't hold it back. Folks, look back here on the days they've tried to suppress the recovery. They tried to repress the recovery here. They tried to keep the day's recovery minimal to only 16 cents this day. All the other days' recoveries from off the bottom were 72 cents on 81, 64 cents on 63. Here they tried to hold it back from recovering at the end of the day. And the next price, the 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then it recovers. Then here, they try to keep it recovering only 10 cents. The price was $20.96. The next day, $21.60, $22, $22.74. Cha-ching. Folks, I'm telling you, I got these guys figured out. These days when they try to keep it from holding it down. Look at this day here. They kept it recovering. It recovered 56, recovered 67, recovered 46. This day it only recovered 7 cents. Where was the price after this? 21.16. The low of the day was 21. The low the next day, 21.10, 21.65, $22. Do you understand what I'm saying? The days when the market makers try to keep SoFi from recovering off the low, like all these other days here, where they recovered from 128 swing, it recovered 120, and it recovered here 58. But when they try to keep it recovering from recovering off the low, the next day, up she goes, folks, generally as a rule. And I'm just saying that. So here during the last week, the price has swung $1.39, 94 cents, $1.28 and recovered 120, 79 and recovered 58. It was 39 and I'm not even done. This is the swing today. So you're going to tell me over the last week this swing swung $1.11, $1.02, 74, 82, 78, $1.38, 94, $1.28, and today you're going to tell me it's only going to swing 39 cents. You're going to try to tell me that this stock is only going to swing from the high to the low 39 cents? I'm sorry. I don't believe you. I don't believe that. I don't believe that one single freaking bit. Nuh-uh. That's not probably going to happen, folks. And I'm trying to tell you so you understand there's been a pattern of this swinging lately over $1 a day and 94 cents and 80. And it's not going to just swing 39 cents today. I don't believe it. I just don't. And as I said earlier, I now believe that they borrowed 25 to 30 million shares today, and they sold about 12 million there. They sold 2 million there, that's 14 million. They sold 5 million, that's 19 million. They sold another million here, that's 20 million. And they just sold 500,000. That's about 21.5 million of all the 25 million they borrowed today. And they might, as I said, try one more sell of a few more during lunchtime right now before they run out. And when they do, then this thing's just going to go right on the back up because the 25 million shares they borrowed and sold, they've got to return them. They've got to return them by the end of the day. And believe me, they're going to hurt this. They're going to herk it down and they're going to jerk it up and herk it down and jerk it and herk it 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 and jerk it. Returning shares every time they get it down here and buy back in. They're going to return those shares. Every time they can pull it back a couple pennies, return the shares. Sell, 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 then return the shares. Boom, when they pull it down. Sell, 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 return the shares when they pull it down. Sell, 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 return the shares when they pull it down. Watch what happens this afternoon. Watch the rest of this afternoon do that. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so, folks. I sure don't think so. I do not believe this stock is only going to trade a 39-cent swing today. I don't believe it. I'm not convinced of it. I'm not convinced of it. I know there's many out there would like to convince me, you, and everybody else that that's going on. But, folks, let me just remind you, somebody bought $60 million worth of SoFi stock 2 days ago in the after hours. $60 million worth they bought. And this is probably, in fact, why the shorts borrowed so many shares today, because they know that, and they sold, and sold here because they know someone just bought 60 freaking million shares, dollars worth, $60 million, and they got to get this damn thing down here because they got to freaking buy too. They got to buy it too because now they're missing the train. They're missing the boat. Someone just bought 60 million 2 days ago. And ladies and gentlemen, 2 days ago, the price was $20.86. Some savvy mother came in and bought that sucker. And they bought them at that price when they could have bought them at $19.82 the day before. But look, they saw it starting to take off. They saw the low. They saw the low went up $1.04, and they said, shit, I'm going to buy $60 million. And look where it went the next day's low. Nice. Oh, I'm just saying, folks. Very suspicious to me that someone, knowing the track record of this stock, very suspicious to me that someone knowing after earnings 2 years ago, it dropped 31% in 8 days. And then on the next earnings, it dropped 42% in 5 days. And the next earnings, it dropped 48% in 26 days. On the next earnings, it dropped 45% in 22 days. Now, look, it was popping on the earnings and going up, but it was getting killed every time afterwards. So why in the hell can you explain to me, with this kind of earnings track record, would anybody be buying 60 million shares 3 days before earnings comes out? Well, I'm going to show you why. Because on the last earnings call, 6 days before earnings, the price of SoFi stock was $10.81. And by earnings day, it was $14.51, up $4.10. That's why somebody bought. It went up 68% on earnings day from this figure of $10.81 1 week before. And that's why I think somebody bought $60 million worth. Even with a track record of falling, they know on the day of earnings, you got 20% up, 15% up, 30% up, 13% up, 12% up, 34% up, 68% up. All right. So hopefully you'll find that worth subscribing to this channel and hitting the like button. Look at it rising, folks. Just watch this thing rise this afternoon. Watch it go up. Market makers, folks, SoFi is going to be green by the end of the day. They're just holding the cards very tightly to their vest right now until 1 o'clock. I think we could possibly see a 3-hour power hour coming our way. Now, I could be wrong. I'm hearing that 60 million buy was covering long, short positions. Okay. Well, no wonder they're covering. Earnings is coming, baby. Earnings is coming. They better get out. Now, you might be wondering what I think is going to happen on earnings day. Well, I'll tell you what. First of all, SoFi is going to beat and blow doors on every single area. I believe they will rise in every single area. I think they will raise their forward guidance. I think there will be some surprise announcements that might be coming, including the possibility of an acquisition of another company. I believe SoFi might buy another one. They have a history of it. They bought Galileo. They bought Technesis. And at one time, they also bought a Wyndham. They bought Wyndham. And so I think there's something else they've got cooking that they're thinking about buying another business. That I'm not the only one that thinks that. Tanner agrees. I think that we're going to see very much like a July 31st earnings call a year ago when SoFi went from about $9.87 5 days before earnings, and on earnings day it went up to $11.70 a share. All right. Now, the reason I think that happened is because, and I'll show you this right here so you can see what I mean. Right here. Oh, shoot. I can't go back to 2023. Well, I actually can. Hold on. SoFi. Here it is right here. No, that's Twitter. Hold on. All right, I got it. All right, folks, I'm going back to July 2023, July 31st. Folks, this is what I think we could see have happen. Now, I want you to be aware that on July the 17th, I believe was the 17th, Morgan Stanley downgraded SoFi and made the price fall to $8.99. They, at the time, owned $58 million worth of the stock. 1 week later, after July 17th, Morgan Stanley owned $108 million worth of SoFi stock. Why did they downgrade on this day, Morgan Stanley? They downgraded to get to this price because they knew that 10 days later, the price was going to go to $11.70. Now, here's what I think happened. I'm fairly sure, and by the way, look, 2 days before earnings, they ran it down from 978 to 921 to 894 2 days before earnings. So this is where we are right now on earnings now. So we've seen this kind of activity trying to scare you out here 2 days before, and then bam, 1170 from 894, $2 up. Now, here's the thinking. Everybody believes SoFi is going to make a 10% move, which would be about $2 on earnings. So here's my thinking, folks. My thinking is that on earnings day, the longs are going to take up right here on the afternoon, just like they did here. They had it at $8.94, and the next day it closed at $9.55. All right, now that's 60 cents higher roughly, okay? Now I want you to know something. When they did this, they bought in here. You can see the volume came in heavy, 58 million versus 38 million, 34, 26 million. They came in heavy, 58 million. And the reason they did, because then the next morning they were long. They took up all these long positions, and then they bought more, and 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 they pushed it to this number they had, and they said, folks, we're going to stop at 1166. And at 1166, we're going to make the price stop going up. And from that price, we're going to run it down to $6.41 in 28 days. All right, so that's what they did. They took advantage of retailers because they knew that this was going to be a great earnings call that would probably beat the street again. But this time, instead of trying to fight the momentum and fight all the volume that was going to come in, they didn't want to fight this 210 million shares. Why should they try to fight it? Why should they try to fight that? They wisely gathered up the position the night before, the day before, from that 960 range. They gathered it up wisely, and then they carried the wave up, and they bought more and more and more. And they had so many shares then accumulated. By the time it hit 1170, they could sell those shares and sell those shares and sell and sell and sell and sell and sell and get the price all the way down to $6.41 right there. 66 days later, November the 21st. Ladies and gentlemen, from that day's low, they wanted to keep SoFi there. It would go up, and then they would bring it right back down to 641 again. Let me show you. Here it is again. I'm going to show you. They kept trying to hold 641 no matter where the price went. I'll show it to you right now. Here it is again. They're taking it down, taking it down, taking it down to, oh my gosh, 643. Then they take it up. Then at 641, they tried to hold it again. It goes up, 654, 666. Take it down again, 641 again. What was so big about this number? Then it goes up to 647, 678, 670, then back down to 638. And then they run it back up, 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 up. And folks, they tried so hard to hold this price at 641. But ladies and gentlemen, after this day, which is August the 5th, and I have it in my song, it says, remember, and that's when Catfish said, oh, the shorts would all be screwed. Remember August 5th, 601, it's not a myth. That's when we bought a ton in the song. Well then, folks, this is the last time 641 was ever seen again, August the 8th, my favorite day, the 8th. It was the very last time that 641 would ever be seen again. They tried since November 21st of the year before, they tried to hold this thing at 641 repeatedly over, and they tried it over, and they tried it over, and they tried to hold 641. Why? What was so big about 641? What was that to them? And look where we are now, folks. Yeah. See how the market manipulators work that system, 641, until they beat it to death? They beat it to death just like they ran out 2133 just then. They just beat 2133 to death. They just ran it out. They ran out of it at 2133, folks, just then. Just like they ran out of 601 on August the 8th. Okay? Or 641. Just like the 641 on August the 8th of 2023, they just lost track of the 2133 that they were trying today. And it just took off. And there she goes now. And I'm right, folks. This thing is not just going to swing trade 39 cents today. And I can also tell you something else. They're not going to hold it at 6.66 down like they just tried to do, holding it at 2133. It's not going to be down 0.66. This is SoFi, folks, and you can't hold a good SoFi down. This thing is not going to stay down 13 cents, no matter how freaking hard they try. It ain't going to stay down 13. No matter how hard they try to keep it down today, 13 cents at the close, it just isn't going to happen. Because they're buying back the shares now. And listen, folks, this is what I told you would happen. It's exactly happening. I told you it would happen. It would start here and go herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk, herk and jerk. And I told you it was going to herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk right off the screen. This thing's going to jerk completely off. All right? This is just happening just like I said it would this afternoon. I told you all this was going to happen right here. Oh, yeah, I love these battery. I have the same battery weed eater. I got an Ego, though. And I love it. It has an auto feed. You can auto feed the trimmer line. You just push it in, push the line through, take both 3 feet out each side, and then push a button, and it auto feeds the trimmer line right on. No more taking the head off and spooling it on yourself. And then, yeah, JM says, LOL, it's going to jerk completely off. Cat, you are funny as hell. I'm telling you, folks, listen, here's the gig. Right here, you got, I call this, I already started singing here. If you go back about an hour and a half ago, I sang this song right here. Let me play it for you right here. No, actually, I'm going to do another song, but it'll be a similar song, but we're going to play it for you right now, guys. Give me a second here. Because SoFi is going up, folks. The more I play, the higher it's going to go. All right. Hey, kids, rock and roll, rock on, ooh, my soul. Hey, kids, move between the jump, shout. There's no doubt, SoFi stock's about to break out. SoFi, time to buy, rock on. How high could she fly from here? Oh my, how high isn't clear. But SoFi sure got shorts shitting in their jeans. Stained so bad, worse than their worst dreams. Tried everything, jeans won't come clean. Shitty jeans, rock on. Now, how high will SoFi go from here? Oh my, how high isn't clear. But SoFi's got shorts shaking in their shoes. Haven't got a clue what they're supposed to do. No way to say how much the shorts will lose. But they're bruised, black and blue. Oh, bow, 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 bow. Bite on the dip, then you'll smell it rip. Bite on the dip with me. Bite on the dip, then you'll smell it rip with me. SoFi singing with Catfish tie, you know she gonna start to fly. No way that there's no alibi for the shorts, they're all gonna freaking get fried. Yeah, SoFi, watch you fly. I think right now is the time to buy. I could be wrong, but oh my, look at it. There you go, folks. Wait a second, SoFi is up 70% in the last 90 days. It really broke out. That's right, Dale. That's right. It's broken out. Breaking out, folks. And look, I started playing. The price is going to break 21.40 right now on its way to 21.88. On a dark day 2 years ago, I think it was May 15th, There was a guy named David, and his last name was Chivarini. He said SoFi was only worth $2.50. I didn't believe a single freaking word he said. I thought he had lost his friggin' sense. So I started this channel, and I said it's time to buy. And from that freaking day on, SoFi started to fly. And in only 29 days, it was at $10.23. All the SoFis that had joined me in the tank, they were so happy then. And now you can see she's breaking over 2140. Isn't that so fun? Yes, the run's begun. And look at it run, and there's no way it will stop. 'Cause I'm singing now, and she's gonna frickin' blow her top. Mirrors on the ceiling, and the shorts are getting screwed. But I think they like the feeling, even though it sounds kind of rude. But they're liking the Switzer and Chivarini too. They're in the bed all together, playing with baloney too. Last thing I remember, they were all feeling kind of sore. They'd never felt that kind of punishment ever before. But they seem kind of like it as they call for KY. I won't get to singing this song until this sucker starts to fly. And now the shorts are screaming, stop him! He can't go on with this friggin' song. But I ain't gonna quit. I'm gonna play this shit till the day I die. And I like to watch all the shorties cry. Timothy Adams says, help. Convert to Islam. Assalamu alaikum, my friend. I hate to be rude, but why would I want to believe in your supreme guy who got killed by a woman who said, you can't eat this if you're really God, and this bread's going to kill you, that I have poison? And he said, oh yeah, I'll eat this bread. I'm God. Dead. People don't know that about Muhammad, and they don't show it in the Quran. They don't tell you about his glorified ending, because he didn't die on a cross and come back out of that grave and go up into the sky for everyone to witness. He died eating bread from a lady because he thought he was egotistical and he thought he was God. Just letting you know that in case you didn't know that. So I'd rather follow mine that left the grave and went and ascended into heaven than yours that ate some bread. And by the way, in case you don't know this, prior to that, he had said, if I am not God, when he was asked by one of the group of people around him, Muhammad said, if I'm not God, let me choke to death on my tongue. And that is exactly how he died later on. He choked to death on his tongue, eating that bread that the lady gave him. A little history lesson for you in case you didn't know. Do not attempt to put the Lord thy God to a foolish test. Oh yeah, no. Go ahead, go look at the Quran, go try and read the Quran. You're not going to hear how he died. They're not real proud of that part of how Muhammad went down. Do you want to say anything else about, you got anything else to say there, my friend? You want to come in here from your Muhammad and Yahweh and all that, whatever else, whoever you're talking about. Oh, did he remove his comment? Timothy Adams. Oh, yeah, you come into the wrong place, baby. This is the this is the tank, and we don't mess around. We lay the truth down. You got to accept the truth if you're going to be here on this channel, folks. There ain't no BS going on here. I close my eyes and say a little prayer before I buy SoFi. All my dreams, not just dreams, but things I make reality. Dust in the wind. SoFi shorts are just dust in the wind. Same old song, but David Chivarini has the words all wrong. He sings for bucks, but if you short SoFi right here, my friends, you'll get, I won't say it, dust in the wind. Shorts are all just dust in the wind. Dust in the wind. Shorts abort or you're dust in the wind. Now just hang on. Shorts will all be toast, my friends. They'll all be gone. They all drift away. Nothing left in their tills for all their bills to pay. The dust, you see the price of SoFi right now? And all the shorts are dust in the wind. Dust in the wind. SoFi shorts aboard or you're dust in the wind. Look at the price of SoFi rising on this music we're playing. Yeah, I permanently banned that guy for telling us to convert to Islam. Kat, can you do your Mitch McConnell impersonation again? Well, let me just tell you right now, I'm very confident that if SoFi moves through the afternoon... Okay, I got it, Timothy. No, man, no. Okay, Mustadam. Hi, dear. Hello there. Today we're doing some impersonations. Absolutely hilarious. Creates you were drooling. Not only that, I shit my pants. You didn't know that. While I was drooling, I shit my pants. I got some Depends on, though. I got my piece. Oh, it's cat. Let me tell you that right now we feel like the economy under Donald Trump is headed for the dumpster, and we just want to let you know that we've done a lot of Mitch, 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 you got something else to say? Mitch, do you want to take a nap, maybe get a glass of milk, warm milk? Give Catfish a pacifier. uh, Mitch the glitch. You seem so happy. I am. I'm elated. I'm elated. The stock that I own has gone from $4.66 to $21.39 today. I'm in heaven. And many of the viewers that are here, we're all having a very good time together. We all enjoy life together. You cray. Listen, folks, I'm telling you right now, this thing's going to get herked and jerked around. You just saw it up at 21.43. I think it's time to begin to show you how to sell this, buy and sell this thing. And I want you to know, folks, right here, this is absolutely no doubt about it. This is a short eating porpoise. And right now we've got a 200-day crossover, the 45 and 50 on SoFi, crossing over the 200-day. Now, regarding to OPEN, I'm going to look at it right now. Someone asked me to take a look at it just then. So we're going to look at OPEN. And I bought it earlier. And then I bought it when it was here, and I sold it when it was here. Did I not this morning, everyone? You guys saw me buy it here. You saw me sell it here. And I got out. Completely got out. And I'm now only holding OPEN. I'm now only holding, I don't think I have any shares left. I think I sold almost every one of them, OPEN. Oh, I've got 60 shares left. But I should have sold all of them. I should have sold them all. I had sell orders up here at 254, 55, 56, and I sold those. Those all sold, 254, 55, 56. They all sold. And you guys sold. I told you I wanted to get out because we were at the top of this wall. And I told you they'd probably bring it back down here to the bottom of the wall after I sold, and they sure as shit tried to just then. And honestly, I've got $91. I should just buy it again here now because they're going to run it back up over where the top of this wall is, most likely. But I don't like it. It's not going anywhere. This thing is being held here. Held like crazy. It's just held here. It's going to trade in the 30-cent range. 2026 to 2056. A 30-cent range, and they're going to keep it in that 30 cents. And they're going to buy it here, and they're going to sell it here. They're going to buy it here and sell it here and buy it here and sell it here and buy it here and sell it here. And they'll get rich off of stupid retailers all day on this stock. That's what I think about Open. That being said, I see SoFi now breaking away. And I'm going to buy some more here right now this time. I'm going to buy it right now at 125. I'm coming in at 125 on SoFi right now. And I just bought 21.39. And ladies and gentlemen, I see a triple upside crossover on this chart right now. This is a triple upside crossover. This is a golden cross. This is a lot of people buying on that too. Look at that candlestick right there. On the Golden Cross, they came in and bought right there. On that candlestick right there, folks, there was a massive, let me go to the trade thing. Let me go to the charts. And let me get back to SoFi, not open. And now let me move in. SoFi, triple upside crossover, Golden Cross on the one-day chart right now. And ladies and gentlemen, to give you a better idea, look at the 5-day chart now. Look at the 5-day chart. Look at it. Oh my gosh, you just had the AM and the lunchtime takedown. Same as yesterday. AM, lunchtime takedown, run up. Now, I want you to see something, folks. Please look right here with me. Hold on. Hold on a second. Let me move this. I want to undo what I just did. Just give me a second here, folks. I want you to see this. I really do want you to see this. Okay, now here we go. All right, here's what I want you to see, folks. This is SoFi. This right here, folks, is called the double nut. This is SoFi. Now, I want to do this again. I'm on the 5-day, 5-minute chart. Now, let me back this out and let you look at the 5-day, 5-minute chart. Let me back it out further so you can see this. All right. This is the 5-day, 5-minute chart. Let me see if you guys can pick up this pattern. This is right here, ladies and gentlemen, this day right here. This is the 5-day, 5-minute chart. And I'm going to be showing you right here this data. This was 4 days ago, I guess, 3 or 4 days ago, because it doesn't say the date down at the bottom like I hoped it would. Oh, it says Tuesday. This was Tuesday's activity. A big attack in the very morning. Tuesday's activity. And let me make sure you guys can all see this. I'm going to go over here. Yep, you can. This is Tuesday morning. This is when the ding dong song should have been played because shorts got out for good on Tuesday morning. And then look what happened up here, a rundown during Tuesday at noon. And then up the rest of the day. Now let's move over here and look at the next day. Look at the rundown in the morning. Look at the minuscule volume compared to the massive volume there. And look at all that accumulation. Accumulate. See that? Why they did that, folks, why they drained it down to this. It was only there for 1-2 minutes, and it went back 54 cents in 5 minutes. 54 cents back up in 5 minutes time after that manipulative move to cut loose this thing and go long. And I sang the ding dong song when it hit that price right there. Ding dong, the shorts went long. This is our new SoFi song. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. And I sang it right there. And then the thing went right on up. And then the next day, look at the attack in the morning. Very small volume comparatively, but ding dong, the herky jerk, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, right off the screen. Then the next morning, here's what they did. Let's mix it up. We'll run it up in the morning. We want to keep them guessing. We can't run it down 3 days in a row. That would be a pattern. So we got to fake them out and run it up, and then we'll take it down. Herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky. That was that day. Then we move over here to today. A big frickin' pair of tatas. And ladies and gentlemen, that was a B plus cup, and this was a D over here. Let me tell you, this lady standing right here, she was falling over this morning because she was unequal in weight. She was walking around with a hunchback, okay? She was having a big, and she needed some relief, and they came in and they leached and sucked and they ran her dry. They freaking ran her dry, folks, right there. She got her. They guzzled, man. They guzzled. They were using one of those big tubes with a big thing at the top they pour it all into. It's what do they call those? Shotgunning or whatever. That's what they were doing. They were getting all that milk. And then they tried one more shot at it at lunch just then, just before lunch. See that? Look at that little bullshit right there. Look at that. See, someone else, what happened was it all got leached out, and then someone turned it over and shook it real good, and they got one more drop out right there. Boom. And then it was all over. It was all over. And it's all over for the rest of the afternoon. So right there is the second time I sang, Ding Dong, the shorts went long. This is our SoFi song. I sang it, an hour ago? You guys heard me singing an hour ago. And I was right. It was time. They got out. They got out, and look at it now. And now on the one-day chart, not just the 5-day, but if you go to the 1-day, unfortunately for the shorts, there's a triple upside crossover going on right now. That's right. There's a triple upside crossover. Sorry, Shorty. It's a golden cross. A golden cross. That is a golden cross. Now, let me show you something else, folks. Take a look at the friggin' 20-day chart on this stock. Do you see what that is? That is an attempt to manipulate a dog head pattern down to below the 200 that they did just a few days ago. I just showed you. This is the vaginal drop. That right there is the fallopian tubes right there, folks, okay? And there she goes, folks. And the shorts did indeed get totally out right there. They got out, folks. They went long. Ding dong. And then they run it up to here, and then they try to get it below the 200, and it does a triple upside crossover this afternoon on the 200-day moving average. Beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's right, folks. Right now, it is, and just in case you didn't know this, even from this chart right here, let me back this out for you so you can see this better, so you can see it more in detail. Let me take this even to a longer term so you can see the 180-day. And ladies and gentlemen, when it all ended for Shorty is right there. This is where it all ended, and this is the major ding-dong triple upside crossover on the year-and-a-half chart, the golden cross formation on a year-and-a-half chart, and that was when it ended for them. And all they've done since that time is a little bit of jerking and herking and 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 jerking, herking and jerking and herking. And folks, guess what? This is what I call the Johnny Holmes. This is the one nut. This is where it started growing his unit. And this is when the fluff girl came in for the next scene. And next thing you know, ho-ho, and she comes up here, and what do we got happening here? It's the same thing that happened right here. It's the same thing right there now going on. It's the same thing right here to you see right there is exactly to what you see right there and right here happening now. Folks, this is just a repeat of this right here. It's just a repeat of it right now. It's just the same freaking thing, folks. They're going to do it over. It worked for them there. It worked there. It worked there. Look there. Here we are. There it is again. They're going to run it up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So, folks, right here was a golden cross, and that was on May the 11th. May the 11th. There was a golden cross, a triple upside crossover on the 2-year chart on May the 11th. And now there's a golden cross on the 1-day chart now. There's a golden cross on the 1-day chart right there. There it is, a golden cross on the 1-day chart. So you do what you want with that. You do whatever you want with that right there, folks, that knowledge I'm sharing with you. The current price just went over the 200 an hour and a half ago. Then the 5-day in turquoise broke over. Then the 10-day went over. Then the 45 and 50 broke over. And this is a triple upside crossover, a golden cross on the Friday chart. And I'll take that any day of the week, folks. And will there be Will there be an attempt to herc it down to the 45 and then bounce it off? Yes. And then will they try to herc it down to the 45 and bounce it off? Yes. And right now, did they try to herc it down to the 45? Yes. So you should buy there. You should buy there. Because it's not going to stop this herky-jerking pattern, folks. It's not going to stop it. Look here how they tried each time to try to drop it below the 45 and 50. Boing. Try to take it down. Boing. Try to take it down again. Boing. And look at the 45 leaving the 50-day. By the way, I was wrong. This is the 5-day and this is the 10-day in orange. 5-day and 10-day. See the red candlesticks down here, how they try to work it down? And they start with the big dump first, and then they use, right there's the biggest dump, and then they use less, and they use less, and they use less to try to get it down to there. Then the buyers all start coming in, and then they try to dump it again, and they start with the big dump, and then they use less and less and less, trying to work it down to right here. Then they come over here, and they start with the big dump right there to try to work it down. And then watch, they're going to use less and less and less. They're going to use less and less and less to try to keep making it fall. But then here they come in. The buyers just overran the sellers right there. More buyers than sellers. Way more sellers than buyers. Way more sellers than buyers. Now more buyers than sellers. And watch this 5-day now bounce off of that orange 10-day. Just like it did right here. Just like it did right here. And it's going to do it again right now. And you want to look at something else? Look how far the 5 and 10-day were away from the crossover. Look at the distance between the 5 and 10-day when they tried to take the 5 below the 10. Look at the distance right there. See that? Now look over here. Look at the distance between. See that? It's not even as high. This price right here, folks, this price right here was $21.37. The price was $21.37, and here's where the 45-day, the 50-day was. $21.34. 4 cents below. This right here is 4 cents below. How much is it here? What's the gap here now? What's the gap? Look right there. That's 21.40. 21.40. Could this be 21.36? 4 cents below 21.36? No, it's 21.38. It's 21.38. It's not 4 cents. It's 2 cents. You understand what I'm getting at? Weak. It already bounced. It bounced at half the distance that it was here. 4 cents there, 2 cents now. Man, I love that, folks. Kiss my ass, shorts. I'm here to show people how you do it and how you use massive amounts of shares to start the momentum of the roller coaster down, and then you use less and less and less and less shares to try to get to where you then want to accumulate. And folks, that's what's going to happen all freaking day. I hope you can appreciate this information I'm sharing with you, everyone, because it's important to see. Look at the distance between right here and right here. Look at the distance between right here and right here. Now look at the distance between right here and right here. Do you understand? Look at the low that was formed here on the sellout. Look where the low formed here on the sellout. And look where the low just formed here on the sellout. Folks, the bulls are in complete control here, folks. The bulls are in complete control. And by the way, look at the friggin' 45-day launching off the 50-day. Look, see how they were together down here just 2 hours ago? They were on top. They were mating right here. They mated. Now you got a yellow belly blue back, and he's opening his mouth even bigger right now as we look at this. He's opening his mouth even bigger. You got a yellow belly blue back, and his mouth is opening and it's rising. His head is rising. Oh, yeah, I show you. I show you. Watch. See the gap? See the rising? Look at this. They're both rising and rising and rising and rising. 45 and 50, rising and rising and rising. Look at the 200-day from this morning. Rising, 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 rising. In spite of all the herky jerk, in spite of all the herky jerk, in spite of it all, everything is rising. All long-term moving averages are rising. The 200 is rising. The 50 is rising. The 45 is rising. And the only thing falling now is the 5-day moving average after a triple upside crossover, people. Whoa. Buy here when it bumps onto this 45 and 50. You should buy it. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Just look at that thing, folks. Herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk. Does anybody want to guess what happens next? Can anybody figure that out with this line going from this point up to over the 200 right there? Is anybody going to guess what's going to happen right now? Can anybody figure this out yet? Does anybody have any inkling of what's about to happen right now? Does anyone have any clue what is going to happen next? Can you not see it? Can you not see right now the 5-day moving average crossing over the 10-day as I speak? Are you not going to witness this right now? Watch this light turquoise line break over the 10-day because, folks, this light blue is leaving the 50 and the 200 is doing nothing but rising. The odds of this price falling now are about 1 in 1,000. Okay? That's what you're going to see. Watch this light blue turquoise line break over this now orange line. And watch this line separate even more from this one, all right? I'm telling you, folks, it's going to happen this afternoon, and it's going to start right now at 1:45. It's starting right now. Look at the buyers coming in. Look at this candle. 83,000 on it now, 89,000, 6,000 just bought there, 91,000. 7,000 just bought there, 98,000, 101, 3,000 just bought there. This candlestick just had 8,000 on it bought. Here, folks, I'll show you how I know what I'm doing. I hold my candlestick, I hold my marker over the candlestick, and then it shows the volume levels of each one of these. 73 million, 54 million, 52 million, 72 million, 44 million. You see how it works? So come over here and look at this. Look right there. Oh, man, thank you, Chris.
You're very welcome.
Awesome, awesome. All right. My stepson in days has just handed me 2 breakfast burritos. I guess they'd be lunch burritos at this hour.
Son-in-law.
I'm sorry, yeah, son-in-law, duh. Hey, listen, I have never been good with those relatives. Oh, you're a distant cousin on the 3rd level and blah, 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 and all that shit. I don't know any of that shit. I don't want to either. But look, folks, look at the buyers that just came in right there on this candlestick. Look at that. On that candlestick, folks, there's 103,000. On this candlestick, 119,000. 103 on this one. And now we got 22,000, and we're going to watch the numbers change so you can see the buys coming in here. There's 3,000 buy. Watch the buys coming in. $200 shares. 715 shares bought there. 200 more. 3,000 bought. By the way, the price, the bid right now is $21.39 and the ask is $21.40. All right. So this candlestick now has 57,000 shares on it. And now we're going to the next minute. Someone just bought 11,000 shares there. Oh, and that one pushed it up. That pushed the turquoise line up to the orange. Yep, that pushed the turquoise up over. Folks, look over here. Look. Look at that thing. Five days jumping over the 10 right now. Buyers more than sellers. 80,000 shares just bought right there in that candlestick. What, bro? Oh, this last candlestick ended up being 79,000, and right here we got 21,000 now. Now let's watch this. Let's watch these buys come in. And folks, I'm going to put on some of my music so you guys can listen to it while I eat, so you won't have to hear me eating, okay? So please just enjoy some of my music here on Spotify. And in case you didn't know, I am an artist on Spotify, and I have about 70 songs on there. This is my name, Tyler Self. Come on over and stream my music and check out all my tunes. And one of these songs that I have right now I'm going to play for you is You Gotta Have a Dream. And this is for women who might be getting abused by men in their relationships. And the song goes just like this.
So you talk with your boyfriend and you can't stand anymore. You want to write your resignation, your frustration is ignored. But you have your reservations, your hesitation, and you're down. You're not sure if you can take it or you can make it, move it out. But you gotta have a dream.
Hey, BB.
And you gotta believe it. You gotta have a dream. And you just gotta believe it. You know we treat you badly, and you sadly you stay. But I think you need to leave him. Don't believe him, get away. Cause he doesn't really love you. No, he loves you to him. And I'm telling you because I consider you my friend. And you gotta have a dream. And you gotta believe it. You gotta have a dream. And you gotta, oh, you just gotta believe it. Don't you let him fool you. Don't let him fool you anymore. Think it's time to practice some games. Find your way down the shore. Cause he's never gonna stop it till he knocks you to the floor. No, there's no more sense of talking. You need to walk straight out the door. You gotta have a dream. And you gotta believe it. And you gotta have a dream. You just gotta believe it. Yeah, you gotta have a dream. And you gotta believe it.
You got to have a dream, ladies. Get away from guys like that. Get away from them. Improve your life. This song's called World's Greatest Lover. Big Buy's coming in.
But I know where my baby's been, 'cause me and her we're tied. We love each other way too much to tell each other lies. And that's why she lets me know it when she's seeing other guys. Let me, you bet I'm lucky to have met someone so honest. I'm the only guy she'll ever really love. That's what she's promised. She got me a coffee mug to reach world's greatest lover. And I'm starting to believe it's true, 'cause she's tried so many others. Yeah, I'm the world's greatest lover. It gets known all over town. I'm the world's greatest lover.
Yeah, it is.
At least the best my baby's found. You heard about Menage a Trois. Who wants some more? That would be wild. Don't mean to brag, but say that be. I know it's a drag, but you can't beat me. No, no, no.
Jamie Loritz on lead guitar.
There'll be no doubt about it when my babe comes through the door. I'll ask if she got lucky. She'll tell me if she's gone. She'll hold me close and whisper that I'm still the very best. And boy, will I be happy knowing I still pass the test. I'm the world's greatest lover.
World's Greatest Lover. All right. You're listening to the music of me, Tyler Self, and I am on Spotify and all music platforms. And please come over and listen to more of my stuff if you want to. And I think that you'll find it very entertaining. I do have a lot of music on there, and I mean tons. And let's try and see if we can find a song now called If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. Here we go. If I Don't Have You, and you may be hearing this on the radio soon, folks. I think I've got it sold.
Famous, might be a movie star. Ride around in a big black limo or maybe drive a fancy car. I can have every single thing, everything this world could give. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing.
That's our 1979 Corvette.
Get some degree. I can make a lot of money and I can buy anything. I can make $1 million
Or become a billionaire.
But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could travel all around the world from sea to But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I could climb the corporate ladder and go all the way to the top. Be a doctor, a lawyer,
I get rich trading stocks.
but it's all superficial and it doesn't mean a thing, because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh, I have my songs already. They've already been played on the radio. Two of them. I've already sold two of my songs, and I can't disclose. I have a letter of non-disclosure. But I have all types of contacts in the music business. I had all my music mixed down for me by Brian Bassett of Molly Hatchet. I have sold two of my songs, and I'm not allowed to say who bought them and what songs they are, but I have over 150 original songs for sale, and people do buy them from me occasionally. I do not get royalties from them because I sell them for outright cash to get my foot in the door. I just want to get my foot in the door. Once they buy one song and it goes big for them, then they come back and they buy another one. They just pay a little more for it. And eventually I can put my foot down and go, no, I'm not going to sell this one to you unless I get some credit for it. So I want some royalty money. But you got to start somewhere, folks. You got to start somewhere. And I do have many, many, many songs that are, I think, possibly could be good hit songs. I'll play you one more that's called What About You? And let's see if we can find it. I'm not seeing it. Oh, that's right. I took this one off because I did get paid. I got paid for someone to do this song, and then I took it off, and they never did the song. So it's not available now. I had to take it offline because they bought the song, but I should put it back up again now because that is a good song, and they lost their rights to it now. You got a certain time period with which 2 years you have to have this song out on the radio, or I get the rights back. But anyway, that song was called What About You? It is an awesome one. Let's see if I can find another one, though, that we have some interest in. And it's called Goldilocks. Goldilocks. There it is. I'll play it for you now. I'm going to go up and use the restroom. I'll be right back. You guys enjoy this.
The global phenomenon is now available only on digital.
Uh-oh, can't do that. Hold on, folks. So now they're trying to accumulate SoFi on the 200-day moving average. Right here at 2 o'clock, they're trying to buy it on the 200-day moving average. All right, here's the song Goldilocks, folks. Enjoy. I'll be back in 5 minutes. One, two, 1, 2, 3.
Well, she's my Goldilocks, and I'm a Barbara. Yeah, she's my Goldilocks. watch and she's here in my place, 'cause it's her that I'm smelling, and her I just chase. Golden locks, oh, when I'm a fucking bear. Gotta come to the table and find all my food. Gold is good for dinner, that puts me in the mood. She knows what my favorites and knows I like big real. Knows just how to flavor it, and nothing compares to my golden locks. Oh, yeah, I love my bear. Yeah, she's my golden locks. Got that golden hair. When I head to the parlor, it's in my chair. Appears again, that gold is in there. If you ask me how I know, I can tell you a lot. I can tell that it's golden, 'cause the chair is still so high. Oh, so high. Yes, she's my golden locks. And I'm a Papa Bear. Yeah, she's my golden locks. Got that golden hair. Well, I pick up the candle and I head up there. Can't wait to see the golden lying there in my bed. And who knows, maybe she'll kiss me and share. And maybe she'll have missed me when I wasn't there. Golden locks. Oh, and I love my bear. Oh, she's such a awesome, and she loves to share. She's my golden locks. Oh, and I'm a Papa Bear. Summertime is here again, and I wanna spend it with my friends. But they're sending me away again, and now it's time to go. I hear them laying on the horn, been hearing it since I was born. They're giving me the final warning that it's time to go. But I don't really wanna go. When it's time to go, I never let my feelings show. But I know what summer camp is for. See, I've been there every year before. Why do I always feel ignored when it comes time to go? A thought just crossed my mind today. This summer I might run away. Then I'd never have to hear them saying that it's time to go. That it's time to go. It's time to go. Lord, how I hate it so. Get in the car and on our way, and I noticed something right away. We usually don't go this way when it comes time to go. Then they tell me what they're gonna do. Say my days of summer camp are through. From now on they're gonna take me to when it comes time to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate the Trump family's 100-year rule over the American empire, we have a classic for you today. Stay tuned for more. I hate Mexicans forever. I wish Mexicans would die. I wish every Mexican would fly up high into the sky. Racist piece of shit. Liberals kiss up my dick. I don't fuck with any blacks, Asians, or Spics. We shouldn't mix. I think white people.
Hey, who the heck is this playing on my channel?
Everyone was white.
No, I don't wish that.
I wish everyone had bright blue shining eyes.
No, I don't wish any of that, people. That's not my music that you just heard there. So somebody decided to interject their songs on my stuff, and I'm sorry, that's not my music. So I hope I don't get a copyright violation, but they probably will demonetize me today because of that. But why they didn't just stay with my theme of my music, because I'm clicking over here on my actual artist page, and I'm supposed to be playing just my songs. So I don't know how that happened, and I apologize. All right, let's just move forward here. So what are they trying to do? Dissuade people from buying this afternoon by pushing us back down below the 200-day moving average right now and crushing that triple upside golden cross on the end of the Friday afternoon? Is that what they want to do? Deflate our feelings and make us feel bad? Well, that isn't going to work for me, baby, because I got news for you. I'm here to profess that everybody can see that you shorts are all screwed, and it's as easy as looking at this chart to see it. You're absolutely frigging screwed, and everyone can see what I'm showing them. There has never, ever, ever in the trading history of this stock, ever has there been resistance at this price. Never, ever, ever in the history of trading of SoFi stock has there been resistance at this price. Not for more than a few hours, maybe. I'm just telling you what I know. And by the way, the S&P 500 is green, up big time. The Dow is up 212. The NASDAQ is up. And the Russell, which they tried to run out everybody out of this morning, has now gone green. The Russell has just gone green. And folks, I'm here to show you that in the history of 5 years, SoFi has never, ever stopped at this line where we are right now. It has never stopped at this price. Never. 5 years ago, when it was in this price range, it did not stop. It went from here to $25 and back down and back up and down and up and down. And ladies and gentlemen, the most critical part for you to understand about all this equation is that when all this price was running up and down between those two numbers, between these two numbers right here, there was no volume. Look down there, folks. There wasn't any volume on the stock when it went from here to here in a week. There was no volume on the stock when it went from here to here in a week. There was no volume in the stock when it went from here to here hardly. But especially the first time it went from here to here. There was no volume or accumulation of the shares in this price range. And there was never any volume or accumulation of the shares in this price range. So let me ask you, if there's never been any way for the stock to stay in this price range, then how in the world is it going to stay in that price range now? How is it going to stay in this price range now? How is it going to have resistance here where we are, where it's never had resistance there before? There's never been any resistance at this hash line. There was some resistance down below it at this line from the 10-day moving average, which two times the 10-day moving average went to this line and then fell back down. But folks, we're over that. We're over that. This is 2 times. And folks, the price has never only hit this price 6 times in history where we are right now. 6 times in history. Once there, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and 6 times. And due to the angle of these drops so acutely up and down, I can only presume there was very few shares purchased in these price ranges right here. Very few shares were accumulated here. But you can see it touched it once, then dropped to there twice, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6 times the price was there. And each time it was there, it was probably only there through one day, just one day's period. It was in that price range right there. So you've got a total of 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days worth of volume in that price range. Got it? Okay. And that's where the price is right now. They're trying to drop it down to almost that line where the 10-day moving average was. All right. Now, I've got some news for you guys. There are some things going on in the market in the big picture of things. And so I'm going to show you some of the big pictures. And maybe you can take some of this home with you. So I want you to know that action is being taken. Action is being taken by. And first of all, before I show you this, let me show you something else. Azoria. The company's name is AZ. Oh, she's Tyler. AZORIA. Azoria Capital. And I'll just put down here net worth. Azoria Capital assets under management is over 1 billion with a reported 1,054,604,304 in discretionary assets. Well, this company, they've had it with the Federal Reserve, and Azoria has now filed that the Fed not be allowed. They have filed with a federal judge requesting that our Fed meeting next time does not happen behind closed doors. Azoria believes the Federal Reserve is violating federal transparency law, and we are asking a federal judge to immediately block next week's Federal Reserve meeting from happening behind closed doors. All right. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Let's get this little 11-member panel out from behind behind the curtain. Let's get them out. Let's get Oz to come on out. It's Ozzy time. Perfect time for Ozzy. He probably made it happen when he got up into heaven. God said, Ozzy, you've been good. You cranked out a lot of good music. And even though some of it may have been considered by many not to have been something of my ilk, many, many people did enjoy it over the decades and millennia. So we're going to let you get one thing. He says, well, I would like for there to be no more curtain. I don't want to hide behind the curtain anymore, and I don't want the Federal Reserve to be able to hide behind the curtain. So it's Ozzy time. So it's time for Oz to step out with their gray beards and their whitening hair, and lets everybody see who they really are, expose them. They've never been elected into these positions, and they should have no right to sit behind closed doors in absolute secrecy and control the monetary system and interest rates. The overnight interest rates. Folks, it's all got to come to a head, and I think it's about to. I also want you to know that besides this, it says, Azoria is deeply concerned that the FOMC under Chairman Jerome Powell is maintaining high interest rates to undermine President Donald J. Trump and his economic agenda. Folks, be aware the Dow was down 165 points yesterday, and today it's turned green, and so's the NASDAQ. And of course, then yesterday, Donald Trump and a whole slew of other individuals representing our country showed up to pay Jerome Powell a visit over there at the federal building that's $700 million over budget to look around and see what are they spending all of our money on. And when will this thing get done? And they've got their fingers crossed that the $700 million over expense will be done in 2026. Folks, I wouldn't be surprised to be that January 31st, 2026, they christen the doggone champagne bottle on this place. And I just can hope that when they do, that the facade of brick doesn't fall off, because a lot of times they make it all just wood and then they put on this stucco facade and they print on bricks. And I hope when they hit this thing with champagne bottle that shit doesn't fall off on the ground, because I think I smell a rat. $7 million over budget. Folks, I don't understand how that could even possibly be possible. And I think, in fact, the reason it's $700 million over budget is because my guess is there's a little bit of, hey, you do this and I'll do that. A little bit of, this and that, this for that, tit for tat. You do this for us and we'll make sure you're taken care of. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm just sharing this with you, everybody, because that's what I like to show with people on this channel. What in the world? Pizza. You guys are trying to fat me up. Well, I have been losing a lot of weight. Cheryl cut me off from sugar. So thank you, my future son-in-law. Thank you very much. So just so you know, all of these individuals you see on your screen, they showed up to give a little interview with Powell. He nearly had a heart attack. And during the interview, Donald Trump said, so I understand we're at 3.2 billion now. And you should have seen right away that scrawny little Powell started shaking his head like, oh, no, that's not true. That's not true. And so he says, no. And he says, what do you mean? He says, no, that's that number. Where'd you get that number? He says, well, I have it right here. I picked it up this morning. He reaches in his lapel and pulls out, just like he did in that interview when that silly little girl tried to make him look foolish. And he pulled that thing out of his lapel and he pulled that out, and Powell never saw it coming. Powell never saw it coming. He just went, oh my God. And he looked at that piece of paper and then tried to duck and convert and divert and say, oh, that was from another building that we had. That wasn't this building. That was the old building. They renovated. You tacked on the old building. Well, still, it's still our taxpayers' money, isn't it? It's $3.2 billion in the end. That's how much it is, bottom line. Batheads. Yeah, batheads. Because they included a building in that figures that was completed 5 years ago. That's right, Dan Paul, but it still was our taxpayers' money, was it not? Bottom line, didn't it come out of our pockets, you and me and everyone else who pays taxes in America? Whether it was or wasn't 5 years ago, I don't give a damn. It's still part of the federal building, the whole operation, the whole system, the whole thing, and we paid for it. So just add it all up. Let's know what the truth is after. Anyway, Powell disagreements. His head almost came off of his shoulders trying to shake that off. Trying to get people to realize that wasn't actually true, that building wasn't over budget. It's funny to watch his reaction over on the right there. He was just, he almost had a heart attack when Trump said that. You could tell he was very disturbed. And you know what, Donald, listen, let's not do that again. That poor guy could have just croaked right there. Listen, he Yeah, I know he probably has a very big trust somewhere that all the money's going to, that he's getting paid to keep the Fed interest rate. But I know that's all there, but he needs to enjoy living a little on that. He can't just die right there in front of everybody on national television. So please, what I would suggest, let's just have a little more subtly do it. That guy could have fallen down right there and just been done. He could have had a doggone McConnell moment. He could have. He could have gone McConnell on us, right? I mean, right there while they were on national television in front of all those people that were there, they could have. He could have. They could have. He could have broke out that piece of paper and he could have handed it over to Mitch McConnell. And after he did, Mitch could have said, "Well, I think these numbers are." Am I right? So please, Schwab upgraded SoFi from a D from an F. Did you know that Charles Schwab tried to buy SoFi? Charles Schwab tried to buy SoFi. Here, have a bite of pizza. Come on, open your mouth. And by the way, this is a meat lovers pizza. And by the way, I forgot what their slogan is. It's not delivery. What kind of pizza this is? What is it? It's not delivery. No. I'm using the slogan of the company that makes this pizza. It's not delivery. Nope. That's not their slogan. Alligator Alcatraz. Michael. We're watching a podcast. We got quite a few people here. It's DiGiorno. The best pizza is at Sam's Club or Costco. That's not true. The best pizza is made upstairs in my oven. I've been making pizzas. I happened to meet when I was in high school. After I returned from Haiti, I went to a party and was asked to play some saxophone there. And during the band break, I walked out by the pool and I saw this girl sitting out on the diving board, and she was very cute and attractive. And I thought, wow, she's the bomb. And I was like, wow. So anyway, somehow or another, I ended up with her, and we started dating, and we dated for some time. And her father was the owner of all of the Central Florida pizza, Hungry Howie's pizza establishments in Central Florida. And he was, for my prom, I took her for senior prom in his Corvette. He let me drive his Corvette and took her to senior prom. It was a new 96 model. I never liked those kind. I didn't like the body shapes of those, but I mean, it wasn't 96. It would have been probably 86. Yeah. Yeah. Probably 86 or something. 84. I didn't like those body styles. I'm a sucker for a Stingray. As I showed you earlier, I had a 79 Stingray, Corvette Stingray. And Right now, SoFi is sitting at 21.32. It's down almost a whole percent. So for those of you who've bought SoFi with me a year ago on this channel, you're now only up instead of 195%. Right now, for those of you who've been on this channel with me for a year, you're now not just 195% up, you're only up 194.14% over the last year because of today's catastrophic price drop and sell-off on profit taking is all I can guess. There must be profit taking going on. But just so you know, here's a Friday closeout. We're not going to end up with any shares in the money. There won't be any money in the money shares for Monday to run it up on Monday. But we're still going to have our drawing at 4:08 this afternoon. And one of you's got to get lucky. Yeah, I learned to cook pizza from my ex-girlfriend's dad. That's right. Stas is crying about the head and shoulder pattern. Well, don't you worry. I showed people, there was a couple earnings ago. The price waited till 2 days before earnings to go up $2. They sat there and waited, and they held it back, and up to 2 days before, and then they couldn't resist. The volume came pouring in, and the price went up a little bit, and the next day, it came in more heavily right before earnings. And then the next day, it was at $11.70 a share. It was a 52-week high. It was like a 2 or 3 year high, $11.70. But they waited right up until it was $8.97 a share 3 days before earnings. And the next day it went up to around $9.40, and then the next day $11.70 on earnings day. So, hey, they'll use every tactic they can, man. These market manipulators, they'll try everything they can and try to obscure and keep you thinking, well, this low volume. See, nobody's interested today. Look at the volume, how low it is. It's just nothing. Don't look over here. Don't look at this little company, and no. Just real low volume. You want to know why the volume's so low? Because the shorts aren't borrowing as many shares right now to try to run it down. And did you know that the shorts have returned 22 million shares in the last month? 22 million shorted shares have come off. They were shorting 152 million. Now they're at 132 million. Folks, the shorts, like I said, my thumbnail, they're abandoning this ship. They're getting out of SoFi right now, big time. And institutions, I showed you, index funds and stuff are just piling in. Wendy, hello. Hey, I made a little money off of your call this morning, and I don't know where it is now. What was that one you called out this morning? Oh, CTOR. CTOR. Let's go see where that is now. Holy cow, am I glad I sold that? $2 now? I sold that at $2.40 something, folks. Didn't I? I did. I sold it at almost $2.40. Oh my gosh, that thing fell, Wendy. Oh, am I glad I got out? I didn't sell every single share. I kept a few. I still got a few. I guess I ought to get out of them now. I don't know. It's turned around. It looks like it might be bouncing right now and going off a 2 and going back up. But dang, I sold that thing for 40 cents higher a share earlier almost. Wow. I'm serious. Let me go look at what I sold those for. CTOR. Filled orders here. No, I'm wrong. I sold it at 227, 227, 223, 222, 221, 218, 218. Sold there. And so I sold, like I said, I sold most of it. I was selling 20 shares at a time. I sold 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 20, 40, 60. 60. Yep. So now let me see how many I've got left of that.
Maybe you could knock off early, honey. Tell them that you got a lot going on.
230. Well, honey, I'm expecting a massive, hopefully, run up here into the closing. We're 3 days away from earnings call, and well, we got one more day of trading after today. That's all there is to it. There's one more, and it was CTOR was the stock. CTOR, not COTR. CTOR. Oh my gosh! Please. Oh man, they collapsed that thing. They collapsed that thing huge. Look what happened after I sold CTOR this morning. Look at that. Look at that after I sold that at the 220s I just told you. Look at that thing fall. Look at that thing fall, folks. Wow. CTOR. Oh my gosh, what a collapse. And now she's actually gotten the whole sack this afternoon, and it's 2:30 now, and she's starting to make a little bit of a move. Got some volume coming in down here. CTOR, folks. There could be an opportunity on it. Might want to watch it. It's a $1.97 bid, $2 on the ask. I don't know if it'll go back over 2 and run this afternoon or not, but man, it's got massive volume on it, doesn't it? Let's go look at CTOR volume. Oh, gosh, Tyler. Come on, man. Get this right. Volume on it today. $2 million volume today, averages 1.8, so it's not astronomical volume. But man, I tell you what, I sure am glad I sold that thing, Wendy. Or almost sold it all. I have trade. How many shares have I got left of this dang thing? I got no shares left, and I made $14. Oh, man, look at that. I got 0 shares left, and I made $14. So I sold it all on that run up. Nice. Wow, Wendy. Oh, that was close, man. I almost lost money on that, but I got out. Yeah, I had a feeling about it. You know, Wendy, what happened was I bought it right here in the middle of this wall, and they ran it up to the top of this wall right here. And I said, Wendy, look, I'm going to get out right now. I'm getting out right now. It's at the top of the wall. I think they're going to run it back down here to the bottom of the wall. And here's where you should buy at the bottom of this wall, and then they'll run it right back up here. And then you sell it again. And then they run it way down here to the bottom of the wall, and you buy it again. And then they run it up tomorrow to here, and you sell it again, okay? That's how it works, folks. That's what happened with this stock, and that's what they did with it, exactly what I called. I also told you there was a chance they were going to try to accumulate SoFi today at 21.33. And as you can clearly see, the most shares accumulated here is one of the highest numbers here is that price. 2,700,000 and one below it. This is why I always tell you this is a good number to buy when they run it down. Look at all the other people that agree with me. And folks, when you see, just so you're aware of this, When you see a volume number like this, 445,000 shares bought at that penny price, 21.20. Pay attention for just a second here. When you see 445,000 at this price, 21.20, and then below that you see that many shares, folks, that is the closing of a door. When you see right here 1 million shares, and then you see here 445,000, and then you see here 8,700, folks, that is when a door is closed. That is abruptly closed. That's an abruptly closed door right there. Just use that in the future, folks. When you see this candlestick here, 2,304,000, and then this one, 1,400,000, a million less, and this one, 97, this one just a little more, and then you see this one go down to 445, half the million, half as much, and then you see this amount, you know that is the bottom, people. You know that's the bottom, period. Chances are that is the freaking bottom, okay? And then, of course, up after they run it up here, and then I sold it, then they try to bring it here and settle up and buy at the 31, 32, 33. Just fill there. Fill there. So, anyway, this right here this is SoFi, by the way. This is SoFi we're looking at. SoFi. So you know the door right there, that's closed, folks. That door is closed. SoFi. The door is closed at 21.19. Solidly closed. Solidly closed, people. Now, my question only is, how high will it go from here? When they close the door so firmly right there at 21.19, my only question is, how high will it go from here this afternoon? And folks, listen, I want you to watch this with me real close here. I want you to watch with this. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see that this is the SoFi chart, and this afternoon, since 1:30, look what they've done since 1:30. Look at it. Folks, I called this out. We were going to see herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking. That's what I said. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to also notice that there is virtually no volume on this candlestick, but every one of them was buyers. That candlestick is 12,000 shares in that minute. This candlestick right now at 2:40 p.m., 6,000 in that minute, 6,600 shares. Look at this candlestick, 7,800 shares. Folks, this is the calm before the storm. This is where they try to lull you into believing that no one wants any more SoFi. The time is 2:41, and they're trying to make you think nobody wants any of it. Don't look at SoFi. It's not going to do anything this afternoon. Move your money over to that other stock that you've been thinking about. Do not buy this. No one else is. Folks, I'm telling you, It's the calm before the storm. I've been around some. I've been around some. And I can tell you another thing. Not a single dang one of these big fish are going to give up their and disclose their hands until they're ready to. Okay? They're going to wait. And some of them are looking at this information I'm showing you right now. And they're seeing right here these dinky little, let's put everyone to sleep, buys coming in. This buy right here, folks, was on this one was 63,000 shares, and 60,000 of that was buyers coming in. I'm telling you right now, this tiny little candlestick of 12,100 shares, 11,000 of those shares was bought on the asking price, not the bid. Same thing with this small candlestick of only 6,600 shares. It was all buyers on the asking price who wanted the stock. Here, as the price is being worked down, just here, this candlestick was 39,000 shares buying on the ask. Almost all of them bought on the ask price. Even though this thing is falling and the manipulators are asking less and less and less, because that's what they try to do. They keep trying to throw out orders, 1 penny less, 1 penny less, 1 penny less. They keep trying to throw them out, one more penny down, because see, they shorted here, and then they're selling and they sell and they sell and they sell, 1 penny less, 1 penny less. But then all of a sudden it reaches this point where it's completely oversold almost, and they start saying, all right, it's time to get in. Right here, it's time to, and then this is when they come out. This is when they start showing their real cards. It's the calm before the storm, people. Watch and see if I'm not right. This candlestick right here now, I'm going to start shouting out to you. That's 3,000 shares on it, just bought there. It's at 35,605 volume, 35,605. Now it's at 45, so someone just bought 10,000. Someone bought 10,000 on the ask at 21.32. The volume is now 45,517. You can see the volume over there on the left. All right. So right here, the volume's at 30,733 now. 39,000. 42,000. There's 3,000 there. I'm looking for some big money to start buying in here. 43,000 now. 47,000. 48,000. I'm ready for some big, and I'd like to actually see some small quantities make it go up a penny. That's what I want to see. Now we're on the next minute. 5,200 shares. Now 5,500. See, there's 300 shares that made it go up a penny right there. 300 shares made it go up a penny, folks. There's 3,000 bought there. We're at 11. There's 33,000 shares just bought. 33,000 there. And there's another 20. And now we're at 56,000 on this candlestick. Now another 20,000. And that was a buyer. We're at 78,000 on this candlestick. 86,000 now. That's 8,000 share buy right there. This candlestick is now 86,991. 87,000 now, 221. 300 shares just made it go down a penny, folks. 87,221. 87,221 on this candlestick. Now we're on the next candlestick. 1,700 shares. All green. That was all buyers there. All 1,700 of that was buying on the ask. Now we're at 2,900. Now we're at 13,000, and those are all buyers. We're at 22. That's 10,000 more. All buying on the ask. All buying on the ask for sure. They're asking 231. They're filling 231. 30,838 now. 30,938. 30,938. 31,006. We got buyers outnumbering sellers now. Buyers outnumbering the sellers. Now 74,000. And that was a 30,000 share dump that was buying on the bid there. Now 76,000 on this candlestick. Now 81,000. That's 5,000 shares more. And that candlestick, solid red almost. Very little green in it at all. But the next one, we're mostly green. And we're at 11,700 shares. 19,221 now. Almost all. Oh, a big buy came in there and it turned it green. That candlestick just went green, folks. Now we're at 23,000. 7,000 just bought then. Oh, yeah, they're buying on the ask now. All buying on the ask. 36,000 now. All buying on the ask, folks. The ask is 21.31, and they're filling at 21.30 and a half right now. 21.31. Volume now is 36,740. Yep, I'm high on SoFi. Creation, I hear you, man. No, we don't like when you're terminate Alexa. No, Alexa, terminate. I'm not terminating. What are you guys talking about? Whoa, look here, folks. All buyers on that candlestick, and that was 38,000 shares. And the time is 2:49, so they're starting to enter. 2:49. They're not going to wait till 3, folks. They're not waiting till 3. I'm going to tell you, they're not going to wait till 3. Watch this 5-day jump over the 10-day now. They're not going to wait till 3 o'clock. They're already starting their way in right now. They're not going to wait till 3. And I'm going to track these volumes on this right now. Here we are. 12 million. Oh, there's 14,000 just bought. There's another 3,000 just bought there. And look, they're all buyers, folks, and they're not going to wait. Here they come. There's another 3,000 just bought. We're at 33,000. Now we're another 3,000, and she's going to cross. This 5's going to cross the 10 now. Now we're at 33,018. Next candlestick. We're on the next one. 2,600. And it's all green. 3,400. All green. Another 5,000. And now we're at 4,000 that was just dumped just then. We're at 95,555. Up there's 8,000 just bought. And the blue is crossing over 8,000 shares. We're now at 17,899. We're now at 17,899. We're at 18. Oh, wow, 1,000 share buy ran it up a penny to the 10-day. 33,840 now. 35, 2,000 share dump right there. 35,664. 35,664 is where we are on this candlestick. Mostly dumping, trying to hold it back. 36,690. 41,000 now. Big dump, 20,000 shares. 42,000. Next candlestick, all green. 3,200 shares, completely green. Now 3,300, 3,600, 5,600, 5,600. Folks, listen to me. There's no volume here. These are very, very, very low volumes right here. We're still waiting for them to start showing their cards, and maybe they'll start at 306. Maybe they'll really start at 306 like they always do, or 317. We'll see which one they do. I think they're going to start in now. If they know it's going to go up the rest of the afternoon, all they're going to see is some desperate short selling of small quantities, and then off she goes. Let me find a song to play instead of eating this food. Let's try, folks, if you got any, well, it won't matter if they're kids, they won't understand this anyway. Ready? Here we go. It's called Dickertown. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I climbed out of bed with a pound in my head. I guess I drank way too much, and now here I am clutching the toilet.
That's not the song I picked out. I'm calling out for this song right here, and it starts playing I Can't Find My Pants instead. Let's try this again.
Well, the other day I was headed on home. I was by myself, yeah, I was all alone. So I stopped for a while just to check it out. Was a car for sale? A young man stepped out. He said, go ahead and take her for a spin. I said, my wait till you pull back in. It drove like a dream, but was out of my range. But the salesman said that price could change. Well, he took me inside and he sat me down. Was it long at all before he came around? With a price he said that would blow my mind. I said, my wife ain't here, so I just can't buy.
Oh, no.
Well, that's okay, was his reply. Then he went on to tell me why. Said his dealership was known all around. The local folks call the place Dickertown. Go get your wife and bring her on down. Bring her on down to Dickertown. But I want one thing to be understood. When you get her here, we're gonna dick her good. At Dickertown, yeah, we do dick her right. Dick her all through the day, lick her all through the night. Dickertown, yeah, that's where we live found. So come on down to Dickertown. Cause we love to dicker and we do it slow, and we got nowhere else to go. We'll dick her down to a price that's right. If we got Tuesday, and we'll dick her all night.
Oh, yeah.
We'll dick her up, we'll dick her down, we'll dick her till it stings. And when we're done,
You'll have one.
we'll the dicker king. So get your wife and bring her here. She's kind of shy, we'll dick her in the rear. We guarantee you when the dicker is done at Dickertown, you'll both have fun. At Dickertown, yeah, we
Dick her right.
dick her all through the day.
Dick her all through the night.
Dickertown, yeah, that's where we'll be found. So come on down.
Come on down to Dickertown.
Come on down.
Come on down. Oh, yeah. Little Tyler Self original for you. Dickertown. Now a song called Man on the Corner.
I saw an old man standing on the corner in ragged pants and a tattered vest. I wish for this guy it was a little warmer, but a cold front was coming from the west. He holds a sign in his weary hand.
Thank you, Crazy Ian.
But he hopes to toss a change in his
No, but I will check him out, Dan.
Those folks just aren't in the mood. No, those folks aren't in the mood. This guy's a victim of society. What is it just born to do? And though I don't believe this could ever happen to me, I sure hate to be stuck in these shoes. Well, if you're one of the fortunate ones, you'll get in the YMCA. If they don't have enough room there for you, where the world else will you stay? the summertime. They're easy to handle the heat. But it gets real damn cold in the wintertime. When it falls below 30 degrees. And if you don't mind standing in a long line, you might get some soup they hand out. And you can smell that food, but you still can't conclude. You get there before it runs out. You can't guarantee a thing.
Mr. Bobar Bo on lead guitar.
Could we be related to this old man? You might think your chance is a slim, but you best put away every penny that you can and pray you don't wind up like him. Said you best put away every penny that you can and pray you don't wind up like him.
Yeah, you best put away every penny that you can.
You best
Put away every penny that you can. You best put away every penny that you can. You best put away
every
penny that you can. Woo! Little bit of Tyler Self, the man on the corner. All right. Folks, I've been recording songs for 50 years. Come and join my music. Come on over to my music channel, Tyler Self, and stream it and play it when you're traveling down the highways and byways. Stream it when you're listening to, when we're trading each day. Stream it and you'll get some good times there. If you play the songs on my channel, I think you'll enjoy them. And right now, I'm just watching absolutely a nothing burger with the SoFi only down 1.2%. It surprises me not. It surprises me not. Let's go over here and look at something others have been calling out today and see if any of them made any moves at all. So we're going to go to OPEN right now. And let's go see if Open did anything at all today. And barely green, huh? Okay. But she's making a little bit of a move back on up, folks. Hey, I like this. This looks good. SoFi, but I'm Open there. Open does look good. Open does look good here, folks. Open looks good here. That is a crocagator right there. That is a croc right there. That is a crocagator. We need to see more volume on it. We need to see more volume coming in. It's not pouring in though. Where's the volume? I got 60 shares and I'm up $1.20 on it. Where's the volume though? We need volume behind it. Now I'm up $1.72. Look at that. I'm really kicking ass on that mother. Now I'm up $1.80. Are they going to come at it right now at 301 and run it up from 3 until 4? Are they going to run this up $1 now? Are they going to come and unload on this thing? Is that what they're going to do? I don't know. Nah, they're going to take it down to 2 cents below my dollar cost average. That's what they're going to do right there. 2 cents under my DCA right here. Look at all the shares that have been bought underneath my dollar cost average here. Look at that. Look at that, how they held it under my dollar cost average and just accumulated and accumulated shares there, right below my dollar cost average today. Look at that. Well, at least they're below it, because that's a hell of a foundation to have below your dollar cost average right there, folks. That's a freaking wall. That is a wall right there at my dollar cost average and below. And folks, how many times are we seeing this? 10 cents down, 12 cents or 13 cents down, 13 cents and in between. Just wow. Just look at all that buying. 13 cents below me and up to my DCA. Look at that. 13 cents exactly below me at the 234 from the 247. Oh, it's amazing, folks. Just look at that. Look at all the accumulation down here, just under my dollar cost average, people. Wow. I'm using Charles Schwab, Think or Swim. Now the question is, since all those buyers came in here and bought here, do you think they might want to buy some more this afternoon just to push the price up here to around 255 and then dump it? Do you think there'll be a pump and dump? So I think there will be. So I'm gonna take advantage of possible afternoon pump and dump right now and get out of this thing when they do. So I'm gonna push this up to 20, and let's see if I'm right. I'm gonna come in 254, 253, 250, and I've only got 60 shares. So I'm going to try that, 253, 254, and 255. And I'm going to place those orders right now. And let's see if they do a little bit of a pump up this afternoon and then try to dump it down. Let's see what they do. All right, we'll see. Starting now. And by the way, it's 3:04, so you better get over at SoFi and watch what happens here. It's 3:06 almost. Let me see where we are. Let's get over on the chart on SoFi. They're trying to push open down here at the close. They're trying to close that croc's mouth. Show me the money, baby. Show me the money coming in right now at 3:06. And sometimes we see them hold out until 3:17. And even 2 days ago, they didn't start coming in until 20 minutes till. And quarter till, they waited. They didn't show their cards until quarter till. Folks, listen. The price is $21.25. They're holding. Let me make sure you can see this. They're holding 16,000 in open interest at $21.50. The reason the price is right here now is because they know that they're going to see a surge coming in this afternoon, in my opinion. And their object of their game is to hold this thing under $21.50 so they don't have to pay any of that contracts on Monday. Because the last 3 weeks in a row, they've been having to pay big money. And this is getting old and tired, and they're getting sick of this. So this time around, on this Friday, right now at least, they're trying to dissuade you, and they're going to try to make you keep it under. They're trying to keep you from buying it here because they want this to stay below that $21.50. But watch and see. Watch these buyers come in and watch them try to contain it at $21.49 a share today, end of day. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You guys know I've had a very good week during this past, and a very good month. Yesterday, somebody came in and said, "Hey, Catfish, can you show us your profit loss over the last month?" And I said, "Sure." So I went back to 1 month ago video, and I showed at that time that I had $7,500 in this account 1 month ago. I showed a video of a month ago. And now from 7,500, I've climbed to 12,280 in 1 month's time. So I'll take that any day of the week. Again, just so you guys that are aware, this morning when SoFi's price was run down to the low, look what happened. There were 2,400,000 shares bought at that price this morning when they were running it down. Then there were 1,553,000 bought at that price, 21.23. Then there was 979,000 that were available to buy at that price. So here there were 2,481,000. Here there were 1,005,000, and here there was 979. Then a little bit more that they could buy there at 100. And then look how many was here. There were only 445,000. There was 1 million here and 1 million here almost, but on here there was 445,000. And ladies and gentlemen, here on this price, there was 8,700 shares bought. Folks, that was the end of it. The door was abruptly closed right there when the volume went from this many available, almost 500,000, to only that many available at that price. And that was when the fucking, excuse my language, but when the effing door closed. And no matter how hard now, they try to get it down there again. Even if they could get it there, the door would quickly close again. Okay? The door would quickly close again. There was 500,000 shares available for sale at 21.20, and at 21.19 there was only this many people that wanted to part with shares at that price, 8,700. That's all that wanted to let it go there, folks. There was 500,000 that was ready to let go there, and there was 1 million there. I hope this information is helpful to you. I hope that you can use this information to learn from. And now, folks, as you can see, the most shares of SoFi stock purchased today were purchased right here when they bought 4,666,613. Do you think that that could be a manipulated number? Does anyone think that is a manipulated, calculated number? Huh? Look, they just ran it down there just then to get that. You don't think they already knew how many to sell and how many to put in the order to hit that number right there today in the volume at this price right here? And let me ask you this. Do you think that now they want to change that number and take this price back down to here again and change that number that they just successfully manipulated and constructed? No, they don't want to change that number. They have it there for a reason. And if they do, they'll bring it down and buy 666 minus 13, 66 minus 13. You know what I mean? They'll buy just enough shares to make this 4,666,666, folks. I'm not kidding. That's what manipulators do. And they do, folks. I'm not kidding. So how many are we for 66? 10 would be 56. $59 shares. Am I right? No, 57 shares, folks. They've got a 57 share order sitting right now. They've got a 57 share order sitting there. They want one of them to sell 57 and they want to buy 57 shares right here. That's what they're trying for, folks. And if you think that I'm kidding, I'm not. But folks, I'm not kidding though. They're just going to be settled. They'll settle with that. That's good enough. 4666, and then you got the 613, that unlucky 13 there to go with it. What tool are you using to see the volume? Charles Schwab, Thinkorswim. I have my own candlesticks that I imported that show not only the volume, but they show is the volume buyers or sellers. And you can clearly see that right now on SoFi, this massive volume was a sell here to drop it down and get a nut sack full. And then they started filling their nut sack. Right there, more buyers and sellers than 2-to-1. And by the way, if you want these candlesticks right here that I'm showing you, if you become a Goliath level member in my channel, I'll be sending you these candlesticks. And they're very helpful because they don't just show you how much volume is surging in and out. They show you how much of that volume is buying and selling. And right now, right there, as it hit the bottom, all these, most of them were buyers, 2-to-1 buyers, probably about 6-to-4 buyers, 60% buyers there, or 70%, 7-to-3. Over here, this is the 8-to-2 buyers. Over here, you're looking at, you see what I mean? The way these candlesticks I have work is the outside green shows you the number of the buyers on the ask, and the red is showing the orders filled on the bid. Okay, so these are on the buying on the ask, buying on the ask, buying the bid, buying the bid, buying on the ask. All of them buying in on the ask there, the asking price, and here. You can see just then it was, look at that massive dump of shares. The volume on this is 115,000 shares. All right. The volume on it now is 115, now 119,000 on it. But look up there. It's crossing over, folks. It's going to cross over the 50-day, and it's 314. And what time did this start? Was that 306? Look at the time, folks. Folks, look at the time. Look at the time. What did I tell you was going to happen at 306? What did I tell you was going to happen with this stock at 306? And look at them try to run it down, right to 305. Now, don't pay any attention to saying 1412. That would be 205. But my computer's off on the time, and I don't care. I didn't even. But, folks, look at that. At 305, they maxed it out, and they started buying right there at 306, like I said they would. I called that time. Look how the MACD went green right there. And look at the freaking 10-day crossover, the simple moving average, the turquoise line. Look at this 10-day cross right there at the exact time I told you it would at 306. At 306, folks. And look at it now, crossing up over now. Look at it running. Look at the volume. Look at the buying. Look at it crossing the 45 and 50 right now. Look at it. And it all started at 306, people. 306. Folks, it's not luck. I'm not just lucky. Can you guys do me a favor and please all hit the like button for me here? We need to hit it all together at the same time. At 3:16 and 48 seconds. All right? At 3:16 and 48 seconds, if you don't mind. And up until then, I'd appreciate it if you hit some emotions and let's get some hearts and love and clapping and whatever you want to throw out there. Come on, people. We got a countdown in 15 seconds. And here we go. We're going to do it now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit that like button, please. Let's get over 100 likes. We're sitting at 98 right now. I would like to see it go over 100 likes, please. And I would be very grateful for those of you that do that. And there's a heart on for you and a heart on for me. A heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a big old crossover, like a lucky four-leaf clover. There's a heart on the screen for you and for me. Thank you, everyone. And there's the crossover that I called that was coming. I told you it was going to start. I told you why they ran it down in the first place. They're trying to keep the price under $21.50. They're going to try to close it out today at $21.49 a share. And I told you that was what their plan was. I just got through telling you the only reason the price was just down to 21.22 there, 21.23, is try to buffer the run that was going to come in this afternoon. They knew they'd come in. They knew the volume would start coming in. And instead here, you got sleepy SoFi. See? Sleepy SoFi. 12,000 shares on sleepy SoFi. The next one here, sleepy little SoFi. 6,000 shares in that minute. Oh, yeah, just don't look over here, folks. It's just a sleepy stock. And a matter of fact, we're just going to sell it back and forth to each other and make the price fall and fall and fall. And we're going to increase the volume of selling back and forth to each other to make it fall and fall and fall. Sleepy little dropping SoFi. Sleepy dropper, slopper, dropper. Let's see how far it'll fall till they stop her. Well, folks, they friggin' stopped her right there. And ladies and gentlemen, right there when I told you they would at 306, you know what happened? Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened at 306 when I told you it would. And that is, this is what happened, ladies and gentlemen. If I can be so kind as to say so. This is what happened. Ding dong, the shorts went long, and this is our new SoFi song. Ding dong, the shorts went wrong at 306. Ding dong, the shorts went long, found out we're all King Kong strong. King Kong, the ding dong strong we are. SoFi, it grows and grows and grows, and this is what we know, and this is why we sing and we ring that bell. Ding dong, the shorts went long, found out we're all King Kong strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. And there you go, folks. It's as simple as that. They went long. And you can clearly see it right there. Look at them frickin' buying. Ding dong, the shorts frickin' went long. And congratulations, every single one of you who I told this was going to happen at the end of the day. Look at this volume surging. Look at them coming in on this. Triple upside crossover going into the closing could occur. We've still got 40 minutes of this thing rising as they try to dump a few shares every once in a while. And again, remember, folks, their tactic is to first attack with a lot there to try to get it to stifle, and then use tiny amounts after that to keep making the momentum fall. But it isn't going to happen this afternoon. This is a friggin' short-eating porpoise. It's a short-eating porpoise, folks. I'm sorry. It is indeed a short-eating porpoise. That is what you got on your hands right now. Can you hear it? They're sniffing you out, shorty. They're using their sonar. Echo location, shorty. You don't have a prayer. You haven't got a frickin' prayer, shorty. It's echolocation, and you have no chance in the world. You better get out now because you're going to be porpoise poop pretty soon, my friend. You're going to be porpoise poop, you'll find out this afternoon. And you will find out even more so on Monday when this price goes up like a bat at a... Let me show you guys something. All right, this is something I've discovered a little bit earlier. And don't worry, Flipper's going to be fine here. Flipper's fine. Don't worry. See, they use the big dump and the teeny weeny, teeny weeny, teeny weeny. Try to keep it falling, falling, falling. Dinky, dinky, winky, winky. You got Tinky, Winky, Dinky, Linky, Pop, Pop, and Pope. Whatever their names are. Right there, folks. This is them. Tinky, Winky, Pinky, Winky, La, La, and Po. Right there they are. And, I'm sorry. Chivarini, Bologna-ini, Schwitzerini, and Poke time. And folks, I'm telling you right now, watch this volume come in and bounce this thing off of this friggin' 10-day. It's a short-eating porpoise. It is indeed a short-eating porpoise. And they're going to feed. See the big dump again? Try to break it underneath. This porpoise is clearing out of the water, folks. And Shorty better dump shares they don't even have. Fake shares they don't have. Naked shorting. They won't return them until Monday. They're going to naked short these shares today, folks, to keep this thing under this 200 if they can. That's right. They're going to naked short the shit out of this to try to keep this porpoise under the ocean surface if they can. They don't care. They've proven they don't care to get fined over and over for naked shorting. For selling shares they don't actually own. For selling shares they don't physically own. They will be fined for it, and they don't care. They'll do it anyway. No. It's going to temporarily right now fall, but watch it go on up this afternoon. Watch it rise. See, these are buyers coming in. And by the way, it's only down today. It's only down 1%. Folks, do you think any institutions are selling SoFi down 1% today? Do you think any institutions are selling SoFi down 1% today? And now here come the high rollers. Folks, it's time for us to move into the high rollers room, okay? We're going to move into the high rollers room right now where minimum bets are 100,000. All right? We're going to move into the high rollers room. We're done with the regular play, okay? We are done with the regular play, and we're about to step into the high rollers room, high stakes. And let me show you what I mean by that, all right? So now, at this price, 21.27, we just saw, and I actually want to go into this chart instead. Okay, on this candlestick, we're at 54 million. Now we're at 56 million. 54,000. I'm sorry, 56,000. There's a 9,000 share dump. 65,000 now. I'm gonna ride with you. 66,000. I'm calling a play-by-play here into the bell. 66,299. 66,299 on this candlestick. 66,399. 100 shares right there. 66,000, 69,000. Oh boy, she's rising. 77,000. That's 8,000 shares just jumped there. And now we are on the next candlestick. The next candlestick right now has 4,600 on it. All buyers that just came in. 4,800. Another 200 on the buy side. 5,000 now on this candlestick. Now 32,000. That is buyers. 30,000 just came in. 6,000 just came in on the buy side on the ask. 6,000 buying on the ask. 6,000 buying on the ask. This candlestick right now is all buyers, folks. 51,000 buying on the ask. All of them paying the asking price, $21.29. Now we're 53,000 on this candlestick, paying for the ask price. All of them are filling it, $21.29. Now we're at 55,000. We're on the next candlestick. 16,000 just bought on the ask. 16,000 just bought on the ask. Now 4,000 buy it on the ask. Now 10,000 there bought on the ask. We're at 30,642. And let me try and get this over so you can see these volumes that I'm talking about over here. Let me move this over so you can see the volume levels that are shown right here on these candlesticks, okay? So let me do it this way so you can see them and you can confirm what I'm saying. So there's 20,000 right there. Now there's another 1,000, and the price just rose a penny on a 1,000 share buy. 65,000 on this candlestick. Now 81,000, 14,000 just bought there. 24,000 just bought there. Now we're at 91,000 on this candlestick. 99,000, 8,000 just bought there. 100,000 now, another 1,000 buys. Yep. 100,000 on this candlestick now. Equal buyers and sellers on that candlestick just then. We're on the next candlestick now. 7,000. Oh man, somebody just bought 14,000 there? 14,000 bought on the ask, folks. 14,000 bought on the ask. Moving this over again. We're on this candlestick. 47,000 on this candlestick now. We're in the big players area now. These are going to be big wagers, folks. 62,000 now. 75,000, 7,000 just right there. 89,000, 14,000 bought there. And folks, this thing is totally capitulated. It's totally convergence here. Total concentration. She's breaking over. She's breaking over. Oh my gosh. Freaking 93,000 right there. We're at 93,000 on this. Oh, we're at 94,000. Look at it. It's all buyers on that. 108,000 on this candlestick. All buyers moving to the next one. Whoa. 6,495. Oh yeah, 7,000 here. 11,000. 11,750. 11,949. 12,001. 200 share buys are moving it up, folks. 12,749. 31,000 there, folks. That was a $25,000 buy. 25,000 share buy. 41,000 on this now. She's breaking over, folks. She's breaking away. 42,000 now. 43,000. This candlestick now has 46,000 on it. And all buyers, folks. They're almost all buyers. Oh my gosh, at the crossover point, everyone was buying, folks, there. At that crossover point, every single person was buying on that crossover, folks. Okay, let's see where we are now. 75,000 on this candlestick right here, and most of them tried to dump right there to stop the run, but she's crossing over. She's rising. She's rising, people. This candlestick now has 16,000. This candlestick now has 18,000, 21,000, and the price is rising, folks. 22,000, 24,000, a 3,000 share buying on the ask. 24, 25,000. Folks, we got a drawing coming up here in about 30 minutes, 38 minutes from now. We got a drawing. If you want to get in on the drawing, make sure you send me to Cash App or Venmo right here. If you want to get in on this drawing this afternoon, make sure you send me your donations now to Cash App or Venmo, and then let me know in the chat that you sent me some money, please, because I won't know otherwise. My phone won't, well, it might ding, but I won't know how much you gave me. So, and if you want to, you can just send it right through YouTube, but they take 33% that way. If you click that dollar bill sign down below the chat and you click that dollar sign, you can give super chat. And I like that too. I like any way that you want to contribute to this channel. I appreciate it. But if you want in on the drawing, I'm going to have cups and mugs and shirts and street signs and you name it. I got all kinds of Catfish merchandise that you can choose from if your name is drawn for the winner today. All right, so let me close this down now. And folks, look at this thing just riding here, totally capitulating, totally consolidating, converging together, all of it tight. This is the 5-day, the 10-day, the 45, the 50. They're all on top of each other here. They're just all on top of each other, just pinched all tightly together. This is as tight as it can get, folks. She's not going to stay here, folks. She's not going to stay here. We got 28 minutes. It's not going to stay here for 32 more minutes, folks. It's going to break one way or the other. This stock's either going to break to the down or it's going to break to the up. And I've seen what they've done with this stock over the last 5 days. And man, sometimes they've really hit it hard during the last 30 minutes. They've tried to splash closes hard a lot. So let's see if they've got that kind of gumption today, or if instead they're going to be overpowered by people that realize over the next 2 days the price is going to run up. Now, why do I say I think the price will run up over the next 2 days? Well, I'm going to take you back to historical data, and I want you to see what happened on the last earnings call. I want you to see right now what happened here on the last earnings call, and I show you SoFi's historical data. I want you to see that on the last earnings call, which came out on July, was it July the 29th, was it? Yes, I believe it was July the 29th. Wait a minute, let me think about this. Remember where it was. April, May, June, July, August, September. Should have been around July 30th. Oh, I'm in 2024. I'm sorry. Let me get, yeah, that's, hold on. This is going to be wrong. This is all wrong. Let's go to this screen. I loaded that up for an earlier to show you old data. So now let's come down here. Okay, here is what I want you to see. The earnings call came out on April the 29th for SoFi, and they achieved 1451. 2 days later, 2 days earlier, folks, SoFi's price was $12.42 a share, closed at $12.88. Look at that. And then on earnings, 2 days later, it was $14.51. You understand what I'm saying? And boy, did they try to hold this down. But look what it did 2 days before earnings. And folks, tomorrow, listen, the volume started pouring in the day before earnings last time. It went from down here 33 million and 38 million. It went up to 95 million the day before earnings. And the price went from the close of 12.88 to the next day's close, 13.20. So this is what happened on the last earnings call. So here in the last 20 minutes, now that you shorters see what happened on the last earnings call, are you really seriously ready to take this kind of risk now? Since this is what happened the day before earnings, this would be Monday, and this is earnings day coming Tuesday. This is what happened Monday. On Friday, the price closed at 12.88 shorts, and on Monday it opened at 13.24. You want to take that kind of risk? You want to take that kind of risk and then see it go up to 13.38? Is that what you want to do? And the next day you want to see it go to 14.51, $1.20 higher? Is that what you want to do right now, shorts? You want to wait to see SoFi's volume jump up from today's volume, to see it go from today's measly volume to a massive surge of volume tomorrow? You want to wait till then, huh? You want to go from 34 million to 78 or 80 million tomorrow and running the price up about 80 cents tomorrow based on what happened last earnings call. Now, I could be wrong because history does not always repeat itself, but I'm going to think that I'm pretty close to right. And we'll see tomorrow when we wake up and the price is 21.44 in the morning when we wake up. Just be ready for it, because I just showed you history often repeats itself. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Like I said, could be wrong, but I don't think so. So let's make sure we have these numbers now correct on my sheet here. By high-low numbers. We opened at 21.52. The high was 21.58. The low was 21.19. And the close, we don't know where it's going to be, but today's swing from high to low was only 39 cents. And let's say I put in 21.27 right now. 21.27, if they closed it there, that will be a swing today of 39 cents. Look at this. This will be a very controlled day of a swing today from high to low of only 39 cents. And I want you to see, recently we've been seeing swings of $1.23, $1.63, $1.08, $1.11, $1.02, 79s, 80s, $1.39, 94. And look how much it would recover off the low. Every time, look how much it would recover off the low. When they ran it down $1.02, it recovered 91 cents. But what I want you to see, folks, is when they try this stunt where they keep the price from rising off the low, when they try to keep the price from rising off the low, like they're trying to do today, and hold it down 14 cents instead of rising off the low $1.20, okay? Instead, when they try to keep the price from rising off the low historically, like right here, when they tried to keep it rising off the low, look what the price did the next day. It went from 20.86 to 21 to 22 to 22.74. So all these other days that SoFi bounced back from these big spreads and came up nicely off the low, the one day that they tried to keep it and hold it down, they tried to keep it from going back up off the low, but in just days, it went higher and higher and higher and higher. So here we are again, and I'm going to show you again another place where they tried to keep it from bouncing and going up. I'll show you another one. Look here. 108 from this one, but I'm going to show you another one where they tried to keep it down. They tried to suppress it. They tried to keep the swing from going up a lot. And I'm looking here. You can see all the swings recently during the last month have been this much from high to low. That's been the swing, and these have been the recoveries from off the low. But look here. I want you to see something, folks. I want you to see that on this day right here, with all these swings in the 30s and 40s, all of a sudden they tried to keep SoFi from swinging 10 cents. They tried to suppress it from coming off the low. But what happened the next day? The price was 13.09, 13.23, 13.46, 14, 14.49, 15, 15.20. When they try to keep SoFi from and suppress it from coming up, even from here, they tried. It swung 56, 46, 52. It came back 30, 23. Here they tried to suppress it. They tried to suppress it, and the price went from $14 all the way, and it went to 15, 15.20. So, folks, anytime that these stunts are pulled where they try to suppress this from rebounding off the bottom, like here, the swing was 74 cents, and they tried to suppress it. The price, all it ever does is go higher and higher the next few days. Do you see that? Do you see that? Look at that thing rise and rise and rise after they tried to suppress the rise right there. And I'm showing it to you now because today, unlike all other days this week, they're trying to suppress the rise off the low. You got it? And the next day, it's going to go to 22, 23. Oh, boom. Probably. I hope this makes sense to you people. Yeah. That's right. The fat lady hasn't sung yet. All right, let me save this. I'm very happy to be able to show you guys this information. You need to be informed. You don't need to be left out in the dark and wondering what's going on. You need to know how these manipulators work and what they've been doing. You know what they've been doing. They've been manipulating this stock for so long. They've tried every freaking trick in the book, everything they could possibly try. I have no freaking idea why they give a shit about the number $21.28 today. I could care less that they even do. The freaking price, ladies and gentlemen, of this stock a year ago was 192% less than where it is now. Okay? So I could give a rat's ass if this thing's down 1% today. Because now, over the last year, everyone on this channel who's been trading with me for a year is now only up, instead of 193%, now we're only up 192. And so what? Over the last 6 months, those of us that were up 19.78% yesterday, now we're only up 18.78 on the last 6 months. Doesn't that suck? Can you imagine if you went into a bank and they said, if you put $1,000 in here, we're going to give you 18% interest in 6 months? How many people would throw their money into a bank that would do that right there? Over the last month, up 32%. Yeah, come on into SoFi right now. We got a new program. If you start out with $1,000, we'll pay you $1,300 in 1 month's time. They would be so swamped with so many people investing in there, and those people wouldn't pull out if they gave them 1% less 1 month. All right, one day. Noto won't leave the hits 40 till it hits 45. That's right, baby. Gary Edwards, 3 years ago on Reddit. Oh, wowza. All right, everybody. Well, we got 17 minutes left to trade, and I already showed you one time, they didn't start in on SoFi one time until after the time was quarter till one day. They didn't start buying SoFi until really it was about 20 till. So here we are, folks, quarter till. Will we see a run? Let's go over and look at it. Quarter till, is this when the run begins right now? Is this when the buying starts? Sure as shit looks like it. Wow, look at that candlestick. This candlestick right here, wimpy rundown attempt was 52,000 shares. This, when the candlestick dump started, was 21,000 shares. This was 40,000. This was 53,000. This was 52,000. This was 37,000. And this buy is 225,000 on the buy, on the ask. 225,000 shares just bought on the ask. At quarter till, folks. At quarter till. 345, and the biggest whales start to come in. Look at that. They just picked up 230,000 shares right there on the ask price. And then look at the dump effort. 41,000 shares to try to make it keep falling. 41,000. They're buying 240,000. They're trying to sell 40,000. Buying on the ask, 230,786. And then they try selling on the heels of that 100. Oh, and then now it just went green. The candlestick just went green. There's 101,000 on it now. And 25,000 of that was buyers who didn't fall for their attempt to dump it. They bought it instead. Here we are now. Price is 21.25. And folks, shorts, I'm sorry, but you're just not going to get this thing to fall any lower than this right here now. You're done. You're toast. I've already shown people why I believe that, and you can see it right here. I already showed people at this price is where the absolute third most shares were, or fifth place was here at this price now. Look how many shares were accumulated there versus this penny, 1 penny lower. Folks, there were only half as many shares almost available earlier at 21.24 as there were available here. There were only half as many available here at 21.24 as there were available here. And then here, the next lower at 21.23 Well, hell, there was half of this amount available at 21.23 earlier today. And then this morning, when it got down to 21.2, there was less than a million available at 21.22 this morning. And then when it got down here to 21.20, there were only 445,000 shares available there to sell. And then below that, at the low of the day, there were only 8,700 shares at today's low of 21.19. This is why you're not going to get the price to fall below here, because there was only 8,700 available there in the first place. There was nothing available. They ran out. They all just kept running, leached it out more and more and more and more, and then there was none left. There was none. And then there were none. 8,700 shares there this morning was all there were available for sale. And so that's why you're not going to get it to fall any lower now, because they're so scarce. The shares are so scarce here to sell. You're not going to get it to fall, folks. It's not going to eclipse this low. I don't believe it. Not seeing 445,000 there and then only 8,700 there. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. Prove it to me. Make it fall below that price now. I'd love to see you do that. I'd love to see you do that. You got 12 minutes. Show me your power and your strength, because I don't believe you can do it. Nope. Sorry, Shorty. Nope. Buyers, 289 want to buy there and 147 want to sell. 200 and 300 want to buy and 146 want to sell. 289 want to buy and 153 want to sell. You think you're going to get that down below 21.19 with that going on? Like I said, prove me wrong. Show me you can do it. Make a liar out of me. I don't believe you can do it. No way. Not as fast and as hard as that door closed the last time. Let me just tell you one thing for sure, brunette or die. If we close near the low of the day today, that wouldn't surprise me, because the volume is so low and there's really actually no one selling here. There's really no one selling. The volume 2 days ago was 63 million, then 49 million, then 46 million, then 34 million today. So nobody's selling here. This is just shorts, all short activity, every bit of it short activity. And I tell everyone, every single person, if SoFi's down 2% or 3%, buy it there. I'm not even suggesting you really bothering to buy it here. It's only down freaking 1% today. 1%, folks. Remember, Burdette or die, you started watching this channel. What was the price of SoFi stock then? When you started watching this channel, what was the price of SoFi stock then? What I'm getting at is, I'm sure you're not really worried that SoFi fell 1% on a Friday. I know you're not. When I came in, it was around $6. Well, like I said, folks, when these numbers that I show you these numbers for a reason. When you see this kind of a door closing from 4 million to 2 million to 1 million to 450,000 to 1,800, that is an abrupt, very stern closing of a door. When you see it close in that fashion, that's a slam door right there, a slam door. This right here was a slam door this morning, and they're going to slam that freaking thing now too. It was slammed here where 445,000 were bought, and it was slammed where only 8,700 were left at that price. And I say it again, folks. There were 1 million here, there were 1 million there, there was 500,000 here, and then there was 8,000 here. Door closed. Sayonara. Sorry, Shorty. It'll never hit that again. Not today. I haven't seen you do it yet anyway. You got 8 minutes left. I still haven't seen it. What's going on here? What's going on here, Shorty? Oh, what's going on, Shorty? Let me tell you something else, folks. The shorts would be disgusted by this being the low today, 21.19. That sucks. That is the suckiest number you could ever think of, folks. They don't want to low that number. That shows they got no control at all. They need this for the low today. They need this 21.13, people. This right here sucks donkey. I'm telling you, sucks donkey. That low for the day today, pitiful. They've never had that. They've never established that as a low. That's why. What's the point? What is that number? What does that signify? What kind of a stance did you make there? Why isn't it down here? Why isn't the low here? As a matter of fact, just now, why didn't you take it down there? Because I know why. Because no one wants to sell here. I already showed everybody that. I just showed everyone no one wants to sell it here. This I already told you, no one wants to sell it here. They ran out of those this morning, the 8,700 shares that got bought there. Those were gone, tapped out this morning. They sucked the nipple dry. There's no chance of getting it now. Come on, show me this 21.13 low today. I just sold open at 254. Sold open at 254. All right. I sold those shares of open. Come on, Shorty. You got to get down here to 21.13. Come on. 21.13. That sucks. 21.17 won't work. 21.13, boys. Come on, you wussies. Right here, man. 21.13, you puss. Look at these shares right here. 28,000 shares, 103,000 shares, 44,000 shares, 117,000 shares. Boy, you got to sell more than that, Shorty. You got to get down here, boys. This is pussified. 21.17. Come on, what are you trying to do? Emulate Tanner right there? Is that the Tanner number? Is that the Tanner number that you just reached right there? You pussies. Excuse my language, folks, but that's what I call them. I call them as I sees them. Pussies couldn't even reach 21.13. Frickin' pitiful. Hideous. 21, you're going to let that be the low of the day? 21.17? What does that prove? Proves to me you couldn't get the number you wanted, 21.13. Proves to me you're weak. Proves to me you ran out all your buddies who wanted to sell you shares here. 30,000 shares bought at the low of the day, 21.17. 30,000 shares just bought at the low of the day, 21.17. 30,428 shares just bought at the low of the day, 21.17. Come on, shorts. You've only got 4 minutes left. Come on, stick it down here to 21.13. Come on, shorts. Shit, you got 370 that want to buy and 170 want to sell. What in the world at 218? You've been stifled at 218? Yeah, you've been stifled at 218, folks. Slam that door again. Slam it closed. Slam it closed, baby. Oh, and the shorties run. It petered out right here. I am very certain they didn't want that. It certainly didn't want that. The short nation did not want a 21.17 low today. And the only reason that they would stop it there is if the high was 66 cents higher. That's the only reason they would stop it there, is if it was 66 cents. So what was the high? Hey, Alexa, what is 21.58 minus 21.17?
21.58 minus 21.17 is 0.41.
Oh my gosh, they only got a 41-cent swing today. God. These market makers, folks, listen, these market makers used to have been able to make SoFi go up and down this much all week long. Look at this. They've been making it go up and down from the high to the low. $1.02, $1.70, $1.30, 94 cents, for $1.28. Market makers just absolutely able to control it way up and down. And today, 40-something cents. Oh my gosh, 21.17 the low. That doesn't show much strength on your part, shorts. And now SoFi's come back 10 cents off the low. Well, we're not at 21.27 yet. Now we'll see where we end up. Ah, yeah. Rejection. I'm sorry. You did not reach your low. I know you wanted 13, but you know that she blows. She's rising, no disguising. You've lost a ton of cash. I'm sorry, but you all can kiss my frickin' ass. Don't. Please look at that, folks. 1.44% down. Folks, a low of 21.17. 20 cents below yesterday's low. Is that right? I can't believe they wussed out right there and couldn't hit that 21.13. Wussed out on us, folks. They let us down. Why didn't we see a 21.13 buy? Wow. I'm saddened by that. Because I like to show you what they're trying to do, what they want to do. And man, I already told you that 19 number wasn't a number they were going to be happy with. And they're not happy with 17 either, I promise you. They're not. They are freaking not. They want to show other numbers, man. They wanted to show that 21.13 going into the close just then so bad. They wanted to close this out at 21.13 so bad. They were just screaming to get that number, 21.13 at the close. And I guess and I'm not going to guess. I am going to guess. They probably had people screaming at them to get that number at the close. They had people screaming at them, you better get this freaking thing down to 21.13 before the close and hold it there. If you don't, people are going to want to come in on the after hours. You got to show that you're in control and take it down to 21.13 and close it there, or people are going to just keep buying it. You got to show you're in control. You got to scare people here on this Friday afternoon and show them that you've got dominance over the stock and control it. And you can make it go all the way down to 21.13 and close there. So do that, damn it. You understand? I'm getting sick and tired of this Catfish guy that keeps calling out what we're doing. So what if he said 21.13? That's exactly right. That's where I want it. That's where I want it. I don't care if he called it. I want it there. You guys get it to 21.13 and you're fired. Hangs up the phone. Well, you better start packing your papers, get your shit together, and clean your drawer out. Because I'm telling you right now, this stock isn't going to stop this afternoon. I don't give a shit if you have covered calls or whatever that you covered. 60 million. Somebody told me that he thinks the $60 million buy yesterday was from the company that we just signed the deal with paychecks. He believes, someone told me this morning that they believe the person, the entity that bought 60 million shares may have been an agreement, like a wink and a nod from Anthony Noto. If we do this paychecks deal with you, that you come on in and pick up about $60 million worth of SoFi stock. Now, that would be something done off the table, very much in the same way, behind closed doors, like the Fed operates. In total secrecy, behind closed doors. That's where that went on. So this month, I want you guys to know something. On my thumbnail, it said, shorts abandon ship. Shorts abandon ship. Ladies and gentlemen, and let me make sure you guys can all see this. All right. 2 weeks ago, the shorts were shorting 152 million shares. 2 weeks ago, the shorts were shorting 152 million shares. They're now shorting 133 million. They've returned 20 million shares here right before earnings calls due. Now, let me change my camera view. Hold on a second. All right. So, again, 2 weeks ago, the shorts were shorting 152 million right there. And as of yesterday, they only had 133 million. And not only that, ladies and gentlemen, but yesterday alone, they returned another 3 million shares yesterday, shorts did. So over the last 2 weeks, shorts have been abandoning the SoFi shorting positions, and they've, to a total of over 22 million shares returned. Just shy of 20 million shares were returned on that 2 week period, and another 3 million shares yesterday. And I got this information from Cal over at Trending Stocks yesterday, and he said, folks, that's a shocker. And I agree. And I'm glad he told me so I could share this information with you. And that's why I'm putting on my thumbnail today, shorts abandon ship. Because this is a massive reduction of shorted shares before the next earnings call comes out. What it means, Capera, is they borrow shares from brokerages that will loan them out so they can sell those shares all day. And then at the end of the day, they got to buy them all back. And when they buy them all back, then they return them back to the brokerage. And here they're returning more shares than they've got in they're keeping in their inventory. They're returning more than they borrowed. They keep an inventory of shares to short in their portfolio. They keep an inventory of shares, but with SoFi, they don't. It's a very volatile stock, and most hedge funds and shorters do not really like to hold a lot of volatile stock in their reserve, in their inventory. It's called inventory, and so they don't hold a lot of SoFi stock. So when they have to buy when they're in the money, like the last 3 weekends, when we had so many shares that had to be bought in the money, they've got to buy them from the open market. They can't use their inventory. They've got to buy them from the open market. That's why we can see squeezes when the shorts have to cover, because they don't keep a lot of SoFi type stock that's highly volatile in their inventories, okay? And now they have even fewer in their inventories. They've dropped from 152 million shares to now only 133.33 million shares, because they've been returning and returning and returning and returning shares because they're scared. They're scared. And they should be scared. Especially when you got someone like Catfish Tyler showing everybody that this is a 5-year chart, and where the price of the stock is right now, there's never, ever, ever been any resistance from this line where it is up to there. There never has been, and there won't be again. There won't be. It'll be very long, short-lived. There's never been any resistance on this stock from this top line to that price there. There never was 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 there. And there never was there back 5 years ago. There was never any resistance in this area. And I'm showing everybody now so you can see that there's very little chance of there being any resistance in this area now. Where we are right now, there's very little chance of it staying between this line and this line. Very little chance of that. Especially the main thing you need to look at is back here when the volume was traveling between these massive gaps up and down. Look at the volume on the stock during that time. Look how few shares were being traded on the stock right there during this whole time of these gap ups through this price range. Look how little the volume was. While it gapped up through and down through these numbers right here, look how small the volume was. It's just tiny volume. Now come over and compare that to today's volume. Jeez, look at that. How in the hell is it going to stay in this price range now up here? How in the hell is it going to stay in between here when back there with that teeny weeny volume, it couldn't stay in this range? Any only way it dropped here was manipulation, people. Manipulation. That's all it frickin' was. That's all that you're frickin' seeing here. And I want you to know the reason I have this line right here where the price is sitting just above at this moment, the reason I have that line there, I want you to know, is because way back when it was a point of resistance, this line that is the third line here, right here, it was resistance only to the 10-day light moving average. That light colored turquoise line, that was what was the resistance level once, and that's the 10-day moving average resistance twice. And so that's the reason that they've run it back down to this point now. That's the reason that the price right now is back down to that point, okay? It broke beyond this point, and then they had to yank it back down to that line. When it got over that, they wanted to get it back down to that line. See it? Unfortunately, they can't even get it to that line now. They can't get it to that line. It's above it. But folks, they sure as crap are trying to get it to this line right here where the 10-day average stopped once, twice, and 3 times. And that's where they're trying to hold it now, on that line. So you understand what I'm saying? This little perforated line is where we are right now. The perforated line is where we are in price right now. And they're trying now to hold it at this place where the 10-day average hit 3 times before. That's why they took it back to this line, folks. This right here, I'm showing you. You can clearly see it right here, folks. This is where we are right here now. And it was once the 10-day resistance. It was twice the 10-day resistance. And folks, if this is a 10-day resistance line as it ran up once and a 10-day resistance line as it ran up twice, then now this becomes a resistance line as they try to run it down. See? And now it becomes a resistance line as they try to take it back down. See? It's run into resistance there. It's run into resistance there. And look, see, they can't get it below it. They can't. It's just building a nice big wall right here to bounce off of Monday, Tuesday next week. This is just a nice, massive, solid building of a position right there with lots of volume behind it, building the position in for the launch from there on up. All right, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so, because nothing has ever stopped this stock from going from here to here before, even on minuscule, non-existent volume way back in 2021. There was no way the price was going to stay here then on this low volume then, and there's freaking no way it's going to stay in this price range with this tiny volume that we had then that held shares in this amount range. There's so few shares that are held in this amount range. So few shares held in this price range. How could it stay in this price range, folks? Well, I'm going to tell you, it can't, and it won't. And this is just a feeble attempt to accumulate right over that resistance line now and just get all they can before this sucker goes right on off, folks. You watch and see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. You watch and see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. That's no point, folks. That is a shoulder building. That's not a spike. And just so you guys can understand what I'm getting at, if I pull this chart back and you look at this very, very strongly, I want you to see the difference between where we are and where everything else was. This, folks, is an unsustainable spike. This is an unsustainable spike. This is an unsustainable spike. This is an unsustainable spike. But what you're seeing right there is a damn shoulder. That is a shoulder, okay? And this is a shitload of volume here coming in, people. A shitload of volume compared to this range here years back, okay? And this range will not stay in this range with this dinky volume that was shoving it up past it and back down and over and back. This tinky volume. Folks, there's no way. I'm telling you. All right. Yep. Newbie says, I'm all in. Yep. Wendy, we like you. You're a good addition to our tank. Yes, we do. You give us in the middle of a day too late for us to get in to buy them. Like the stocks you just called out is MCVT. Very good for day trade. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm going to do the drawing right now. Do you want to come do the drawing? All right, guys, I got to do the drawing, and then we got a big wedding party going on here, so I got to help them get it all set up. Today, I not make a lot. I can't cover my loss all years. Don't worry. One day at a time. One day at a time. Okay, now, I don't know if anybody else has contributed other than these names. If you do not see your name on here, please let me know that you contributed so that I can make sure and add it before we do the drawing. Let me just check Right quick, let me check my Cash App and Venmo so you guys don't go anywhere. We're going to do this drawing, but I got to check and see if anybody made any Cash App contributions at the last moment. Hold on, please. Okay, well, none came in there. So let's get these cut up. Let's get these cut up and put them in the SoFi hat. We're going in the SoFi hat, folks. Oh, look, 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 look. Where'd he go? There he is. Oh, oh. You see that little guy? Ah. All right. Let's get to cutting. Spider-Man! He was inside your hat all day while you were wearing it. No. I had on this hat today. All right, let's cut these up and let's do this drawing. Kapira, thank you for your donation. Kapira, thank you again. Michael O'Banion, thank you, Michael O'Banion. Aloncita Jones, thank you again. Aloncita Jones, again and again. Thank you for all that. Sup, I'm Talk for your Goliath membership. Thank you for becoming a Goliath member. And I have got you in here 6 times for your $25 that you paid for your Goliath membership. And Aziz Truth, thank you very much. Aziz Truth, Rick Hard, thank you. Chip Diamond, thank you. VZ Rover, thank you. Jay Reezy, Wendy, for your good pick yesterday I made some money on. Thank you, Wendy. T. White, thank you. All right, and now we're going to cut these all off. And Sup, I got to give you another one because I cut yours off. One of yours I got cut off by mistake. So we're going to repeat Sup again. Sup, I'm Tack. All right, let's put it in here now. VZ Rover, thank you. And that's going to do it for everybody. All right. Alexa, play the long drum roll, please.
Long Drum Roll by Bobby Morgenstein
No,
from Spotify.
that one I cut it in half. It dropped it. I put it in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. And we are going to now draw the lucky winner. And that winner is going to be... Alexa, stop. That winner is Aziz Truth. Aziz Truth, you're the lucky winner. And Aziz Truth, I need you to send me your email, your mailing address, and let me know what it is you want to win, what it is you want me to send you. And by now, also, I guess it's Alex Bacall. You should have your coffee mug by now. Keep holding on and sticking to your endeavors, closing in on one more successful knowledge and wisdom. That's right, folks. Okay, listen, everybody. We got a big old wedding shower that I got to go help with a little bit here, whatever I can do. And I want to thank you all. God bless you all. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. We will see you on Monday when we will be 2 days away from a fabulous earnings call. And I appreciate y'all being here with me and sharing in everything that we share every day. And I hope you, like I said, have a great evening, a great weekend. And I hope that you have a nice meal and spend some time around the table with your family. Also, as always, I hope that you have good success in all of your financial endeavors. And as I always claim at the end of the weekend and at every day, I hope you are in the best health that you can be. And I hope that you continue to get better and better if you've been feeling illness and had problems. All right, everybody, so that's it. And last but not least, as always, I'll be here 8:48 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I have a really sweet thumbnail. I think will bring in a lot of people on the thumbnail. All right, so you guys have a great one. We'll see you on Monday, 8:48 a.m. or somewhere around there. Like I said in my thing, I'll be here at 8:48 a.m. dull. All right, everybody, have a great one. Capera, God bless you. Have a great one. Kresian, thank you. See you later. Crocodile, thank you very much. All right, I appreciate that, Mr. Alligator. Thank you very much. Timothy Adams, thank you very much. Tim Adams, thank you. Alan Sita Jones, thank you very much. Wendy, thank you very much. You are welcome, Catfish. I hope in the next few weeks I can make over 20,000. I will send donations by mail to your mailbox. Okay, you can do that. I'll have to just let me know that you sent them because I don't check that mailbox very often, okay? Please let me know if you send something there. That's right, everybody. Keep holding on. So thank you very much, Creasian Persuasion. Thank you very much. See you later. Yes, indeed. Capera, yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. We will see you guys on Monday. God bless you all. Have a great one, everyone. Yes, okay, Wendy, bye-bye. And everybody else, toodles. Love you all. Bye-bye.